Chapter 1106. Female Literature. Su Yan's burning gaze seemed to be able to see right through Fu Qing's heart. Fu Qing cursed Su Yan's craftiness in his heart. In fact, he had indeed thought of this earlier. As long as Su Yan agreed, they would definitely cooperate properly in the beginning. However, as time passed, many things would slowly unfold. He didn't have to do this deliberately, because he knew that this was inevitable. This was because their strength had always been above this level. This was human nature. However, Su Yan had mentioned this in advance. This meant that they couldn't allow this to develop freely. Instead, they had to restrict it. What advantage would they have if they did this? Su Yan's gaze seemed to become even scarier. Fu Qing could clearly feel Su Yan's impatience. It seemed that if he didn't agree, Su Yan would turn around and leave immediately. At this point, he could only agree. Fortunately, this was within the boundaries of his bottom line. Of course, since the disciples of the Stupa sect have become friendly with the Heaven and Earth organization, we definitely won't do such things. We will definitely restrain our disciples and allow everyone to develop together. If the devouring power of the void hadn't gotten stronger, they wouldn't have been so anxious. Developing together is a must. However, in the early stages, we still need the disciples of the Stupa sect to put in more effort to suppress the demonic beasts and eliminate the demons. This way, we can develop on friendly terms. Otherwise, the disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization are still a little weak at this point. Su Yan's intentions were very clear. He hoped that the disciples of the Stupa sect would be able to fight for them. At this point, the demonic beasts were growing too quickly. If the disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization went to suppress them, they would probably suffer a lot. However, it was different now. The disciples of the Stupa sect immediately became the best fighters. They weren't weak. At the very least, they were much stronger than the people of the Heaven and Earth organization. If they were the vanguard, the people of the Heaven and Earth organization wouldn't have to suffer so much. That wasn't all. With the Stupa sect leading the way, the people of the Heaven and Earth organization could follow behind. Then he could learn and improve. This was extremely beneficial to the Heaven and Earth organization and the Sound of Thunder sect. Su Yan looked at the other party. He believed that the other party would definitely agree. He added, "I think the Stupa sect is indeed powerful, but they don't have many opportunities to display their strength. This is a good opportunity." Fu Qing thought about it and finally agreed. "All right, let's do that then." In this way, the two of them finally reached an agreement, and then the two of them began to discuss some other issues. Su Yan knew too little about the various secrets of the ancient times. There were many things that he was unable to inquire about. After all, even in the prosperous 9 provinces continent, many inheritances had been lost. However, the Fu Qing holy man before him knew a lot of information. Su Yan asked him one by one. "Senior Fu, I've heard a senior mention the realmless battlefield before. What do these words mean?" Su Lai had told him these words. He said, "Is the realmless battlefield the 5 counties continent?" Fu Qing said, "You can put it that way. Actually, the 5 counties continent that we're in isn't the continent of the Wuji world. It came from the void. It was a world that fell from the void. After countless years of evolution, it became what it is today. Later on, during the war on this continent, 5 extremely powerful and terrifying sovereigns appeared. They were the demonic sovereign, the holy sovereign, the inferno sovereign, the underworld sovereign, and the heavenly sovereign. These 5 people directly divided the continent into 5 territories. From then on, this continent became the 5 sovereigns continent. No one knows what the realms of these sovereigns are. I can only say that the Stupa sect back then didn't reach the realms of these sovereigns. Even the great demonic dragon, the great demonic heaven master, and the others were pursuing the ultimate realms of these sovereigns. The realmless battlefield actually refers to this continent. After the 5 sovereigns separated the continent, they actually disappeared completely. The connection between this continent and the void reappeared. The invasion of the void actually started from this continent. It was the unique nature of this continent that actually connected the void and the Wuji world. Back then, The experts of the 9 provinces continent and the 5 counties continent launched an extremely terrifying war with the Void invaders. It was the best that caused this continent to reach such a state. If he hadn't heard Fu Qing mention it, Su Yan would never have thought that the 5 counties continent had such a history. At this time, Su Yan began to humbly ask for advice on many things that he didn't know. At this time, Su Yan's strength was already considered good. As a Tao master, he could settle down in the current environment. However, he was very clear that all of this was far from enough. He had to make himself stronger. Only in this way could he make his abilities more profound. Of course, compared to strength, those legendary secrets were also extremely important. The wider a person's knowledge, the stronger his strength would become. Su Yan's attitude was extremely sincere, completely different from his previous aggressive attitude. However, to this old man, these secrets were actually nothing. These were all things that were recorded in the sect's records. The two of them kept talking and finally reached the point where the Devil sect wanted to sacrifice the entire continent. Back then, did the Devil sect really want to sacrifice the entire continent to resurrect the great Devil Heavenly Lord? Su Yan attached great importance to this matter. One had to know that this continent was incomparably huge. If the Devil sect really had the strength to sacrifice the entire continent, how could they have declined in history? Fu Qing said, that was the most dangerous battle for the Wuji sect. Back then, the Devil sect did indeed have such an idea. However, this sacrifice of the continent was not like what you think, where the entire formation was set up in the continent, but to find the heart of the 5 sovereigns. Back then, when the 5 sovereigns divided the continent, in order to directly cut off the connection between the Void and the 5 counties continent, they worked together to refine the heart of the 5 sovereigns. The heart of the 5 sovereigns was the core existence of the 5 counties continent. Back then, the Devil sect had gotten this information from somewhere. They wanted to directly dig out the heart of the 5 sovereigns and use its extremely terrifying power to resurrect the great Devil Heavenly Lord. This was because they firmly believed that the great Devil Heavenly Lord was the reincarnation of the demonic sovereign. The heart of the 5 sovereigns was the core of the continent. If it was really dug out, it would be a huge disaster for all living things on the continent. The moment the heart of the 5 sovereigns left, the entire continent would directly return to the Void. At that time, not many people would be able to survive. In that battle, the Buddha saint reappeared and resealed the heart of the 5 sovereigns at the terrible price of losing his reincarnation. This also caused the Devil sect and the Buddha sect to suffer heavy losses at the same time. If the Buddha sect did not have the ancestor of the 9 heavens to move the sect away, we might have been completely annihilated at that time. When he said this, his eyes were filled with helplessness. That piece of history could be said to be an honor for the Buddha sect, but it was also a huge crisis. If it were not for the ancestor of the 9 heavens, the Buddha sect might have really been annihilated. Even Su Yan couldn't help but sigh when he found out about this part of history. He believed Fu Qing's words. This matter must have happened before. Of course, in the deepest part of his heart, he still had his own doubts. Senior, there is one more thing I would like to ask you. Do you know of the Monster Palace? This was one of the questions that Su Yan was concerned about. His brothers were in the Monster Palace. However, at this time, they were all nowhere to be found. Even their karma threads were affected. This was not something that an ordinary person could do. At the very least, it was absolutely impossible for a Tao master to do this. Monster Palace? Fu Qing pondered for a moment and said, if it's only the Monster Palace, these 3 words are indeed unfamiliar to me. However, in our era, there was an extremely powerful force called the Ancient Monster Shrine. The ruler of that place was the primordial monster god, who had great power that could penetrate the heavens. Back then, there was another reason why the Devil sect dared to touch the hearts of the 5 lords, and that was because of the help of the primordial monster god. The primordial monster god was a half-demon. He was a hybrid between the monster clan and the human clan. He was even the son of one of the 5 lords, so he was extremely powerful. Well, could it be that they've woken up? No one would be able to ignore such a force. Their combat strength was extremely terrifying. When they fully awakened, they were simply one of the most terrifying existences. They had the strong physical body of the monster clan and the powerful spirituality of the human clan. They were proficient in all kinds of techniques. Of course, there were not many half-demons who could grow up. This was because many half-demons would die in the dragon transformation realm. However, if they could pass this stage, their strength would definitely be extremely terrifying. In the same realm, if one was not an extraordinary person, one would not be a match for them at all. Some of my friends have gone missing a few days ago. What's worse is that it seems that a powerful person took action and disrupted the karmic threads, causing me to almost forget about them. Su Yan recounted the incident. Fu Qing sighed and said, "Young friend Su Yan, you have to know that the world is changing this time. The entire world is filled with huge changes. Our Stupa sect is only one of the sects in this era. However, who knows how many powerful sects have been in hibernation for so long? I'm sure of one thing, and that is that at this time, those who are in hibernation will probably wake up one by one. Unfortunately, during the battle back then, our Stupa sect's Stupa pagoda disappeared. If we can retrieve this pagoda, our Stupa sect's strength will increase again." At this time, Su Yan's heart skipped a beat. The Stupa Pagoda. Chapter 1107. Girl Literature. Of course, he knew about the pagoda. Back then, he had obtained his inheritance from this pagoda. This pagoda seemed to have great power, but Su Yan could not comprehend it back then. He could only obtain the inheritance from it. However, at this moment, it seemed that the pagoda itself was the most important thing. Perhaps its importance was more important than the Buddha's heart. Back then, the great ancestor of the 9 heavens wanted to find the pagoda, but in the end he could not get it. Fu Qing sighed. Su Yan heard the words, "great ancestor of the 9 heavens" again. Yang Yi had said that the Stupa sect had 2 divine swords, which were the 9 heavens and the Stupa. Great ancestor of the 9 heavens? Is this person also the patriarch of the Stupa sect? Fu Qing said, "The great ancestor of the 9 heavens is the brother of the Stupa saint, and he wields one of the 2 divine swords, the 9 heavens. However, the Stupa saint did not become a saint, but with the power of the divine sword, he was invincible. The foundation of the Stupa sect was left behind by him. The battle back then was too terrifying, and now the great ancestor has fallen into the deepest sleep." After hearing this, Su Yan was silent. He always felt that there seemed to be a line that connected everything, but he could not tell what that line was. "Well, Senior, I have learned a lot from today's conversation with you. So, I will take my leave first. If you are ready, please contact me at any time." Su Yan left after saying this. Fu Qing did not ask him to stay. At this time, the Venerable Realm Elder Moe came. "Great Elder, this boy is too arrogant. Why did you let him leave just like that?" He was really unwilling to accept this. Previously, when he attacked, he was suppressed by Su Yan in an instant. Moreover, Su Yan's attitude was also extremely terrifying. Fu Qing said, "Because I am afraid that I am not his match, so this is the only way." Fu Qing directly admitted that he was not his match, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. Elder Moe was still unwilling to give up and continued, "Our Stupa sect has a strong foundation. As long as we use our divine implement, we will definitely let this brat know how powerful we are." "Damn it." Fu Qing glanced at him and said, "So what? So what if we let him know how powerful we are? We can't kill him. What's more, even if we killed him, what good would it do us? You have to understand that the world's transformation this time is of the utmost importance to my Stupa sect. If anything goes wrong, we will disappear completely, and not even a bit of our foundation will be left behind. If we work with him, we can do many things. Of course, the most important thing is to find the pagoda." After Fu Qing said a few words, she stopped talking. Moe had great talent and strength. He even had the possibility of becoming a Tao master. However, his temperament was not enough to keep up with the current situation. The battle between them and Su Yan was merely a momentary dispute of personal feelings. It did not have any meaning. So what if he won? So what if he lost? None of them would harm his foundation. Reaching a cooperation was the most important thing. What's more, after fighting with Su Yan, he really did not have the confidence to defeat Su Yan after they used their divine implement. Since there was no benefit to doing these things and there was not much hope, they would not do it. He felt an enormous pressure from Su Yan. He expected that Su Yan's means were definitely not simple. The Dharma that Su Yan used clearly had the aura of the Shura world. At this time, Elder Moe could only nod and leave. Pagoda, where are you? If Fu Qing knew that the pagoda he was looking for was with Su Yan, he would not let Su Yan leave no matter what. After Su Yan left, he was also sorting out the relationships in his heart. During this conversation, there were many things that were extremely important. One of them was the origin of the 5 counties continent and the boundless battlefield. He had never heard of the 5 sovereigns before. Obviously, their origins were extremely terrifying and their strength was at the peak. Perhaps they were the legendary gods. He had a premonition that the deity-slaying sword might know about this matter. In fact, it was very clear. He even had a feeling that the owner of the deity-slaying sword was one of the 5 kings. However, these were all his conjectures. The next point was the ancestor of the 9 heavens. Previously, Su Yan was testing Fu Qing, but Fu Qing did not mention a person at all. That person was Yang. He was a venerable emperor. If he was really from the Pagoda sect and had been suppressed for the sake of the Pagoda sect, then Fu Qing would definitely mention it. After all, the heavenly ancestor was only a venerable emperor. Then, what was the origin of this Yang? There was another matter, which was the immemorial demon god of the supreme demon temple. Su Yan felt that this was an extremely unstable factor. Fortunately, the outcome of today's negotiations had been reached. It was time for him to return to the sect. While he was on his way back, Su Yan suddenly felt an extremely powerful and chaotic aura. It came from the other side of the continent of the 5 counties. What's going on? Why is there such a huge amount of blood qi? Su Yan directly went in that direction. His divine thoughts spread out and everything was within his range of observation. At this moment, he finally saw the changes in this place. Here, there were actually countless demonic beasts launching an attack, beginning to attack the human city. The city was a majestic one. At first glance, the population of the city was extremely large. However, at this moment, the majestic city seemed to be very fragile. A huge number of monster beasts started to charge continuously. The human cultivators were already defending, and all kinds of spiritual stone cannons were fired continuously. The monster beasts that charged at the front were killed wave after wave. However, this was of no use. The monster beasts seemed to have gone crazy. They did not care about the impact of the spiritual stone cannons at all. They did not seem to fear death at all. In the human city, there was a powerhouse who had actually reached the stage of dragon transformation. He was even more powerful than Yun Wanqing's cultivation at this moment. However, this was not strange. After the spiritual energy began to increase, some people's bloodline talents began to awaken. It was not strange for those geniuses to directly soar into the sky. At this time, the dragon transformation realm was already considered a top powerhouse. However, in the face of such an attack, he was powerless. He had already done very well. The most powerful monster beasts were directly killed by him. However, this was far from enough. Moreover, in the distance, there seemed to be an existence that was even more powerful than him. Su Yan's body was like a stream of light as he directly went in that direction. When he arrived in front of the city, a sword light fell and a large number of monster beasts were directly killed. Then, at this moment, he directly released his majesty. These monster beasts were driven. They were frightened by an extremely powerful aura, so they attacked without hesitation. At this moment, the aura that Su Yan released was like the power of the heavens. Even these monster beasts who had already gone crazy began to fear at this moment. They started to stop. Some even started to turn around and leave. At this moment, countless monster beasts died under the trampling of each other. At this moment, an extremely angry roar was heard. This roar was so loud that the sound waves rushed to the sky. The dragon transformation realm powerhouse could no longer hold on. He was about to be seriously injured by the sound waves. However, Su Yan's power directly enveloped him. go and rest first. Leave this to me." Before that person could regain his senses, he was already supported by Su Yan's power and returned to the back of the city wall. A dragon transformation realm powerhouse was like a child. However, Su Yan did not have the time to care about his thoughts. He was only thinking about the direction of the monster beast's roar. That roar was not normal. It was definitely not something that an ordinary monster beast could release. This kind of pressure had a naturally terrifying feeling. Such strength was simply unimaginable. At this moment, Su Yan was interested in this strange monster beast. At this moment, this monster beast was continuously roaring. This group of monster beasts was originally under his control. However, at this moment, someone actually appeared and directly wiped out a large group of monster beasts. This made him extremely angry. If this was the case, how could he still have a good time playing around? At this moment, his aura suddenly expanded. Su Yan could sense that this monster beast had actually broken through the limits of the dragon transformation realm in an instant and reached the level of an honorable. This monster beast can actually do this. How interesting. This was the first time he had encountered something so strange. Hence, he once again increased his speed. In an instant, he had already appeared in front of this monster beast. Out of Su Yan's expectations, this monster beast was actually a huge human. Its body was exactly the same as a human's except that its body was extremely huge. It was almost 50 meters tall. At the same time, its intelligence was extremely low, like that of an idiot. Even its body was swaying left and right. At this moment, Su Yan was standing in front of its head. This terrifying existence seemed to have discovered Su Yan. At this moment, it directly laughed. Saliva spurted out along with its laughter. The saliva was extremely terrifying and seemed to be highly poisonous and corrosive. If one were to be contaminated by it, one would definitely have to pay a great price. However, this saliva was naturally unable to touch Su Yan. When the saliva fell, an aura naturally appeared outside Su Yan's body and directly destroyed the filthy saliva. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly thought of this word. What kind of monster is this? Could it be a half-demon? At this moment, this word suddenly flashed through his mind. If his guess was correct, this was a half-demon. However, he never would have thought that a half-demon would be reduced to such a state. Damn it. At this moment, the killing intent in Su Yan's heart boiled. Just now, he had released his divine sense and directly analyzed this strange half-demon. In the end, he came to the conclusion that this thing had become this after being modified by someone. Chapter 1108. Female Literature. He must have been a half-fiend. Su Yan had stayed in the Monster Palace for a long time and was very familiar with half-fiends. Half-fiends indeed had all kinds of abilities. This was their talent and also the compensation given to them by the heavens. At that time, there was an inconspicuous guy in the Monster Palace who had the ability to make himself bigger. However, it was definitely not that exaggerated. According to that guy's ability, he could only make himself 3 times bigger at most. This was because his transformation required the support of demonic power. Without the support of powerful demonic power, he couldn't do this. This was the law. Once he broke this limit, he couldn't bear the consequences. However, at this height, it had completely broken this law. Moreover, Su Yan believed that he definitely didn't want to do this. Someone had done something to him. In fact, he was just a test subject. At this moment, the strange half-fiend roared again as if he was excited to find a new toy. Then, his huge palm squeezed toward Su Yan. Su Yan still didn't move. His gaze didn't tremble at all. It was because he was extremely furious at this moment. Living such a sad life. Why don't you get rid of it earlier? Many things couldn't be reversed once they started. Just like the half-fiend in front of him, his vital signs had been completely destroyed. At this moment, Su Yan couldn't reverse the process. Therefore, in Su Yan's opinion, it was better to kill the half-fiend than to let him live like this. The half-fiend's palm had already slapped over. At this moment, Su Yan was like a mosquito, so small and vulnerable. However, his palm couldn't close in the end. That wasn't all. Soon, a scarlet flame appeared on his palm. Let this flame purify your sins. Su Yan's tone was full of sorrow. Su Yan's flame power was powerful enough. It was a new flame that was born after he combined the power of Shura's fire law and the Scarlet Spirit fire. Shura's fire was unparalleled and was comparable to the thunder of the ninth heaven. On the other hand, the Scarlet Spectral Spirit fire possessed an extremely powerful and terrifying destructive power towards the soul. After the two merged into one, the power that erupted was simply terrifying. At this moment, such power was almost boiling. After the flame appeared, it spread directly at an extremely terrifying speed. Soon, the huge and sinful figure was completely incinerated. At this moment, Su Yan's heart was really depressed. The half-fiend didn't remember what he was until he died, which made him feel extremely painful. Su Yan suddenly thought of his brothers. How were the brothers he met in the Monster Palace now? Shu Sang, Ratley, and all of you. Are you all well? This became the question that Su Yan was most concerned about at this moment. If they were still fine, then he would feel a little more comforted. Unfortunately, he didn't know how they were doing at this moment. He didn't know if the ancient demon shrine had made a move, but it was able to directly cut off this karmic line. If he was really that powerful, would Su Yan's strength be able to contend against him? After killing the huge half-fiend, Su Yan didn't leave. He was waiting for the real mastermind to come. If the half-fiend was really just a test subject, the mastermind wouldn't have abandoned him. The scientists in his previous life were all like this. They were crazy about what they were researching. Time passed bit by bit. Just as Su Yan was about to lose his patience, a power came slowly. It was a young man with an extremely cold gaze. He had a slender tail behind him. His speed wasn't fast. He was like Feng Su, floating gently in the air. Su Yan's divine telekinesis discovered him. When Su Yan saw his face, he was a little surprised. This was because this face was somewhat familiar to Su Yan. He finally remembered where he had seen this face before. Monster Palace. He had seen this face in the Monster Palace. Snake Wine. When this guy slowly approached him, Su Yan directly called out his name. Snake Wine. In the Monster Palace, he had the bloodline of the jade-scaled viper. His strength wasn't bad. Although he wasn't a genius like Ratley, his combat strength was considered top-notch. This half-fiend had always been very cold. This might be related to his bloodline, so he didn't have a good relationship with many half-fiends. However, when Su Yan was still around, he was also on Su Yan's side. Therefore, Su Yan had a very deep impression of him. You know my name. When Snake Wine heard Su Yan say his name, he was immediately stunned. Then, his small eyes kept moving. At the same time, an even colder aura was released. Su Yan, you're Su Yan. He finally recognized Su Yan. Obviously, he was extremely surprised at this time. At this time, he had changed a lot compared to before, but he could still recognize Su Yan. This meant that his mind was still normal. It's indeed me, Snake Wine. Su Yan was a little happy. After all, this existence could still recognize him. This was the feeling of Nine Nether meeting an old friend again. Su Yan floated toward Snake Wine. Snake Wine didn't move, as if he was thinking. Although he called out Su Yan's name, he didn't seem to have a deep memory. When Su Yan was close enough, he raised his head and revealed a bright smile. I remember. You're Su Yan in the Monster Palace, the husband of Senior Sister Chu Linger. His words revealed nostalgia and joy. Su Yan said, It's me. That's great. You can still recognize me. Snake Wine approached Su Yan. There's been no news of you for so many years. We thought you were dead, but we didn't expect to see you here. It's great. Su Yan said, I think so too. Is the Monster Palace okay? Su Yan asked. This was the question he was most concerned about. If he could know the safety of the Monster Palace, he would have some assurance in his heart. Monster Palace? Monster Palace. Snake Wine's voice lowered, which made Su Yan a little nervous. At this moment, Snake Wine raised his head, and at the same time, a snake's tongue flew out. If you want to know, go to hell. Green phosphorus strike. The snake's forked tongue turned into a dark green ray of light, heading straight for Su Yan's chest. Obviously, he wanted to kill Su Yan with a fatal blow. This attack could be said to be fast and ruthless. Such speed, as well as the determination shown at the moment of the attack, really showed the essence of a poisonous snake to the extreme. The dark green radiance flickered with an extremely hot and terrifying cold light as it directly pressed towards Su Yan. At this moment, his face also flashed with an extremely excited radiance. Ha! Ha! In the green light, the chilling laughter continued to spread. However, a moment later, his laughter suddenly froze. Tell me, is this your own subjective decision, or has your will been changed? Su Yan's voice appeared at this time. Then, the green light was directly dispelled in an instant. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes were as cold as iron. Snake Wine's breath froze, and an extremely terrifying force appeared directly, suppressing him to the point that even breathing became difficult. I don't like to say my words a second time, so tell me your answer. Su Yan's breath became stronger, which made Snake Wine even more unbearable. Su Yan, no, how is it possible? I have already received the Monster Saint's favor, and my strength is already heaven-defying. But why are you so strong? This is impossible. He was angry and even began to roar. He felt that everything was so unfair. For the sake of strength, he had sacrificed too much, but at this moment, he was still not Su Yan's match. This was definitely not something that could be described as not a match. He could feel Su Yan's breath, which was a kind of endless majesty that was high above. An aura that was even stronger than the Monster Saint he had seen. But how was this possible? Snake Wine naturally did not see a Monster Saint, but a Monster Clan elder. His cultivation was at the Three Essences venerable realm, but for someone like Snake Wine, he was almost a saint. Su Yan ignored his shock and said helplessly, "It seems that this is your own will. But, tell me, Snake Wine, why? If this is because of the power behind you, I wouldn't be that surprised. But what reason do you have to kill me? Tell me, if you tell me, I might spare your life." After all, they were acquaintances. Even if Snake Wine had attacked him, Su Yan didn't want to kill this guy at this moment. It was just that he really didn't know and couldn't understand why Snake Wine wanted to kill him. Snake Wine took a few steps back, because this was the only way he could feel better. But in fact, it was not much different. The pressure he felt did not lessen in the slightest. It was just that he felt a little better in his heart. What reason? Do I need a reason to kill you? You damned bastard. From the moment you appeared in the Supreme Demon Palace, I already wanted to kill you. Why are you always so high profile, as if you are the savior of the world, able to save everything? Why is it you again? You just went to the Monster Palace and got the Queen's approval, and even married Miss Ling to you. You damned guy, I've wanted to kill you for a long time. Snake Wine shouted directly. Just as he said, he had wanted to kill Su Yan for a long time out of jealousy. But in the past, he did not have the strength. In the Monster Palace, so many geniuses had been trampled by Su Yan one by one. What was he? Chapter 1109. Female Literature, I've wanted to kill you for a long time. This was his true thought, coming from the depths of his heart. Back then he had such a thought, but unfortunately he didn't have the ability to do so. Therefore, at that time, this thought was buried deep in his heart, and he did not dare to reveal it in the slightest. But now, he felt that he had enough strength, so he didn't hesitate to make a move. He wanted to kill Su Yan directly. However, it was a pity that he did not expect the gap between him and Su Yan to be even greater than before. It had even reached the point where he could not see any hope. Su Yan was far from being an existence he could look up to. The world was changing every day. When you thought you were very powerful, you would realize that there were even more people who were more powerful than you. This was perception. If you stopped moving forward, you would never make any progress. Su Yan looked at Snake Wine and suddenly said, I don't know about this, and I don't care about your thoughts. But, for the sake of the Monster Palace, I won't kill you. But, tell me, where did the Monster Palace go? Or rather, where is the ancient demon shrine? Su Yan didn't have any intention of killing this guy. To put it bluntly, he was just a pitiful worm. He lived in his own narrow world and didn't know how vast the outside world was. Such a life was actually sad. They lived in their own world and used their own standards to measure the changes in the world. It was like a farmer wondering if the emperor used a golden hoe to work. It was still the same saying, perception determined the boundaries. If you only had the perception of a farmer, then no matter how hard you worked, you would only be a farmer. The ancient demon shrine? At this moment, Snake Wine suddenly raised his head. His slender eyes revealed a look of surprise. He had never expected Su Yan to know about the ancient demon shrine. At that moment, he felt that his biggest secret had been discovered. The ancient demon shrine was where his hope lay. After joining the ancient demon shrine, his strength began to improve by leaps and bounds. Even though Su Yan had displayed overwhelming strength, he still didn't feel completely hopeless. This was because there was a voice in the depths of his heart. It said that the omnipotent ancient demon shrine would definitely raise their strength. However, at this moment he finally realized one thing, and that was that he seemed to be wrong. Su Yan knew about the ancient demon shrine and was still searching for it. How could this be? Could it be that Su Yan already had the power to go against the ancient demon shrine? In fact, many things needed to be compared. Originally, he thought that the ancient demon shrine was high and mighty, the greatest existence in the world. At this moment, he was relying on this mysterious and terrifying existence. In this case, no matter what, he had his own hope. No matter how strong Su Yan was, he still didn't feel completely hopeless because he had the ancient demon shrine behind him. However, if Su Yan suddenly rose to a position comparable to the ancient demon shrine, then he wouldn't feel so hopeless. Didn't that mean that Su Yan had reached a mythical level? In his heart, he was very clear that the reason why enemies were enemies was because both sides were equal in strength and had the qualifications to challenge each other. If Su Yan couldn't even withstand a single attack from the ancient demon shrine, then he wouldn't be an enemy, but a small stumbling block. At this time, Su Yan was inquiring about the whereabouts of the ancient demon shrine. This meant that Su Yan was very likely to have the power to go against the ancient demon shrine. Although he tried to deny this fact, he was very clear in his heart. This was the truth. If Su Yan wasn't qualified, he wouldn't have dared to do this. But, you won't tell me? I really didn't expect the ancient demon shrine to have such a place in your heart. This really surprised me. Su Yan said indifferently. At this time, his hand was already covering Snake Wine's head. Su Yan didn't use any power, he just stretched out his hand. But at this time, Snake Wine was already frightened to the extreme. His whole body was trembling. This kind of unspeakable fear made his whole body tremble. No, Su Yan, you said that you wouldn't kill me. At this moment, there was no longer any meaning to his backing. Instead, he treated Su Yan's words as his last hope. Su Yan shook his head gently and said, "You still don't understand? To me, whether I kill you or not is not important. Because to me, you are nothing. The reason why I am not killing you is not because I cherish old friendships, but because I am feeling a little lazy at this moment, so I am too lazy to make a move. However, this is on the premise that you can cooperate with me and tell me the whereabouts of the ancient demon god temple, because I want to know about Shu Sang, Shu Li, and the others. But since you're so uncooperative, I can only do it myself. It doesn't matter if you don't want to tell me, because your soul will contain all the information I want to know. In that case, I don't need to waste my precious time on you." Su Yan's voice was very slow, but what he said was the truth. Indeed, as far as Su Yan was concerned, a person like him was not worth mentioning. There was no need to mention how terrifying his power was. How could a small snake wine affect the big picture? At this time, his cooperation with the Stupa sect was about to begin, and the disciples of the Heaven and Earth Organization and the Sound of Thunder sect were all in the Heaven and Earth Organization, protected by powerful Orioles. The spiritual energy in the 5 counties was increasing day by day. As long as Su Yan had enough time, he could slowly raise the strength of the Heaven and Earth Organization. At this time, Snake Wine was completely overwhelmed by fear. I'll tell you, the ancient demon shrine is... Under the shroud of extreme fear, he finally wanted to say what he knew. However, at this time, an extremely powerful force appeared. When that terrifying aura descended, Snake Wine immediately let out a painful roar. Soul manipulation. Su Yan immediately let out a cold snort. He knew this method. Last time, the person from the Dark Demon sect had used this method. At that time, Su Yan was completely unprepared, and his strength wasn't as strong as it was now. Therefore, the Dark Demon sect disciple had been killed directly. However, it was different now. When Su Yan was interrogating Snake Wine, he had already expected that something like this might happen. Therefore, at this time, he directly made his move. His strongest power spread out at this time. At this moment, the raging power had been raised to the extreme. The powerful and terrifying power directly suppressed and penetrated deep into Snake Wine's soul. At this time, Su Yan immediately discovered that in the depths of Snake Wine's soul, there was an extremely terrifying nine-headed snake. He was about to swallow Snake Wine's soul in one gulp. Su Yan shouted angrily, "Get out of here!" Then, at this moment, he directly launched the law of corrosion. The power of the law condensed into a chain and directly rushed toward the nine-headed snake. At that moment, the nine-headed serpent sensed danger and fear. All 9 of its heads released a frenzied roar. A terrifying pressure descended upon the place. Such a violent power directly met Su Yan's law chain. Sure enough, it's at the Tao Master level. At the moment of the collision, Su Yan had already felt the opponent's realm. It was a terrifying power at the Tao Master level. This guy's strength was really strong and terrifying. However, the more it was so, the more the battle intent in Su Yan's heart soared. He was a battle maniac. Now that he met a powerful opponent, he was very excited. Moreover, at this time, his strength had reached such a level that his battle strength was not inferior to that of a Tao Master. The law of corrosion was simply a force to be reckoned with. It directly swept away the power of the nine-headed snake. Not only that, Su Yan's aura rose again at this moment. The endless aura manifested at this time, becoming the most terrifying and terrifying power radiance. It was a great divine light. And Su Yan was that god. Su Yan's method was simply thunderous. At the beginning, the nine-headed snake still struggled, but it was quickly suppressed by Su Yan's power. "You want to fight with me with a mere soul seed? I'll make sure you don't return." At this time, Su Yan was not willing to give up. He directly slapped his palm, and a huge palm appeared. It was a powerful handprint that he displayed with the power of the exalted. After this power appeared, the terrifying radiance directly enveloped the soul. Su Yan's purpose was very simple. That was to refine it. Since it was a soul doppelganger, it must have some aura of the original body. Although Snake Wine came from the ancient demon shrine, he was just a small character and was not important at all. Such a person's knowledge was limited. If he could refine the soul doppelganger of this powerful nine-headed demon snake, he would be able to learn a lot of things. "You're courting death, human. If you dare do this, I will definitely tear you into pieces." At this time, the nine-headed snake had already sensed great danger. He immediately let out a fierce roar, but Su Yan did not care about such an empty threat. "I'll wait for you." This was Su Yan's response to him. After these words were spoken, he released his powerful energy. After which, he wrapped around the soul avatar and immediately started to refine it. Chapter 11:10. Female Literature. The battle was taking place in Snake Wine's Knowledge Sea. As the owner of the Knowledge Sea, Snake Wine could only be a bystander. He could not do anything. Therefore, he saw everything with his own eyes. It was only now that he truly witnessed the terror of Su Yan. The nine-headed demon snake was the god in his heart. The reason why he had such strength and status today was because of the nine-headed demon snake's appreciation. But now, his god had been so easily defeated by Su Yan. Even his spiritual doppelganger had been devoured without any chance of survival. The thing that he feared the most had finally become reality. At this moment, his spirit was on the verge of breaking down. Su Yan continued to ignore him because there was no need to. The nine-headed demon snake's spiritual sense was truly terrifying. It possessed immense power. At this moment, Su Yan was still thinking about the direct battle that had taken place. The nine-headed demon snake's strength was actually extremely powerful and terrifying. His battle strength was even higher than Yan Zhao's. Don't be fooled by how easy it was for him to win. That was only because it was only a soul clone. If his original body was here, it would be hard to say who would win. His exalted power was like a flame. The flame burned bit by bit, digesting all the aura. At this moment he finally understood one thing, and that was the person behind this guy. The ancient demon shrine. It was no wonder that the pagoda sect was so fearful of them. There was a venerable emperor realm old monster behind this sect. Although the venerable emperor would not easily make a move at this time, Su Yan would not be able to stop him if he did. Su Yan had never underestimated himself, but he would never be arrogant. This was self-awareness. He knew clearly that with his current strength, it was still too much for him to face a powerful venerable emperor. Since that was the case, it was best for him to rush into the ancient demon shrine. The ancient demon shrine was different from the Buddha sect. The reason why Su Yan dared to go to the Buddha sect so arrogantly was because he knew that he would most likely come out unscathed. This was because he had the Buddha seal in his body. The Buddha seal was the foundation of the pagoda sect. The pagoda sect would never kill Su Yan, because Su Yan's strength had already matured. However, there were still too many things he did not understand about the ancient Fei shrine. However, compared to the past where he was completely in the dark, this was much better. After refining the information of the soul avatar, Su Yan directly left Snake Wine's Sea of Consciousness. He didn't pay any more attention to the snake wine and let it perish on its own, because at this time, he already knew the information he wanted to know. At this moment, Su Yan was directly outside the ocean of the 5 counties. Demonic Sea Rip Serpent. Su Yan sent out his divine sense to summon the demonic Sea Rip Serpent. Not long after, a slender, eel-like sea serpent emerged from the sea. Originally, the demonic Sea Rip Serpent's body was extremely huge, a true sea monster. However, it was different now. It seemed to have shrunk to a small eel, and did not feel huge at all. However, seeing the demonic Sea Rip Serpent in this state, Su Yan was even more delighted. This was because the demonic Sea Rip Serpent's strength had not decreased because its body had shrunk. On the contrary, this was a standard for the demonic Sea Rip Serpent's strength. A dragon could be big or small, and could rise or fall at will. At this moment, the demonic Sea Rip Serpent was also heading in this direction. Great master, are you here to admire my beautiful body? The moment the demonic Sea Rip Serpent appeared, it immediately displayed its comical nature. Su Yan was also helpless. This guy seemed to be similar to the Shura demon tiger he had subdued in the Shura realm. It also had a deep comical nature. However, Su Yan did not bring the Shura demon tiger with him when he left the Shura realm. This was because the Shura demon tiger's strength could not be compared to the King of Destruction. Even with the cover of Su Yan's supreme power, it would still be sensed by the will of heaven. Of course, in addition to the Shura demon tiger, there was also the maid. Su Yan had already broken the contract between her and herself, leaving her to fend for herself in the Shura realm. Alright, enough nonsense. I have something here. Do you want it or not? Su Yan directly took out the energy of the soul clone. This was the soul clone of the 9-headed demon snake. After Su Yan obtained the information inside, he did not directly devour the energy. Instead, he brought it over after refining it. At this time, the demonic Sea Rip Serpent had also become a holy beast. However, the path of cultivation of a monster beast was different from that of a human. Becoming a holy beast was an extremely long process. The strength of the 9-headed demon snake was definitely above that of the demonic Sea Rip Serpent. Devouring the power of the 9-headed demon snake was naturally beneficial for Su Yan. However, Su Yan's accumulation at this time had reached an extremely deep level. His strength was even more unfathomable and terrifying. Even if he devoured this power, he wouldn't be able to grow by much. However, the demonic Sea Rip Serpent was different. It and the 9-headed demon snake were both snake-type monsters. It should be able to absorb the power to the greatest extent. Sure enough, when Su Yan took out this energy, the demonic Sea Rip Serpent immediately showed an extremely excited expression. I want it. Master, give it to me. I want it. This guy was extremely excited. However, Su Yan's face immediately darkened. This guy really didn't know how to choose his words at this moment. If that was the case, it would be easy for others to misunderstand. Su Yan directly shot out Ashura's flame, and a powerful force directly hit the demonic sea rip serpent's body. The power immediately exploded, and the small body of the demonic sea rip serpent immediately sank to the bottom of the sea. Su Yan then casually threw the soul avatar of the nine-headed demon snake. This energy sank immediately. The demonic sea rip serpent immediately roared excitedly and directly devoured the soul demon god. This devouring process was naturally not a short process. However, Su Yan did not leave immediately. He just stood there. At this time, Su Yan's aura had been completely restrained. His aura was not exposed at all. When the sea breeze blew, Su Yan was just a wisp of the sea breeze. At this time, in the dark corner of the distant sky, a terrifying roar suddenly exploded. "How dare you!" An extremely violent roar rang out as it charged towards the sky. The terrifying power of this roar was simply unimaginable. At this time, the extremely terrifying power continued to rush at this time. All the power between heaven and earth seemed to be swept up by this power. Then, 9 heads directly appeared in the sky. Damn it. No matter who you are, you actually want to devour my soul avatar. Then I will kill you completely. The owner of the angry roar was naturally the 9-headed demon snake. Originally, he was half asleep and half awake. However, at this time, Su Yan directly gave the soul avatar to the demonic sea rip serpent. The demonic sea rip serpent immediately began to devour the soul avatar of the 9-headed demon snake. This was a huge stimulation for him. It was a kind of soul-tearing pain. Although it was not enough to harm his core, it would greatly reduce his strength in a short time. And he did not know how much he would have to pay to make up for this injury. How could he let this go? Old Nine, calm down. At this time, another rough voice was heard. It was also a giant demon. He only showed a pair of eyes, but no one knew what his real body was. In any case, his strength could be said to be extremely terrifying. You don't have to worry about this matter. I can't take this lying down. This kid is too arrogant. Does he really think that my soul avatar can be eaten so easily? At this moment, he directly rushed towards the direction of the soul avatar. At this time, the mysterious suppression of the 5 counties mainland had not completely dissipated. As a Tao master, he really should not have entered their small world at this time. Because once he did, he would immediately be detected by the aura of the mainland. If they went out like this before the change, they would immediately be directly beaten down to a lower level. Even now, their strength would still be suppressed. As for whether this kind of suppression would have any effect on the mainland, this was something that was unknown. But at this time, the 9-headed demon snake obviously could not care so much. For him, this was a huge insult. As the most powerful and great existence in this world, when had he ever been humiliated like this? So at this moment, he directly flew out. He wanted to find Su Yan. Even if his companions tried to stop him, he would not listen. Let him go. He's an interesting guy. Moreover, it's not a bad thing to let 9th brother suffer a little. Another voice sounded. The first voice said, 5th brother, do you mean that 9th brother will suffer a little? Is the other party really that powerful? Could it be another ancient sect? The mysterious 5th brother said, I don't know, but it shouldn't be those guys from the ancient sect. That's why I said it's a little interesting. The 5th brother's voice was a little lazy, as if he had not woken up yet. At this time, the sea-splitting demonic snake had already revealed its original form. Although it was only a soul avatar, its power was extremely strong. Even if it had been refined once by Su Yan, when it was faced with a fatal threat, its power directly launched the most fatal and direct counterattack. At this time, the berserk aura had already reached its peak. Endless radiant power continued to rise in the sky. Wherever the 9-headed demon snake passed, everything was suppressed by its powerful coercion. Its speed was extremely fast. Although the 5 counties mainland was different from other places at this time and it was absolutely impossible for it to tear space, its speed was still amazing. Chapter 11:11. Female Literature. Another half a day passed. At this time, he had already sensed the location of his soul avatar. "You're dead." His speed increased again. At this time, the sea-splitting demonic snake that was devouring suddenly stopped. He felt a great threat approaching. It was a feeling similar to that of a natural enemy. Of course, the soul avatar that was firmly imprisoned by him seemed to have started to riot at this time. At this moment, his ferocious nature was about to be aroused. However, at this time, Su Yan's voice sounded, "Don't worry about it. Do what you need to do." The moment Su Yan gave his soul avatar to the nine-headed demon snake, he had already guessed that the latter would not give up so easily. At this time, Su Yan would not go to the ancient demon shrine, but he could lure the nine-headed demon snake over. Of course, if the nine-headed demon snake did not care about his soul avatar being devoured, Su Yan could not do anything. However, it was also a good thing for Su Yan. After all, it was equivalent to earning a powerful soul doppelganger without having to pay a huge price. However, the nine-headed demon snake still came. As Su Yan expected, how could he watch his soul avatar be devoured? At this time, on the sea, waves suddenly appeared. Waves that were hundreds of feet high immediately rose up. The violent aura had already reached the sky. Such a terrifying power at this moment erupted into an unprecedented wave. "Bastard, you're courting death." The nine-headed demon snake was extremely fast. He found that his soul avatar was in the depths of the sea, so naturally, he thought that Su Yan was in the sea. After all, he would never have expected that Su Yan would give his soul avatar to the sea-splitting demonic snake. It should be known that his soul avatar was extremely powerful. Even a Tao master would be tempted to obtain it. How could he give such a powerful energy to someone else? He directly attacked. Immediately, 9 rays of light appeared. Each ray of light was an extremely terrifying flame. The flames erupted and turned into an aurora-like power that directly suppressed the sea. At this moment, the sea-splitting demonic snake in the depths of the sea naturally felt this terrifying power. It was about to resist directly. However, he recalled Su Yan's words. At this moment, he immediately made a choice, and that was to believe in Su Yan. That extremely terrifying power was enough to take his life, but he still didn't care. He just calmed his mind and then devoured that powerful energy. Su Yan saw all of this with his divine sense. That power was extremely frightening. Although the 9 great powers were not laws, each and every one of them was still ridiculously powerful. Even with the sea-splitting demonic snake's powerful body, if it was hit by this power, it would be severely injured. However, since Su Yan had already made a promise, how could he allow the sea-splitting demonic snake to be severely injured? At this moment, his figure suddenly appeared. "You seem to have picked the wrong opponent." Su Yan seemed to be muttering softly. However, this voice directly exploded in the 9-headed demonic snake's mind. At this moment, Su Yan was not speaking empty words. He used the Sea of Consciousness invasion. Although it sounded like a soft whisper, this voice had already exploded in the 9-headed demonic snake's Sea of Consciousness and turned into boundless thunder. The 9-headed demonic snake only felt that his whole body was constantly shaking. His Sea of Consciousness was in chaos, and the power he released naturally became water without a source and dissipated directly. Who? After all, the 9-headed demonic snake was a powerful great demon of the Tao Master level. Although Su Yan's attack was unexpected, it was still impossible to kill him with one blow. He released his will, and a powerful force immediately returned. At this moment, a terrifying aura directly boiled at this moment. That raging power immediately suppressed everything. The power that Su Yan left in his Sea of Consciousness was directly scattered. At this moment, the 9-headed demonic snake's huge body directly appeared in the sky. His eyes were fixed on Su Yan. At this time, he was finally sure that the person who defeated his soul doppelganger in the Sea of Consciousness and took it out today was the young man in front of him. "Human, it's you." His voice was full of anger. Su Yan smiled and then said, "Well, yes, it's me." Such a calm answer, everything seemed to be so secure. Such disrespect made the 9-headed demonic snake extremely angry. Su Yan's actions had already made him angry. At this moment, it was even more so. At this time, his aura at this time was rising little by little. It was an unimaginably powerful force. At this time, the terrifying aura at this time was constantly rising. In a short time, he had already fallen into an absolute disadvantage in the fight with Su Yan. Therefore, he knew that he must find an opportunity and absolutely could not continue like this. Therefore, this time, he immediately unleashed his powerful strength. Even if he could not directly suppress Su Yan to death with this attack, he had to directly suppress his aura and let him know how foolish it was to offend him. Su Yan seemed to know what the nine-headed demonic snake was thinking. In fact, this was the right thing to do. If he kept falling into someone else's rhythm, he would only be passive at every step and would not be able to truly grasp his own rhythm. A battle of this level was already extremely thrilling. Victory and defeat were often decided by a hair's breadth. If he could not instantly take the initiative, he would immediately fall into an absolute passive position. The nine-headed demonic snake's aura was indeed terrifying. Su Yan frowned slightly. He had underestimated the strength of this old man. His battle strength was stronger than Fu Qing's. No wonder the ancient demon shrine is feared by the Stupa sect. The power that the ancient demon shrine displayed was simply too terrifying. However, since Su Yan already knew what the nine-headed demonic snake was thinking, he would not let the nine-headed demonic snake succeed. In the face of such a terrifying existence, if he chose to retreat, the advantage that he had previously created would disappear in an instant. Therefore, Su Yan did not choose to retreat. Instead, he chose to take the initiative to attack. The Taiji Divine Sword released its power in his body. At this time, Su Yan and the Divine Sword had already merged into one. Even if the Divine Sword did not appear, Su Yan could still use a portion of that extremely powerful force. At this time, the power of the Taiji Divine Sword was directly mobilized. The power of the three great laws was directly activated. Since the nine-headed demonic snake wanted to directly destroy his aura, this was actually the best opportunity for Su Yan. This was because if he could suppress this force, then his aura suppression would reach the strongest level. Therefore, this attack was very likely to be the key to determining the outcome of the battle. At this time, Su Yan's power continued to condense at this time. In the end, it directly reached the peak. At this time, his power was directly displayed. The three great laws merged, and then suddenly rushed towards the nine-headed demonic snake. On the other hand, the nine-headed demonic snake had already condensed his power. The extremely terrifying aura directly rose. At this time, the terrifying power solidified and was continuously entangled with the light. Even Su Yan had not seen such power before. Su Yan could already see that the nine-headed demonic snake had not displayed his true power yet. It seemed that for some reason he was unable to use it. Even so, the nine-headed demonic snake was still terrifying. The nine forces were the embryonic form of the laws. If the nine-headed demonic snake's cultivation level increased, then he might be able to directly transform the nine forces into powerful and terrifying laws. If he really succeeded, then he would be unprecedentedly powerful. That kind of horror was probably not something that anyone could withstand. Even now, after the nine forces merged, the violent aura had already surpassed the ordinary power of the laws. This was under the situation that this guy was currently suppressed by the laws of the land. It was no wonder that this guy directly rushed towards Su Yan. At this time, he had his own power as a guarantee. Su Yan's eyes were unprecedentedly dignified, but he was also extremely excited. This kind of power was enough to thoroughly excite him. The power after the three great laws merged and the terrifying light directly collided. In an instant, a huge mushroom cloud directly spread out. The incomparably terrifying pressure spread out, and the seawater within hundreds of meters was directly evaporated. For a moment, a huge hole appeared in the sea. The attack of the two of them had already reached such a powerful level. The expression of the nine-headed demon snake changed. It was just as Su Yan had expected. The reason why it attacked like this was because it wanted to crush Su Yan in an instant. However, at this time, it seemed that it was simply impossible to do. This was because Su Yan's strength was too terrifying. The power of his attack did not gain any advantage. The power of the two had yet to dissipate, and the terrifying evil energy was still colliding. Now, even he did not dare to casually enter the energy field. Even if such a violent energy field could not kill him, it would be very easy to severely injure him. However, at this moment his expression changed again, because he clearly felt that within that terrifying energy field, there was actually a shadow that was flying towards him at a high speed. How is this possible? That kid! He saw clearly with his 9 pairs of snake eyes that this person was Su Yan. It was such a terrifying energy field that contained extremely terrifying destructive power, and even he did not dare to touch it easily. However, Su Yan directly rushed towards him. That kind of strength and that kind of physical body had already shocked him. How can this human's physical body be so terrifying? At this moment, he really had the thought of directly retreating. He did not know what kind of price Su Yan paid for his physical body. When in the cold land of the far north, Su Yan almost directly shattered his own body and then rebuilt it. That kind of pain was unbearable even for a Tao master. It was even possible that he would directly die in the endless pain. Chapter 11-12. Girls' Literature. Only by enduring boundless pain could one gain incomparable strength. At this time, Su Yan once again proved that all his efforts were worth it. If he had not been so crazy last time, he would have been the one being suppressed at this time. And at this moment, he was that high and mighty godlike figure. Even the powerful 9-headed demon snake could not compare to him. I want your soul doppelganger. I want your real body too. In an instant, Su Yan had arrived in front of the 9-headed demon snake. The difference in size between the two was too big. The 9-headed demon snake was huge, like a monster. In front of him, Su Yan was as weak as an ant. However, at this time, the 9-headed demon snake's momentum was completely suppressed by Su Yan. Su Yan's strength was too terrifying and too powerful. However, after hearing Su Yan's words, he immediately became furious. This damn human, what did he say? He said he wanted to suppress him. This was simply a disgraceful thing. He was a dignified 9-headed demon snake. In the case of his real body, he actually let the other party be so arrogant. Human, you are too presumptuous. Su Yan had already arrived in front of him, and a sword light had already appeared at this time. The moment the sword light appeared, the world was silent. The sun and the moon did not shine, and the sword light became the only thing that was eternal. The powerful strength slowly became endless, and the terrible brilliance at this time finally gradually sank. As for the 9-headed demon snake, after a roar, its power also began to change. A strong light directly covered everything. The strength of the two met again. Compared to this time, Su Yan's sword light had shown a dominant pressure. This was the importance of the previous blow. If Su Yan did not have the upper hand in the previous blow, then he would not have been so successful at this time. However, he had already taken the initiative in that attack. So, at this time, he had completely displayed his strength and terror. Under the suppression of that terrifying power at this time, the power of the 9-headed demon snake could only bitterly hold on. Arrogant? So what? You can block one of my swords, but can you block all of my swords? Su Yan continued to attack with his swords, and one terrifying sword beam after another flew out unceasingly. How powerful and terrifying was that power? Such an aura was truly indescribable. Su Yan's strength continued to rise at this time. The more he fought, the braver he became. At this moment, the 9-headed demon snake was in a dilemma. Su Yan's power was incomparably strong, and it was enough to make him feel uncomfortable. However, within Su Yan's power, there seemed to be some extremely terrifying aura. This aura was actually not strong, but the faintly discernible majesty suppressed his power. It was as if he had met his natural enemy. This caused him great pain. At this time, Su Yan's strength was still rising. His gaze was as sharp as a sword, and his terrifying power seemed to be able to pierce through everything. The two continued to fight under such circumstances. The 9-headed demon snake immediately retracted all 9 of its heads to resist the extremely violent and terrifying attack power. However, he still knew in his heart that this could not go on. Su Yan was truly a freak. After such a long time, his attacks had not weakened at all. Instead, they had become even more powerful. Most of the human beings, even those in the Tao Master realm, could not accumulate as much power as demons. This was something that was determined by nature, but Su Yan in front of him had obviously broken this law. His power could only be described as heaven-defying. Such a violent power was constantly rising, and the terrifying aura was constantly changing. At this moment, everything had been played to the peak. Now, the nine-headed demon snake felt that he was the weak human being, and his opponent was the real terrifying monster. I can't go on like this, otherwise, I will really capsize today. His eyes trembled, and he finally decided that it was time for him to make some changes. If he continued to passively defend, not only would he not be able to turn the situation around, but it would also make his situation more dangerous. At this time, his 9 heads directly lifted up high. A frightening roar sounded, "Saint of 9 spirits, Hui Yao." In an instant, the most terrifying light appeared in each head, and such a power rose, and 9 huge holes appeared in the sky. Inside each hole, there was an extremely powerful and terrifying radiance that constantly rotated. All the power was gathered here, fusing all the power together. At this time, Su Yan's power directly broke out. At this moment, it reached a new peak. However, he stopped the power, because he felt danger. In the 9 holes, there seemed to be a pair of eyes looking at him. Although it seemed ridiculous to think about it, the terrifying feeling made Su Yan dare not be careless and relax. At this time, his aura was already rising, and the violent power at this time was constantly condensing and attacking, and directly reached the peak. At that moment, heaven, earth, sun, and moon had completely disappeared. The 9 holes seemed to have become the brightest sun and moon between heaven and earth. Saint of 9 spirits? What is that? The means of this old demon are indeed endless. At this moment, the Taiji sword appeared, and the power of the Taishang increased. Immediately, a figure appeared behind Su Yan. It was a giant demon, and it was extremely terrifying. The giant demon's shadow was extremely majestic, and the 9-headed demon snake's body was already terrifying enough. However, compared to Jinner's shadow, it was still a far cry. I'd like to see how powerful your Saint of 9 spirits Hui Yao is. Su Yan's power took a step forward, and the sword light flashed directly, as if it was going to reappear and open up a new chaos for this world. Both of these had been deduced to the extreme by the law of power. When the 9-headed demon snake saw the giant demon shadow, it was shocked. It was not clear whether this demon shadow was a real existence in the past. If so, it was simply too terrifying. Not to mention the 9-headed demon snake, even Su Yan himself was a little shocked in his heart. Because at this point in the battle, this was the first time he found that he could summon such a terrifying demon shadow. The horror of this demon shadow was simply beyond Su Yan's understanding. Within this demon shadow, there were too many auras. The aura of the great demon dragon, the great demon heavenly lord, and the like, all merged together. He finally understood that this was a new change of power he had obtained after the cold land of the extreme north. Such power was a completely new domain. For Su Yan, this was a huge advantage. At this time, he directly rushed into the sky with this terrifying majesty. The 9 holes were extremely terrifying. If he was allowed to fully condense his power, then the 9-headed demon snake might be able to turn defeat into victory and suppress his own power. However, no matter what, Su Yan could not accept such a thing happening. Therefore, at this moment, his power began to condense directly, and that terrifying power began to change continuously. The powerful aura was constantly condensing. At this time, a light suddenly appeared in the giant demon shadow's hand, and that light directly turned into a giant sword. The light sword looked exactly the same as the Taiji sword, and the giant demon shadow seemed to be able to break the sky. Finally, it directly rushed into the terrifying power. At this moment, endless lightning danced wildly, and the extremely powerful power was constantly changing at this time. In the world, the most terrifying aura seemed to have condensed in this place. The light sword in the demon shadow's hand directly went against the sky and rushed into the black hole. Su Yan's power took another step forward, and his power was displayed to the extreme at this moment. At this time, the world began to change directly. At this time, the aura was simply so powerful that it was endless. Under such power, it seemed that the world had begun to sink. At this time, a shadow suddenly appeared in Su Yan's eyes. It was a terrifying demon shadow. The demon shadow was not the one behind him, but the shadow in the 9 holes. Behind the 9 holes, there seemed to be an endless void. Kill! However, at this time, he couldn't care less. At this time, a powerful force directly rushed up, and that force finally broke out completely. The light sword in the demon shadow's hand directly exploded. Countless rays of light rose up in defiance of the heavens and rushed toward the 9 holes. At this time, the power in the 9 holes seemed to have condensed to the extreme, and an extremely unimaginable light finally completely fell. Such power was extremely powerful, and it was even more terrifying than the previous energy field. The power spread slowly, and the terrifying aura at this time was constantly changing. Outside the 5 counties, a space crack was forcibly torn open. This space crack was not exaggerated, and it was only a little more than a meter long. However, this was already an extremely amazing power. It should be known that the space in the 5 counties was extremely heavy at this time, and it was so strong that even a Tao master like the 9-headed demon snake could not directly open it. However, at this time, the space crack was torn open. It was obvious that the power of the 2 sides had once again reached a new peak under this attack. The glory of the 9 spirits saint was blocked. The 9-headed demon snake could not imagine that such a blow of his was blocked. At this time, he no longer had any thoughts. He knew that he was no longer a match for Su Yan. If he continued to stay, he was afraid that he would leave his life here. At this time, Su Yan was still under the power of the glory of the 9 spirit saint, and it was the best time for him to leave. Chapter 11:13. Girls' Literature. His body suddenly headed towards the sea. At this time, the sky was full of extremely terrifying energy fields. That was not all. Su Yan's divine consciousness was always in the sky. If he left through the sky, he was afraid that Su Yan would be able to catch up. Therefore, he chose the sea as his escape route. As long as he could enter the sea, he would be able to leave directly. The 9-headed demon snake was good at controlling water. In fact, he was too careless. If this battle had been in the sea, he would not have ended up like this. This was because fighting in the sea would at least increase his strength by a little. Previously, he did not think much of it. He thought that with his strength, it would not be difficult to kill Su Yan, although it would not be easy. However, at this moment, he realized that he was wrong. Su Yan's strength was much stronger than he expected. Under the impact of such a terrifying force, he failed in the end. Of course, he also knew that Su Yan could not fight him in the water. He had been tricked by Su Yan from the beginning. His body sank into the sea. At this time, Su Yan also realized this. However, after realizing this, Su Yan did not make a move. Instead, he watched the 9-headed demon snake escape into the sea. "It should be about time," he said softly. After entering the sea, the 9-headed demon snake immediately headed towards the deep sea. However, at this moment, a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. No, the aura of my soul clone. As soon as he entered this place, he suddenly realized that the aura of his soul clone had almost dissipated, but he could still feel it. Previously, Su Yan directly attacked him, which made him ignore one thing. That was, someone was devouring his soul clone. His soul doppelganger naturally couldn't be compared to his actual strength, but to be able to devour it, that wasn't something an ordinary cat or dog could do. At this moment, an extremely powerful aura of a monster suddenly appeared. The 9-headed demon snake immediately felt a great threat. The aura was strong, but it was familiar. It was the feeling of being the same kind. At this moment, from the dark bottom of the sea, a light directly shot out. Damn it! It's the Ripping Sea Demonic Snake. The Ripping Sea Demonic Snake was an ancient xenogeniac. It had a very powerful bloodline. The same was true for the 9-headed demon snake. As the saying goes, a mountain cannot contain 2 tigers. Naturally, when two powerful demonic beasts got close to each other, they would not tolerate each other. It was the sea-rending demonic snake that devoured my soul clone. He would be an idiot if he didn't realize what was going on at this point in time. His soul clone had clearly been snatched away by Su Yan. However, it was now being devoured by the sea-splitting demonic snake. The relationship between the two was self-evident. Ha! Foolish nine-headed Yao snake. You dare oppose my great master? You have a death wish. The demonic sea-splitter snake unleashed a formidable aura. Earlier, Su Yan had utilized the power of very high to cover up his aura. Add to that the fact that Su Yan was constantly attacking the nine-headed snake, and the nine-headed snake had overlooked the demonic sea-break snake's existence. At this point in time, the appearance of the sea-splitting demonic snake was extremely frightening to the nine-headed demon snake. After the battle with Su Yan, the nine-headed demon snake had become extremely weak. Compared to when he was at his peak, the difference was simply too great. Originally, the sea-splitting demonic snake would not be a match for the nine-headed demon snake. However, after devouring the soul clone of the nine-headed demon snake, his strength had increased significantly. On the other hand, the nine-headed demon snake was in a weakened state. With this, the sea-splitting demonic snake immediately gained the upper hand. At this moment, his formidable aura was unleashed. That terrifying power was raised to the extreme. The violent power was so frightening at this moment. His gigantic body coiled around the nine-headed demon snake. Its appearance was too sudden and too fast. Even the nine-headed demon snake was suppressed by it in an instant. After coiling around the body of the nine-headed demon snake, the sea-splitting demonic snake opened his bloody mouth and bit down. The nine-headed demon snake was in extreme pain. At this moment, his other 8 heads also bit down on the sea-splitting demonic snake. However, at this moment, an extremely powerful and frightening aura suddenly appeared on the body of the sea-splitting demonic snake. It forced the 8 heads to retreat. Ha, you stupid reptile. Be obedient and become my food. He laughed arrogantly. At this time, the nine-headed demon snake said, Damn it. You are an ancient mutant. How could you call a human master? You are a disgrace to us. The nine-headed demon snake was furious. He did not understand. As an ancient mutant, did he not even have the least bit of pride? How could he call a lowly human master? Hiss, you can say whatever you want. I will not listen to the nonsense of a food. The sea-splitting demonic snake continued to bite. Although the nine-headed demon snake was restrained by him, he was still an ancient monster. His defense was extremely abnormal. For a moment, the sea-splitting demonic snake could not do anything to him. At this time, Su Yan's body appeared at the bottom of the sea. Su Yan's arrival made the sea-splitting demonic snake very happy. Master, help me. Help me. At this time, the nine-headed demon snake was panicking. In his current state, even the sea-splitting demonic snake could not defeat him. How could he be a match for the master and the servant? No, I can't let this go on. At this time, he knew that if he did not use some extreme method, he would not be able to escape today. Therefore, at this moment, he directly used his power. Then an aura appeared. Life-risking strike. At this time, his originally weakened aura suddenly began to surge. A terrifying radiance immediately illuminated the deep seabed. That terrifying aura directly climbed to the peak at this time. In the next moment, let go. Su Yan felt that something was wrong. He directly transmitted his order to the sea-splitting demonic snake. At this time, the sea-splitting demonic snake also felt that the power was very strong. At this time, that power was continuously brewing. If it exploded at this time, it would definitely cause an extremely terrifying killing power. Go to hell. The nine-headed demon snake directly rushed towards Su Yan. Of course, he would not give up his life to perish together with Su Yan. Instead, he paid the price of one of his heads to completely ignite his power in exchange for Su Yan to be severely injured. This was already an extremely terrifying method. Su Yan clearly knew that this was the nine-headed demon snake's escape method. At this time, he had no choice but to let this guy leave. Su Yan's body disappeared in an instant. The nine-headed demon snake felt that it was a pity that he could not severely injure Su Yan. But in the end, he survived. Damn human. When the great change of heaven and earth is completed and my strength is fully recovered, it will be the time of your death. He was full of hatred for Su Yan. He really wanted to directly tear Su Yan to pieces and then devour him bit by bit. But that would have to wait for the future. The only thing he could do now was to leave. Seeing the nine-headed demon snake leave, Su Yan could only helplessly watch. After all, he was not a god. He was only a three essences supremacy. His current battle strength was already extremely heaven-defying. Damn it, Master. We actually let that reptile escape. That damn and ugly reptile. The sea-splitting demonic snake was still roaring unwillingly. If he could keep the nine-headed demon snake and let him devour it, his strength would definitely increase greatly. Su Yan looked at the snarling sea-splitting demonic snake and felt helpless. You're acting like you're not a reptile. Alright, it's not bad to be able to beat him back. At least I know their approximate strength. Also, you've benefited a lot. Su Yan said calmly. No matter what, they had profited from this battle. The sea-splitting demonic snake had devoured his soul doppelganger, and his strength had increased by another level. Su Yan's strength had increased a lot through the battle with the nine-headed demon snake. At the very least, he had a new understanding of his own strength. For the current Su Yan, as long as he could survive every battle, he would have a new breakthrough. For example, the terrifying demonic shadow at this moment. Even Su Yan himself did not know what kind of existence this demonic shadow was, or what secrets it had. However, he knew that the demonic shadow this time was extremely powerful. As long as he could perfect this demonic shadow in the future, it would definitely become a killing move against his enemies. Alright, Master. Next time there's something good like this, please remember to call me. After saying that, the sea-splitting demonic snake continued to dive into the deep sea. He could not enter the Five Counties continent at will because Su Yan's exalted power could not protect him. However, he could move around the deep sea and support Su Yan at any time. Su Yan said, Alright, you go down first. By the way, pay attention to your surroundings. See if there are any major changes. At this moment, Su Yan had returned to the surface of the sea. After the battle, the sea returned to its calm state, as if nothing had happened. The first battle with the ancient demon god temple. Su Yan had devoured that memory, so he deeply understood how terrifying the ancient demon god temple was. He knew that the nine-headed demon snake was only one of the Tao masters, and there might be other powerful beings like the nine supremes in the ancient demon god temple. Su Yan did not know how powerful and terrifying they were. He only knew that he did not have much time. Therefore, he had to make himself stronger. Of course, there were many things that he did not understand. One of them was the person who took the Su family away and who was behind Sun Yan. Chapter 11:14. Girls' Literature. Su Yan tossed all these thoughts aside. At this moment, the sky had once again returned to its clear state. It was as if the great battle had never happened. Only Su Yan felt the immense pressure. The world seemed to be undergoing huge changes at every moment. And the existence of changes was bound to lead to chaos. Take the nine-headed demon snake as an example. He was a member of the ancient demon shrine. His strength was already so terrifying. If it were not for the fact that the world still had a suppressive effect on him, preventing him from completely opening the last 9 holes, even the demonic figure that Su Yan had condensed would have found it extremely difficult to destroy this power. This time, Su Yan had the advantage of time, place, and people. But what about the next time? The nine-headed demon snake's words were definitely not empty threats. If he recovered his strength, it was hard to say if Su Yan could still defeat him. At the very least, it was impossible for him to do so in his current state. Of course, there were no ifs in this world. At this moment, Su Yan was the victor, and that was enough. Su Yan had ended the battle, but he did not plan to return to the Heaven and Earth Organization. This was because the Heaven and Earth Organization was guarded by the Oriole, so there should not be any problems. After all, the Oriole was a sacred beast, a Tao master. Even if those ancient forces appeared, they would not be able to defeat him. If something happened, he would be able to contact him directly through the contract. Su Yan was going to the Taihang Sword faction's mine. Before he left, Xue Xingchuan had told him to take good care of it. Even though the Taihang Sword faction had sent a venerable from the Feng family, Su Yan was still worried. In the past, a venerable one would be enough to suppress the universe, let alone ensure one's safety. But at this point this might not be enough. If it was before he came to the 5 counties, he might have had other naive thoughts. However, at this point in time, he would definitely not have such thoughts. Since there was something strange in the mine, it was probably not a small matter. In fact, the Feng clan elder was already in a terrible fix. There was still no reply to the message he had sent to the Taixing Sword sect. Initially, he thought that a place like the 5 counties continent wouldn't have anything worth paying attention to. Furthermore, this was just a small mining area. He even felt that Xue Xingchuan had sent him here to avenge a personal grudge. But when he arrived here, he realized that this matter was far more serious than he had imagined. In this place, people died every day. By now, the mining operations in the mining area had completely stopped. However, there were still people dying every day. After he arrived here, he had entered the mining area. The Venerable One's spiritual will was already extremely powerful. However, he didn't find any clues at all. It was as if everything was supposed to be so peaceful. However, after he left, that formless existence started killing people again. At this time, he was finally furious, continuously waiting for several days. Even so, the deaths didn't stop. Finally, he had a chance to fight with that mysterious and powerful existence. That time, the Feng clan elder finally witnessed what happened. An extremely terrifying shadow appeared silently and directly appeared in front of a person. Then, it directly dragged that person to the ground. Now that he had finally seen the real culprit, how could he let that person leave so easily? At this moment, he gathered his strength and directly blasted out his most powerful force. However, the expected move to subdue the enemy didn't happen. Instead, an extremely powerful force directly appeared. The power that he had unleashed had actually been directly countered back at him. What shocked him even more was that this force was clearly his own, but when it was reflected back, this force was actually stronger than before. His entire body was directly sent flying. Fortunately, that existence seemed to have obtained its target and was satisfied, so it didn't continue to attack. After that day, everyone was even more anxious. Due to the situation back then, the Feng clan elder immediately decided to let everyone leave. However, at this time, something terrifying happened. An invisible barrier appeared around them, trapping everyone inside. Ordinary people couldn't even think about leaving. The Feng clan elder could forcefully break open the barrier and leave, but the absentee workers were all members of the Taihang Sword faction. He was there to protect them, so how could he abandon them and leave? He was an extremely responsible person, so he could only stay here every day to guard the place. Even so, the situation was getting worse by the day. It was even worse for the past few days. The monster seemed to have become unscrupulous. In the beginning, it was very afraid of the Feng clan elder, so it avoided him when it attacked. However, over the past few days, it had become unscrupulous. The Feng clan elder and the monster fought more and more often, and the ending became more and more miserable. There were even a few times when the monster had the chance to kill the Feng clan elder. At this time, the Feng clan elder immediately realized that the monster was deliberately keeping him alive. In other words, it was a form of confinement. The monster was using him to practice. The Feng clan elder felt very uncomfortable. He was a venerable one, but he was being treated like this by the monster. The Feng clan elder forced himself to suppress the uneasiness in his heart. In actuality, he should have called Su Yan here long ago, but the jade talisman that Su Yan gave him back then was crushed by the mysterious being. Damn it, the Feng clan elder cursed internally. He could feel that the monster's strength was becoming more terrifying, and it was feeding on the people's fear. If this went on, he would become the monster's food just like the absentee workers. The Feng clan elder had made his decision, which was to make one last attempt. If he was still no match for the mysterious being this time, he could only try to leave by force again. But when he thought of the image of so many absentee workers being directly devoured by this terrifying existence, he felt an extremely strong sense of self-reproach. At this moment, the ground began to shake. The Feng clan elder was shocked. Over the past few days, the monster had been torturing everyone as if it was playing hide-and-seek. However, every time he appeared, it was always silent. He had never caused such a huge commotion. However, it was different this time. It actually caused such a huge commotion. The Feng clan elder immediately thought of a possibility, which was that the monster might feel that the time was right, and that the Feng clan elder and the others no longer needed to exist. Therefore, it was time for him to harvest. Evil creature, do you really think that I'm afraid of you? The Feng clan elder directly soared into the sky. His sword burst out with dazzling sword chi at this moment. The sword chi turned into a huge sword and directly attacked the center of the shaking. That ray of light continued to flicker, displaying an extremely violent and terrifying power. Instead of letting the monster continue to torment him like this, it was better to directly force him out. That way, even if he died, he would be able to understand why he died. This was the Feng clan elder's thought at this moment. His power descended from the sky and directly bombarded the ground. Under the impact of such a powerful power, the ground shook even more horribly. Nevertheless, the shaking calmed down after a while. The Feng clan elder's power was extremely terrifying. Therefore, when people looked at the godlike Feng clan elder at this moment, hope emerged in their hearts. Perhaps that damned monster had already been killed by the Feng clan elder with that sword attack just now. Unfortunately, this was destined to be a beautiful hope. At this moment, someone suddenly cried out in alarm. "Elder, elder, be careful." At this moment, someone had already begun to shout. The Feng clan elder immediately disappeared on the spot. Then, he turned around and found that a pair of extremely terrifying eyes were looking at him at this moment. That gaze was so cold, but it was also filled with ridicule. At this moment, the Feng clan elder finally saw the true face of the opponent that had caused him so much headaches. It was a huge and ugly insect with extremely terrifying tentacles and blade-like claws. At this moment, strands of energy revolved around its body. Such an aura was simply boundlessly terrifying. This powerful and terrifying aura had already suppressed the Feng clan elder's own aura. At this moment, the Feng clan elder understood one thing, which was that he might have to die today. Sure enough, it was as he had guessed. This terrifying guy had finally waited for the right time to reap his life. "Bastard, this old man will let you know the price for toying with me like this." At this moment, the Feng clan elder knew that he had to go all out. Therefore, at this moment, he did not hesitate at all and immediately began to use his secret technique. The reason why secret techniques were called secret techniques was because they were powerful. Of course, they were also powerful because of the aftereffects. When the secret technique was used, the terrifying aftereffects were enough to cause his realm to decline directly. It could even burn his lifespan. However, it had already come to this point. Realm and lifespan were meaningless now. Right now, he only hoped that his death would be able to severely injure this damned thing and let it clearly know that he was definitely not to be trifled with. Even if he died, he would make it pay the price. After using the secret technique, the Feng clan elder's aura immediately soared. At this moment, the Taixing sword intent also erupted. The sword intent rose like the autumn wind, and it was chilling. As the sword slashed down, it was filled with an extremely dense and terrifying killing intent. It was also the determination to die. Chapter 11:15. Female literature. However, the Feng family's elder's sword did not have any effect in the end. The sword that he had bet everything on was easily dodged just like that. The terrifying and dense sword intent directly pierced through the terrifying monster. However, it was only an illusory figure. The terrifying monster actually disappeared in front of the Feng family's elder. It was so silent. What was even more terrifying was that it disappeared in front of the Feng family's elder. However, the Feng family's elder did not notice at all. How terrifying! Such a powerful and terrifying enemy made the Feng family's elder's heart turn cold bit by bit. However, at that moment, A huge force directly bombarded his back. A dignified venerable one was directly bombarded down like a rubber ball. Roar! The terrifying and ferocious insect let out an extremely ear-piercing and unpleasant sound as if it was declaring its joy. The Feng family's elder finally stabilized his body. At that moment, his injuries were already quite serious, and his breathing did not seem to be as smooth as before. Damn it, where did this monster come from? The Feng family's elder muttered to himself. Where did this terrifying existence come from? He was an elder of the Taihang sword faction and knew about many creatures in the endless world. He could definitely be considered an experienced and knowledgeable person. However, he had never heard of the monster that appeared in front of him. Where did such a terrifying monster come from? Even in ancient times, there seemed to be no such records. At that moment, the monster suddenly twisted its body. The Feng family's elder immediately became alert. That fellow's actions were unimaginable. Even with his powerful spiritual sense, he could not guess what it was doing. At that moment, it seemed like it was going to attack again. However, where would it appear? Would it appear behind him? Elder, save me. Just as he was thinking, a tragic cry was heard. That abominable monster actually rushed into the group of workers. Its terrifying tentacles directly wrapped around a few people at the same time. It seemed to be showing off to the Feng family's elder. After swaying its tentacles, it directly swallowed one of them into its stomach. How dare you, evil creature! The Feng family's elder was flustered and exasperated. His sword chi appeared again. This time, it was no longer a powerful sword chi. Instead, it was divided into 10 streaks of sword chi. 10 streaks of sword chi surrounded the monster and trapped it in the middle. At this moment, the extremely powerful and terrifying power erupted with the most dazzling radiance. After the sword chi trapped the monster, he moved like lightning and immediately rushed in front of the monster. Scram! In the end, he still wanted to protect these people, so he swung his sword at the tentacle. His sword was neither a divine sword nor a sacred sword. However, it was already one of the most famous swords in the Taihang sword faction. Its sharpness was unparalleled. Clang! A loud sound rang out. It was as if his sword had struck an incomparably hard steel. At this time, that terrifying power directly rebounded, and the real elder's arm began to feel numb. How could this be? He found it hard to believe that his sword had no effect at all. How could he not be frightened by such power? However, even at this point, he didn't think of retreating. He took another step forward, and his aura rose again. Then a thought came down directly at this moment. That ray of light was like a meteor. Taihang sword fighting art. At this time, he had already used a secret technique. Under such circumstances, the Taihang sword fighting art had an unimaginably powerful force. Such a strike was already extremely terrifying. The violent power boiled, and a powerful aura rose directly, like the most dazzling radiance between heaven and earth. This was the last attack of the Feng family elder. Under the influence of his anger and his will, he forced his aura to the extreme, and then burst out with this attack. This was his last strength. If this attack didn't succeed, then he really wouldn't have any more chances. Go to hell! He directly rushed out with a ray of sword chi. However, the moment his sword chi burst out to the strongest, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. Oh no, it's the power of space. At this time, he finally understood how this guy could disappear so easily and evade his divine consciousness. It was the power of space. He had overlooked this point from the beginning. In his opinion, the spatial barrier of this continent was so strong that he couldn't pass through it himself. Therefore, he naturally thought that others couldn't as well. Even if it was that damned strange insect, he didn't think in this direction. This was because he did not sense any interspatial fluctuation at all. At this moment, he finally understood that everything was because the strange insect's ability was too fearsome. It seemed to be able to directly pass through space with an extremely small movement. At the same time, it did all of this without causing any ripples in space. If it wasn't for the pressure of his sword, which made the giant worm feel enough danger and hurriedly use its power, he was afraid that he wouldn't have been able to sense it this time. In the end, he wouldn't even know how he died. Having said that, although he understood this, it was too late for him to change his sword intent at this time. The Feng family elder's attack clearly made the monster lose its mood to play around. As soon as it raised its peculiar sickle-like claws, it slashed down hard again. Such an attack could be considered heaven-defying. A pitch-black path mark appeared. If the attack landed, even a venerable one would be slashed in half. Is it dead? I've worked hard all my life to cultivate to this boundary, but I'm going to die in the hands of a monster like this. I'm really unwilling to accept this, the Feng family elder thought. Despite that, the monster's sharp claws did not land on him in the end. A light that was even more fearsome than his flashed and disappeared. Following that, his sharp claws were directly cut off. All of this happened too quickly. That ray of light appeared out of nowhere. The Feng family elder didn't even have time to see it clearly before that powerful and terrifying claw was destroyed. He had experienced how powerful the sharp claws were. Even his famed sword could not shake it at all. Now, not only was the sharp claws sent flying, but they were also directly crushed. What kind of terrifying power was that? What kind of person could do this? It's actually a void insect. A young voice was heard by the Feng family elder. When he looked closely, he finally saw who it was. Su Yan. At this moment, he suddenly felt the joy of surviving a disaster. Su Yan had appeared. In the beginning, the Feng family elder did not think much of Su Yan. However, after the battle at sea, he knew that he was no match for Su Yan. Now that Su Yan had appeared, the Feng family elder immediately felt like he had seen his faith. Su Yan, be careful of this fella. He's very strange. He can use the power of space at will, the Feng family elder warned. He had suffered a lot because of that fella, so he had to warn Su Yan in advance. Su Yan said, "That's a void insect. Even if the space in the 5 counties is heavy, it can still move freely. There's nothing strange about that," he said very calmly. The Feng family elder had never been to the void outside the realm, so he did not have a clear understanding of void insects. However, Su Yan had fought in the void before. The sea-splitting demonic snake had even devoured a void insect. Void creatures were very powerful and troublesome creatures. The environment they lived in could be said to be the worst. In the vast void, there were too many unknown dangers. Therefore, those that could survive in such an illusion were naturally very powerful. They also derived all kinds of strange abilities, such as void flame, spatial flash, and so on. The void insect in front of him clearly had the ability to travel through space. In fact, in terms of real combat power, the Feng family elder was not inferior to him. However, this void insect was too cunning. From the beginning, it did not fight the Feng family elder head-on. Instead, it used its mysterious spatial ability to continuously consume the Feng family elder's power. At the same time, it kept devouring life energy and using it to strengthen itself. "Don't worry, I'm here. It can't run away." Su Yan's gaze had been locked onto this big fella's body, and his spiritual will had unknowingly spread out. No matter how powerful the void insect was, it was impossible for it to break through Su Yan's power field unless it was stronger than Su Yan. If that was the case, the one who needed to escape would not be the Feng family elder, but Su Yan himself. A void creature. I really didn't expect there to be a void creature in the 5 counties continents. Su Yan's body flashed and he appeared in front of the giant worm. He was also using the spatial flicker technique. However, his power was much stronger than the strange insect's. His aura directly pressed down, and a bright sword light flashed directly at this moment. It was also sword chi, but Su Yan's sword chi was completely different from the Feng family elders. As soon as his sword appeared, the space around him suddenly became densely packed, like a spiderweb. That terrifying power erupted at this moment and immediately engulfed him. The void insect was terrified. In fact, it knew that things were not good the moment it saw Su Yan and immediately wanted to escape. However, it was already too late. Its spatial ability, which it thought was powerful, was completely useless in front of Su Yan. Under Su Yan's power, it could not even move its position, let alone escape. Su Yan's sword directly landed on its body. Chapter 11:16. Girls' Literature. Su Yan did not just casually swing his sword. Instead, he controlled his strength very well. When the sword fell, the outer layer of the void worm's shell was directly cut apart, but he was still talking. After the shell was shattered, the void worm let out an extremely painful howl. However, no matter how hard he struggled, it was in vain. Under Su Yan's powerful strength, he could not break free from Su Yan's power at all. Sure enough, Su Yan grabbed the void worm with his hand and pressed it down. Light shot out from the power. A crystal appeared. It was a space crystal. This was an extremely rare crystal. Although the spatial energy contained in it was not huge, it was extremely pure. Even a Tao master would covet this space crystal. However, at this moment, a force appeared out of thin air and directly slashed towards Su Yan's body. It was a sharp scythe. The moment the terrifying aura appeared, it was enough to make people despair. At this moment, the Feng family elder did not even have time to react. However, Su Yan smiled faintly and said, "Is that so?" He did not stop his actions. Instead, he directly took the space crystal. The terrifying sickle directly slashed Su Yan's body. No, to be precise, the power stopped 1 foot away from Su Yan's body. Su Yan just looked at him like that, appearing quiet and steady. At this moment, Su Yan's power was running naturally outside his body. To put it bluntly, even if he was asleep, the protective power outside his body was extremely powerful and terrifying. It was impossible for an ordinary expert to hurt him at all. Sure enough, you're the real void worm behind this. What I killed was just a small worm split from your space crystal. Interesting, really interesting. Su Yan turned around and directly grabbed his hand. Driven by this power, that powerful aura continued to vibrate. Eventually, a huge hole appeared. You're actually hiding in the space crack. As expected of a void worm. This ability is really amazing. He once again ran his power. The powerful force changed and turned into chains that bound the huge void worm. Su Yan had already noticed this when he appeared. He knew very well that the truly powerful void worms were extremely terrifying, especially the void behemoths that could travel to the boundless world. The void worm from before was far less capable than this. Therefore, he guessed that these void worms were not the original generation, but the later generation that had been bred. It was also due to this reason that he didn't kill the insect right away. Instead, he only slashed its shell. Then he shattered all the power. In this way, the original generation would definitely be able to sense when the later generation was about to die. If the void worm really wanted to hide, it would be an extremely troublesome matter. Unless Su Yan could become a true Tao master and improve his spirit consciousness again to the point where he could control the world with a single thought, he would not be able to see this clearly. Since Su Yan already knew this, there was no way he would let the void worm continue to evade him. That was why he did this. For the mother worm of the void worm, its offspring were extremely important. Of course, this was not to say that the mother's affection for her son was deep, but because its offspring were in existence that provided it with energy. Su Yan had gone to the Divine Demon Island to learn about this. Generally speaking, the meaning of the void worm's existence was to pursue itself. This powerful and strange race would never have the thought of reproducing. Everything they did was for their own sake. Only when their main body was severely injured would they give birth to their own offspring, allowing their offspring to search for energy for themselves. Benefiting from that understanding, Su Yan directly deduced this point. Therefore, he immediately came to this conclusion. The space crystal condensed from the body of the previous void worm was actually extremely precious. However, compared to the real mother worm, it was still far too inferior. Su Yan's power burst out, and the power directly flowed into the void worm's body. All the aura constantly emerged at this time, and the energy chains became real at this time. The void worm had already sensed great danger at this time, and its huge body began to struggle at this time. The power of the void worm mother was very strong. At this level, its strength was probably comparable to that of the Dragon Clan. If it was an ordinary human, even if they were already a Tao master, they would not be able to compare with it in terms of strength. However, It was a pity that it was facing Su Yan. Su Yan was the real monster. His strength was terrifyingly powerful, and his strength had reached a terrifying level. When his power was fully unleashed, the Void Worm Queen was dragged back even though she was struggling so hard. The violent aura spread little by little at this time. Then, the aura spread and began to turn into the power of space, and the power of space spread out. Su Yan immediately knew that the huge Void Worm Mother wanted to draw its body closer to the space crack. It already knew that Su Yan was not to be trifled with, so it immediately retreated. After all, it was not in its complete form at this time. Su Yan did not know what the situation was, but he was very sure that the Void Worm was in a weakened state. This was the time to kill it while it was weak. At this time, his power directly spread out, and at the same time, the power of the Law of Ice also spread out. As soon as the power of the Law of Ice appeared, it immediately froze everything around it. Under Su Yan's control, the Law of Ice turned into an immutable ice. It was so strong that even the power of the space crack was frozen directly. After the space crack was frozen, the huge Void Worm Mother tried its best to break free, but Su Yan would not give it the chance. Su Yan's power directly erupted at this time, and the violent power turned into a storm and severely imprisoned it. The power of the ice became stronger and stronger, and the space around it was completely isolated. At this time, the Feng family elder was watching the battle between Su Yan and the terrifying Void Worm. He was even more in awe of Su Yan. When he saw Su Yan, it was as if he saw Zhang Zhe, the leader of the Taihang sword faction. How did he cultivate? How did he reach this level? He felt that it was unbelievable. When Su Yan first appeared in the Taihang sword faction, he was just a little guy who was not bad. When the great ancestor of the Shui family pushed him out, many people thought that the great ancestor of the Shui family had become muddle-headed. However, at this time, they finally realized how wise the great ancestor of the Shui family was. He had seen through everything before. Feng Yuhai and Wang Baichuan, who were both famous alongside Su Yan back then, had improved their strength at an amazing rate. They could also be considered outstanding. Even in the history of the Taihang sword faction, they could be ranked in the top 10 or even higher. Moreover, they had worked very hard in their cultivation. At this time, they had reached the peak of the Dragon Realm and could become venerables at any time. It was already very impressive for them to become venerables at such a young age. But what about Su Yan? At this time, the great ancestor of the Shui family did not know what realm Su Yan had reached. He was too terrifying and frightening. He could clearly see Su Yan fighting, but he could not sense Su Yan's aura. He was a venerable after all, so he knew that this was because he had comprehended the power of space to an extreme level and could isolate space. In other words, Su Yan was on a different level from them at this time. Such a battle was truly shocking. This was a battle between venerables. Su Yan had become a venerable at such a young age. Shui Xingchuan was recognized as a genius in the history of the Taihang sword faction. However, even such a brilliant genius had only become a Dao venerate not long ago. Su Yan did not know what the great ancestor of the Feng family was thinking. Even if he knew, he would not care. In fact, this was also a very natural thing. At different levels, the things that they thought of were naturally different. The great ancestor of the Feng family found it inconceivable, but in Su Yan's opinion, it was far from enough. It was because he clearly knew that his opponents were all extremely powerful and terrifying. Dao Venerable was just the beginning. After that, there were Sovereign Venerables and even Saint Venerables. Not long ago, he also knew about the 5 Great Lords. With regards to the existence of the 5 Great Sovereigns, Su Yan was still unable to understand what level of strength they possessed. He would not compare himself with his peers because it was meaningless. When you were fighting, your enemy would never show mercy to you because of your age. Fighting was to see each other's strength and means. If one's means were not as good as others, then only death would await. Just like now, the battle between Su Yan and the Void Worm Queen. The Void Worm Queen had existed for an unknown period of time. If Su Yan wanted to talk to him about this, then there was no need to say more. The Void Worm Queen's time might not even be a fraction of the Void Worm Queen's time. But now, Su Yan was suppressing the Void Worm Queen. You're the Void Worm Queen. Since you've already appeared here, then why are you still struggling? Humph, just obediently let me seal you. At this time, Su Yan had already made up his mind. His power spread out again. The power of the three great laws directly turned into a sharp sword at this time, ruthlessly piercing the Void Worm Queen's body. At the same time, the demonic shadow behind Su Yan appeared again. Chapter 1117. Female Literature. The strength of the Void Worm Queen was extremely powerful. Even at this stage, when Su Yan's three swords of law pierced into its body, its huge body still supported it, allowing it to resist with all its might. Therefore, at this time, Su Yan directly summoned the Devil Shadow. The power of Su Yan's Devil Shadow was extremely powerful. When he was fighting against the nine-headed demon snake previously, he had already displayed an extremely terrifying majesty. That was the first time the Devil Shadow appeared, and it had already displayed an extremely violent power. At this time, Su Yan used it again. Unlike the previous time, the Devil Shadow appeared when Su Yan was completely unprepared. At that time, Su Yan kept increasing his strength and finally summoned this terrifying shadow directly. However, it was different now. After experiencing it once, Su Yan had a better understanding of the control of his own strength. Therefore, the moment his strength erupted, a powerful and blazing light directly rushed out. That power directly exploded in the air. At this time, the power of the Devil Shadow had already reached the purest level. His power directly erupted, and the Void Worm Queen was immediately dragged up. It should be known that not only was the Void Worm Queen's strength extremely terrifying and tyrannical, but at this time, its body was already connected with the half-void space, like the roots of a big tree, directly piercing into the space. Such a terrifying power was almost unimaginable. However, Su Yan's Devil Shadow was actually able to drag the Void Worm Queen in such a state. What kind of terrifying power was this? Su Yan's physical strength was already terrifying, and the Devil Shadow could directly expand his unparalleled strength. After Su Yan's terrifying strength was expanded, how terrifying would the power that erupted be? It could be understood just by imagining it. At this time, the body of the Void Worm Queen was being pulled over bit by bit. This was an extremely difficult battle. The strength of the Void Worm Queen was truly terrifying. Its spatial energy was extremely terrifying. The invisible spatial foot had already taken root in the ground. Even so, Su Yan was still able to suppress him. Void Queen, you still want to struggle at this point? That's impossible. You're destined to never escape from my grasp. Come here. Su Yan's strength increased once again. The appearance of the Void Worm Queen was definitely a godsend for Su Yan. One of the most special reasons why Dao Masters were so powerful was that they could travel through space at will. This was his mastery of the law of space. This was completely different from ordinary venerables who could temporarily break through space. A Tao Master was so terrifying that he could build a space door. As long as he was strong enough, he would be able to build a huge spatial door and travel through an infinite distance in an instant. It was extremely difficult to truly grasp the power of space. Even with Su Yan's current strength, it was not easy for him to do so. It was also because of this that he was inexplicably overjoyed at this time. The comprehension of the law of space was definitely not a simple matter. If he followed the prescribed order, he did not know how long it would take. However, there was always a glimmer of hope in everything between heaven and earth. For example, the Void Worm Queen was Su Yan's opportunity at this moment. Su Yan wanted to capture the Void Worm Queen directly and then suppress it with his enormous strength. Then he would obtain the Void Crystal from its body. The Void Crystal was not something that the tiny Void Worm could compare to. Who knew how powerful the power within it was? If Su Yan could completely absorb the Void Crystal, his strength would definitely soar to a whole new level. At this moment, he had already exerted all his strength. The aura that erupted after the Devil Shadow unfolded was simply terrifying. That berserk energy contained a terrifying might that could destroy everything. The Void Worm Queen's struggle became even more intense because it already knew that its life was in danger at this time. The Void Worm Queen treasured its life the most. At this time, it naturally erupted with all its strength to break free from Su Yan's imprisonment. Unfortunately, Su Yan would not give it a plan at all. Su Yan wanted to obtain its void crystal, which was the key to his cultivation. This was also a heaven-sent opportunity. If he did not take it, he would really be letting himself down. His aura was constantly revolving, and the terrifying power had already reached an extreme point at this time. The powerful aura rose at this time as if it was the boundless majesty of a god. In fact, the stalemate at this time was extremely advantageous to Su Yan. This was not only a contest of strength, but also the most important thing, which was Su Yan's 3 swords of law. After the 3 swords of law erupted at this time, the terrifying destructive power was almost unimaginable. Therefore, the power was concentrated in one point at this time. The brilliance between heaven and earth was constantly attacking at this time. The nomological laws were the embodiment of the power of heaven and earth. The domineering power of the Shura flame was displayed incisively and vividly at this time. The terrifying flame caused a ton of destructive power at this time. The unimaginable power was constantly attacking at this time, almost annihilating everything. Su Yan's power was constantly increasing at this time, and the light in his eyes began to change at this time. It was an unimaginable and terrifying light, and it was also a strong will that he was determined to obtain. As time passed, the power of his nomological swords became greater and greater. The terrifying power had almost reached an extreme point at this time, and the body of the Void Worm had begun to be divided bit by bit. Hiss. The Void Worm was constantly making strange hissing sounds at this time, as if it was in extreme pain. However, there was also a strange rhythm in it. Under such power, Su Yan's whole body seemed to be going into a deep sleep. It's actually a mental attack. I really didn't expect that apart from the control of space, you actually have such a terrifying technique. At this time, Su Yan was also shocked. He already knew that the ability of the Void Worm was extremely strange. Most of the void creatures were like this. However, today he finally witnessed the horror of the Void Worm. This mental power directly penetrated his sea of consciousness and attacked Su Yan's mind. It was an extremely terrifying hypnotic technique. Even someone as powerful as Su Yan felt drowsy at this time. More importantly, Su Yan did not have much resistance to all of this at this time. Usually, when those powerful mental attacks entered his sea of consciousness, the green lotus and bright moon anomalies in Su Yan's sea of consciousness would erupt with extremely dazzling light. Then, it would directly destroy the mental power. However, this time, Su Yan's 2 anomalies did not have any reaction to Ive's mental attack, as if they did not feel any changes at all. How could Su Yan not be shocked by such a change? Grand Soul Suppressor. At this moment, Su Yan immediately roared angrily and activated the Grand Sword Soul. The Grand Sword Soul in his sea of consciousness immediately erupted with awe-inspiring majesty. The Taishang Sword Soul was like a great monarch. The moment his power was activated and burst out, that terrifying aura directly turned into an endless abyss. The Void Worm Mother's consciousness was directly devoured just like that. At this moment, Su Yan wiped his sweat. The power of that consciousness was really terrifying. If he hadn't suddenly burst out with such a mysterious power, he might have really been hit by it at this time. At this moment, since the power that invaded his sea of consciousness had been dealt with, Su Yan did not have any worries at this time. He snorted coldly. "Damn worm, you're really quite capable. Nomological sword, annihilation." He roared angrily. At this moment, the power immediately turned into endless ripples. The ripples were like water ripples that immediately spread to the surroundings. Su Yan's aura rose again. At this time, his power had turned into the most mysterious chain. The chain entangled with the Void Worm's spatial feet and then pulled out the power bit by bit. In order to capture this Void Worm, the most important thing was to directly cut off the connection between it and the void. If this could not be done, it would be extremely dangerous and terrifying. This powerful Void Worm might directly erupt with the most terrifying power in an instant and then launch a fatal attack. After all, Its ability to devour the power of space was really unfathomable. Even Su Yan might not necessarily be able to predict when it would unleash such an attack. At this moment, Su Yan's power rose again. He now had a huge advantage, but this was still not enough for Su Yan. This was far from what he needed. What he needed was a situation that could determine the outcome of the battle. At this time, his power directly suppressed the void worm, and the terrifying aura rose again. Feeling Su Yan's determination, the power of the demonic shadow also erupted at this time. At this moment, a violent force was about to burst out. His aura had reached the peak at this time. That kind of power was simply earth-shattering. All the power in front of it was so fragile. The spatial feet were finally cut off bit by bit, and the extremely powerful aura reached the peak at this time. Su Yan's body suddenly swayed and directly went toward the Void Worm Queen. "Your time is up. Die." The demonic shadow was still suppressing the Void Worm Queen, but Su Yan's real body directly entered the Void Worm Queen's body at this time. Chapter 11:18. Female Literature. Previously, Su Yan had gradually determined the core of the Void Worm Queen after exchanging blows with it. He knew where the weakness of the Void Worm Queen was. No matter how powerful he was, it was extremely difficult for him to kill the Void Worm Queen in a short period of time. Su Yan did not dare to continue fighting with it because Su Yan had already felt the repulsive force of the space. The Void Worm Queen was constantly absorbing the power of the space. At this point, it had even caused the space to become unbalanced. If this continued, the power of the space would not be able to support it. In other words, the surrounding power would directly collapse. How terrifying would that be? The power of the entire space would directly collapse, and everything would be turned into fine powder. Su Yan could certainly escape, but the terrible consequences of the space shattering would be enough to kill everyone around. This was only one of the consequences. The more serious one was that the void hole would definitely continue to expand. When that time came, everything would be completely destroyed. The 5 prefectures would also be affected. All in all, it was an extremely terrifying consequence. Su Yan did not want such a thing to happen, so he wanted to end this battle as soon as possible. The reason why the void beasts were called the enemies of the world was because of this. After they descended to a world, they always wanted to turn that world into a void and make it their hometown. Su Yan was extremely fast. In an instant, he directly rushed into the Void Worm Queen's body. Entering the Void Worm Queen's body was like entering a brand new space. The power of this place was extremely terrifying. The rays of light were constantly flowing, and the powerful and terrifying power had reached the most terrifying point. Is this the Void Worm Queen's body? Sure enough, it has the miraculous ability to seize the fortune of heaven and earth. At this time, Su Yan could not help but sigh. This was really an incredible place. It was clearly inside the body, but it was as if he had arrived at another space. The spatial queen worm didn't have any internal organs because to it, the spatial crystal was the foundation of its existence. Therefore, in this world, there were some creatures that humans could not even understand. For example, this void worm did not need meridians to transmit power to each other. The structure of his body was also completely different. Such a change was something Su Yan had never seen before. Su Yan carefully moved forward in his body. In such a place, it was actually very easy to get lost. If one couldn't grasp the rhythm, then they would completely fall into a loss and be unable to find themselves. This was where the Void Queen's strength lay. However, if Su Yan did not have absolute confidence, how would he dare to enter this place? At this time, Su Yan's power was directly displayed at this time. An extremely terrifying light suddenly burst out, and the intense light directly spread out. Law Power, Spatial Ice Seal. Su Yan's Law of Ice was suddenly activated, and the terrifying power of the ice seal spread out. When the power of the Law of Ice was strong to the extreme, it began to be able to seal space. The dense layers of space around Su Yan were directly frozen bit by bit. The ice spread directly, and the powerful force had reached an unimaginable level at this time. At this time, the Void Queen Worm immediately began to roar in pain. He felt that his body was being torn apart bit by bit. Even for someone as strong as him, this kind of pain was unimaginable. This kind of terrible pain had reached the point where he could not bear it. At this time, Su Yan took a step further and continuously activated his power. He had made up his mind to capture the void worm in one fell swoop. At this time, his power was constantly operating, and the violent aura had already filled the entire space. In fact, this space was inside the Void Queen Worm's body. In other words, the Void Queen Worm's body was already filled with extremely dangerous energy at this time. The law of ice filled his body and then sealed it in ice. No matter how inconceivable his body was, he could no longer struggle after being trapped by such power. No matter how exquisite his space force was, it was of no use. At this time, Su Yan's cleverness was demonstrated. He directly disintegrated the powerful power of the Void Queen Worm from the inside. Otherwise, if he directly chose to suppress the Void Queen Worm from the outside, even if Su Yan's power increased a little, it would still be difficult to capture and kill the Void Queen Worm. This was because when that time came, the Void Queen Worm's spatial power would be stacked and interlocked. If Su Yan was not paying attention, he might even be lost directly. This was not a joke. The Void Queen Worm did have such an ability. However, it was different now. Su Yan's move took the firewood from under the cauldron and directly froze the Void Queen Worm from the inside. How could the Void Queen Worm withstand such a violent power that directly exploded in its body? Under the impact of Su Yan's power, the Void Queen Worm's life aura finally began to weaken gradually. The Void Queen Worm was originally an extremely powerful void beast. Void beasts had been roaming in the void since ancient times and then devouring life. The Void Queen Worm came to the boundless world during the most turbulent era of the boundless world. During that era, the connection between the boundless world and the void was directly opened. Therefore, the demon race, the fire demon race, and many other strange races appeared. The arrival of void beasts was naturally extremely normal. Unfortunately, although the boundless world during that era was the most turbulent, it was also the time when there were the most powerhouses. As soon as the void beasts arrived, they were immediately killed by many powerhouses. The powerful void beasts became the prey of those powerhouses. There were even some powerhouses who directly set up traps and made the void beasts fall into the trap. This was actually how the Void Queen Worm fell into this world. Of course, its luck was not bad. Although it was tricked into this place, its powerful spatial ability allowed it to survive in the end. However, although it survived, it was also severely injured. In addition, at that time, the changes in the boundless world finally began. In particular, the Five Counties continent, which was known as the Boundless Battlefield, was cursed. Those powerful power nomological laws were directly sealed, and the spirit chi declined. The Void Queen Worm immediately entered a state similar to hibernation. For endless years, it had always been in a long and endless sleep. It was only in these years that the space began to change. The changes that had just begun were not enough for it to completely recover. Therefore, it gave birth to a descendant, which was the void worm that Su Yan had previously killed to collect energy for it. However, it was really unlucky. After it woke up, it originally thought that it could hunt to its heart's content, but it encountered Su Yan. Compared to the terrifying existence that had seriously injured it and almost killed it back then, Su Yan's strength was actually not worth mentioning. However, for the current it, Su Yan had the ability to kill it. In particular, Su Yan directly rushed into its body, which made it even more painful. At this point, it already felt that its life was finally beginning to come to an end. At this point, Su Yan had completely suppressed this guy. However, at this time, Su Yan did not dare to let down his guard. He knew in his heart how powerful this guy was. If he let down his guard at this time, even the slightest mistake could be directly turned around by this guy. At this moment, Su Yan spread out his divine thought completely. His purpose was very simple, which was to completely seal the space. For the Void Queen Worm, the power of space was its source of life. As long as it could come into contact with the power of space, it had a chance of not dying. However, now that Su Yan had directly sealed this power, it could no longer escape. Inside its body, it had been completely frozen by the law of ice. At this point, Su Yan once again displayed Law of Decay, Withering. At this time, the power of the Law of Decay was able to erode its life bit by bit. Time went by little, and in the end, the Void Queen Worm's vital signs finally disappeared completely. If the Void Queen Worm was in its heyday, even an Emperor Master might not be its opponent. After all, the power of space had always been one of the most powerful laws of power. However, now Su Yan had gained a great advantage. After the Void Worm Queen's death, he immediately sent his divine thought into the Void Crystal. This huge Void Crystal, compared to the previous one, had a much stronger power of space. If it had not been frozen by Su Yan's Law of Ice at this time, the Void Crystal might have disappeared immediately. The power of space was infinitely mysterious. Although the Void Queen Worm was extremely powerful, it was impossible for it to completely operate at will. Therefore, of course, Su Yan could not immediately turn himself into a Tao Master. But at least, after obtaining this power, Su Yan's control of space would improve again. His strength had improved a lot compared to before. If he could devour this Void Crystal, then not to mention his realm, just his combat strength alone would certainly improve. At that time, how terrifying would his strength be? To Su Yan, a Tao Master was probably no longer a threat. Even if it was a super expert like Xue Xingchuan, Su Yan would not have any fear. Because at this moment, Su Yan already had enough strength. Chapter 1119. Female Literature. In fact, Su Yan had always been like this. He had an extremely deep sense of crisis, and he deeply understood that if one did not consider the future, one would have immediate worries. If he only looked at what was in front of him and did not improve his cultivation, he would be the unlucky one. He would not let go of any opportunity to improve himself. At this moment, such a rare opportunity was presented. Since that was the case, he naturally could not miss it. At this moment, he was constantly urging his power to directly absorb the space crystal. He could not be careless when dealing with the space crystal. After all, if he was not careful, the space crystal would directly disappear into space and dissipate. These two powers were constantly changing at this moment, and their auras were constantly spreading. It was the space crystal's aura, which was constantly overlapping with Su Yan's aura. If he wanted to absorb the space crystal, he had to let the space crystal adapt to his aura, and he could not let it resist him at all. Otherwise, the space crystal might reject Su Yan. Even if Su Yan painstakingly absorbed it, it was impossible for him to completely merge his power with his own. If that happened, his efforts would have been in vain. At this moment, when the Feng family's elders saw Su Yan's current appearance, they immediately understood that Su Yan had finally won. This was truly an exceptionally thrilling battle, and of course, it was also an exciting battle. As Su Yan had already isolated the force field, he could not feel the terrifying aura. However, even if he only watched the scene just now, he knew that it was definitely not a domain that a venerable one like him could touch. At this moment, he already had a mentality similar to worship Su Yan. He did not understand what Su Yan was doing at this moment, but he knew that this was definitely an extremely important process. However, right at that moment, another aura suddenly appeared in the sky. After that aura appeared, it directly broke through the spatial barrier set up by Su Yan and directly charged toward where Su Yan was. Su Yan immediately sensed the change in this place. He suddenly turned his head, his eyes bursting with unimaginable anger. Scram! Clearly, this guy who suddenly appeared wanted to pluck Su Yan's fruit. How could Su Yan tolerate this? He had painstakingly defeated the Void Worm Queen and started to absorb the Void Crystal. But now, this guy appeared without saying a word and directly came to take the fruit. Wasn't this a little too arrogant? How could Su Yan watch the fruits of his labor be snatched away by someone else? In an instant, his power blasted out. He had used all of his strength in this attack, not holding back at all. The powerful power of laws directly turned into a sword of laws and blasted out again. Previously, the sword of laws had directly nailed the powerful and terrifying Void Worm Queen into the void. From this, it could be seen how powerful he was. The mysterious existence did not expect Su Yan's reaction to be so fast. His speed was already extremely terrifying. More importantly, his movements were completely silent. It was as if he was invisible. It was impossible for ordinary people to even discover him, let alone stop him. However, at this moment, Su Yan discovered him immediately. In the face of this power, he could not retreat at all, because once he did, he would be giving Su Yan time. He was a sneak attacker, and for such a person, his last chance would always be when he just attacked. If he did not seize this opportunity, it would only be more difficult for him the next time. This person was also an expert who was extremely good at space. Otherwise, he would definitely not be able to approach Su Yan so silently. Su Yan did not know the origin of this person, but the means that the other party displayed made Su Yan very apprehensive. His sword of laws finally clashed with the other party's sword. In an instant, the ripples in space flickered again, and the endless ripples began to spread bit by bit, causing the space that had just stabilized to become unstable again. After this attack, Su Yan did not attack again. Instead, he directly shouted, "Who are you?" In fact, there was no point in doing so because the other party would not care at all. Su Yan only wanted to buy a little bit of time for himself. However, to his surprise, this guy opened his mouth. His pronunciation was very strange, as if he could not speak his words clearly at all. To be more precise, this person's language was not the language of this era at all. Su Yan immediately determined that this person was also a person who had awakened from ancient times. Of course, this was not the main point. When this person attacked, it was as if he did not exist in this world. This kind of power was extremely exquisite. If Su Yan's supreme power had not happened to discover this person, Su Yan would have suffered a great loss this time. After this attack, the mysterious person's expression changed. Su Yan's strength surprised him. Just as Su Yan had guessed, he was indeed a person from ancient times who had just awakened. However, after awakening, he had experienced some things and understood that the strength of the modern people on the continent of the 5 counties had not increased after the continent was unsealed. Now, there was a gap in time. At this time, he should be extremely powerful. However, today he had met his match. Forbidden Space Annihilation. He had directly launched a sneak attack, but Su Yan had reacted hastily. Under this attack, he was still at a disadvantage. Therefore, at this time, he did not hesitate and attacked again. With this strike, the space around him began to crumble. Even Su Yan's eyes were filled with apprehension after seeing such power. He prepared to gather the power of the Taiji sword. After all, his own power needed to suppress the space crystal and merge with his body and absorb it. However, at this time, the mysterious person suddenly disappeared. He had completely disappeared, as if he had never appeared in the first place. This made Su Yan not know whether to laugh or cry. He now understood that the Forbidden Space Annihilation was extremely powerful, but in fact, it was just a facade. The so-called Forbidden Space Annihilation only looked and felt that way. It was a technique to use space. Even Su Yan had been deceived at the beginning. The mysterious person had seized the opportunity when he was about to be cautious and disappeared. However, since the mysterious person had retreated, Su Yan did not waste any more time. He increased his power and began to devour the space crystal. This incident made him even more aware of one thing, which was that this world was definitely not peaceful. You never knew when someone would suddenly appear and cause trouble for you. Only by becoming stronger could you ensure that nothing would go wrong. Otherwise, Su Yan's space crystal might have sunk into oblivion due to the previous attack. A powerful force burst out, and the violent and terrifying power began to devour the space crystal. As the power devoured the space crystal, waves of space power folded, and this place seemed to have formed a space power valley. Su Yan and the space crystal were the core of this valley. The power of the two was constantly shaking, and their auras were constantly increasing. Gradually, the unstable space finally calmed down. Su Yan's powerful strength finally began to gain the absolute upper hand. Although this power was terrifying, it finally began to be straightened out under the suppression of Su Yan's power. Su Yan knew that the most dangerous moment had passed. Now that he had subdued this spatial energy, the next step was to assimilate and fuse with it. However, at this time, the aura on the other side of the space crystal appeared again. It was that guy again. I'll kindly accept this space crystal. As soon as he appeared, he had already displayed incredible power. At this time, his purpose was very simple, and that was to steal the power of the space crystal. He couldn't beat Su Yan, so he naturally couldn't snatch it. Since that was the case, he would steal it. At this moment, Su Yan was also taken aback. He did not notice when this guy had arrived at this place. This was the first time that his spiritual sense didn't have any warning in advance. Emptiness hand. The man stretched out his palm, and an extremely strange power spread out at this time. This power directly passed through the space that Su Yan had just straightened out, and wanted to snatch the power of the space crystal in an instant. Get lost. Su Yan once again shouted these two words. A powerful force suppressed down again, wanting to kill this person directly. However, at this time, he laughed arrogantly. How can I, the son of Kong Kong, return empty-handed? If I do, won't the reputation of my Kong Kong sect be ruined? So what if you're strong? You still have to drink the water that I wash my feet with. At this time, his hand had already touched the space crystal. In his opinion, he was already the final victor. He admitted that Su Yan's strength was indeed extremely terrifying, but so what? In front of him, he was still defeated. However, at this time, his mood was indeed very good. That was a space crystal, and it was such a huge and pure space crystal. In fact, he had been wandering around this place for a long time because he found traces of the Void Worm Queen. However, he knew that he was no match for the Void Worm Queen, so he didn't make a move. Later on, when he saw that the Void Worm Queen was getting stronger and stronger, he already had the thought of leaving, but he didn't expect to encounter such a good thing today. Chapter 1120. Female Literature. The energy of this space crystal was too powerful. Even in his most prosperous era, he had never seen such a thing. He never thought that he would see it at this time. That great change in the world back then was simply too terrifying. The Kong Kong sect that he belonged to did not survive in the end. Those sects with a strong foundation, like the Buddha sect, had the ability to open up their own small worlds and isolate that place from the 5 counties. That was why they were not affected by the disaster. But their Kong Kong sect did not. In fact, the most important thing for a sect to be able to open up a small world was the space crystal. Those sects had powerful space energy, so powerful that it could form a small world. Unfortunately, when their Kong Kong sect was still in existence, they tried their best to obtain such a treasure. But they did not succeed. In the end, the sect was annihilated. But this was a miraculous fate. He never thought that after countless years, he would be able to see such a space crystal after he revived. The so-called Kong Kong sect was actually the Penniless Thief sect. It was a sect that developed the art of stealing to the extreme. The people of this sect came and went without a trace, and they had extremely powerful space talents. In that era, the existence of the Penniless Thief sect was also very famous. But that was a bad reputation. This group of people had madness in their bones. For example, the goal of others was to continuously become stronger and then to reach a higher realm so that they could achieve immortality. But they were different. Their goal was very simple, and that was to satisfy their cravings. How could they satisfy their cravings? It was very simple, and that was to steal. As long as they could steal what they wanted, it would be satisfying. Later on, their goal was difficult to achieve, and they would be more passionate about it. Back then, whether it was the righteous path or the demonic path, they did not like this sect. There was even a demon supremacy who personally wanted to destroy this sect. But unfortunately, the people of this sect were too cunning. In the end, that powerful demon supremacy did not even find the Penniless Thief sect's nest. It had to be said that this was the strength of their sect. If it were the other sovereigns, they would have been wiped out by the demon sovereign. However, it was a pity that such an interesting sect could not escape the punishment of the heavens and earth in the end. This also proved that no matter what, only one's own strength was the most reliable. If his strength was not enough, then when the great calamity arrived, he would eventually turn into ashes. Back then he, the son of emptiness, should have died as well. It was his senior brothers who placed all their hopes on him. Then they joined forces to use the success of time, causing him to fall into a deep slumber. That was the reason why he was able to live until today. Of course, it also had to be said that those senior brothers had entrusted him, the son of emptiness. Back then, Emptiness' ancestor had fallen in love with a woman from a powerful sect. However, that woman was simply too domineering. Even with Emptiness' ancestor's astonishing talent, he was no match for this woman. Back then, when he confessed to that woman, there was no need to say what happened to him. Other than being rejected, there was no other outcome. It really wasn't a big deal. Being rejected after confessing was a very normal thing in this world. However, it was definitely abnormal for something like this to happen to a super Chunibu like Emptiness' ancestor. This guy actually thought of a new goal, which was to steal. Of course, he was a thief and not a rapist, so naturally he would not think of stealing this woman's heart. All he wanted was to steal this extremely powerful woman's underwear. It had to be said that in this world, the only person who could have such a suicidal thought was Ancestor Emptiness. Back then, his senior brothers and master had given Emptiness' ancestor a goal before they died, which was to fulfill his senior brother's wish. Back then, Emptiness' ancestor felt that his motivation to live was really shameful. If it weren't for the fact that his senior brothers were already dead, he would really want to flip the table. Of course, he was extremely satisfied to be able to obtain such a spatial crystal at this time. Just as he was about to take the space crystal away and use it as a resource for his cultivation, he suddenly realized something. He didn't know if the person who made his senior brother so angry was still alive, but no matter what, his strength was the most important. If he wasn't strong enough, then he wouldn't be able to steal what he wanted. Perhaps he wouldn't even be able to see the other party. Haha, silly boy, remember my name. I'm Emptiness' ancestor. Thank you for your hospitality today. He was extremely pleased with himself. After all, his power had already enveloped the space crystal. Perhaps in the next moment, he would be able to achieve his goal. But in the next moment, his expression froze. This was because he realized that he couldn't move at all. It was not known what method Su Yan had used, but he had actually managed to seal this power. His expression instantly became very ugly. Damn it! What kind of trick did you use? His timing was almost perfect. He clearly had this power in his hands, but he hadn't expected such an unforeseen event to occur at this time. At this time, Su Yan directly sneered, "If I really let you come and go as you please, then what face do I have left?" His power burst out at this time, and that powerful light began to directly shroud the area. Seal of the Four Directions, suppress. Su Yan's power burst out directly. Then, a world descended directly at this moment. Seal of the Four Directions. The treasure of the Stupa sect, the Seal of the Four Directions. The Seal of the Four Directions had been suppressed by Su Yan all this time, because he already knew that the Stupa sect definitely didn't have good intentions towards him. However, his strength had increased greatly recently, and even the power of the Stupa heart had started to fuse with his body. In this way, he was bold because of his skills. At this time, he started to blood bond with the Seal of the Four Directions again. The Seal of the Four Directions was indeed a treasure of the Stupa sect, but this didn't mean that Su Yan couldn't erase the Stupa sect's imprint directly and then infuse his consciousness into it. If he was just an ordinary person, he naturally wouldn't be able to do this. However, one shouldn't forget that his power was the power of the supremacy. The power of the supremacy was best at infiltrating and analyzing. That was the true power that defied the heavens. It was also because of this that Su Yan dared to blood bond with the Seal of the Four Directions. Of course, he didn't spend all his effort on it. Instead, he separated a small part of his consciousness and slowly infiltrated it. In this way, over time, the Seal of the Four Directions would be completely infiltrated by him. Of course, the Seal of the Four Directions was far from reaching this stage, but this didn't matter. This was because Su Yan's understanding of the power of space had increased again. He was already confident that he could control a part of the power of the Seal of the Four Directions. The Seal of the Four Directions was actually a prototype of a space world, and it was also a collection of spaces. However, the potential of this space was too small, and it couldn't develop into something like the Stupa's secret territory. This was why the powerhouses of the Stupa sect had sacrificed it and turned it into a seal. They could use it to suppress many tyrannical existences in this world. At this time, Su Yen had his own plans. The seal of the Four Directions was such a powerful treasure. It would be too much of a pity if he really did not use it. Since that was the case, he would make this power his own. Therefore, after he devoured and absorbed the power of space, he wanted to directly implant the remains of the space crystal. The value of this space crystal wasn't because of its power of space, but because of the space crystal itself. This space core was actually the core of the Void Worm Queen, and it was equivalent to a human's heart. If Su Yen could successfully implant this thing into the seal of the Four Directions, it would be equivalent to finding a heart for the seal of the Four Directions. At this point, the heart of the space crystal was actually Aya. Back then, Su Yan's consciousness had entered the seal of the Four Directions. He had a good relationship with the weapon spirit Aya and the gang. However, the current Su Yen would no longer be constrained by these things. After all, a weapon spirit was only a weapon spirit. His consciousness was not his own consciousness. Instead, it was just a strand of his master's will that was forcefully implanted into his body. Such an existence was actually a tragedy. Therefore, Su Yen wouldn't give up on his plan just because of some feelings in the past. At this time, Son of Kongkong's sudden counterattack was indeed beyond his expectations. He didn't expect this guy to be so brave. At the most critical moment, he directly made a counterattack. This guy was indeed difficult to deal with. He had concealed his aura to an extreme extent. If it wasn't for the fact that Su Yan's powerful divine sense had discovered him right before he made his move, it was likely that he would have succeeded. However, it was a pity that before he could react, Su Yen had already made his move. Su Yan's power radiated out and activated the seal of the Four Directions. The seal of the Four Directions immediately formed a brand new space and imprisoned this power. In this way, that guy finally had no way to retreat. Son of Kong Kong? Interesting. Since you dared to attack me, you should be prepared. The power of the seal of the Four Directions rolled and directly sucked him in. Chapter 1121. Female Literature. Su Yen naturally wouldn't let this guy who was courting death go. In fact, after experiencing this battle, Su Yen had already seen that this guy's combat strength was actually not that strong. However, his control of his own aura and the power of space was terrifyingly strong. After all, up until now, there were not many people who could avoid his divine will so easily. Even a Dao master could not do it. When he fought with Fu Qing in the secret realm of the Pagoda sect, he was able to lock onto him in a very short time. Su Yan's divine thoughts were extremely strong, but he could not find him this time. This could only mean that this son of Kongkong's control of his own aura had completely surpassed the level of a Dao master. Although this sounded unbelievable, he was an anomaly himself, and his strength was extremely strong and terrifying. Therefore, it was not strange to meet another anomaly at this time. Son of Kong Kong exclaimed, "No, let me go, and we can still be friends. Otherwise, I will steal all your belongings. I'm warning you, I'm serious." Even at this time, he was still threatening Su Yen. This made Su Yan's eyebrows twitch. This guy was really a role model in courting death. However, this was no longer important. The power of the square seal swept over, and he was finally completely suppressed. And this was only the beginning. Su Yen displayed his power again. This time, his powerful aura completely swallowed the space crystal. Of course, he did not refine and absorb it directly. Son of Kongkong's behavior just now was a direct slap to his face. He was indeed too arrogant before. These few times, he had not lost every time he attacked. It seemed that this had already made his heart a little different and changed. Continuous victories would undoubtedly make one more undefeatable, but it would also easily make one arrogant and conceited. Su Yen had always been very strict with himself. He clearly knew what kind of person he wanted to be and how he wanted people to control him. After he collected the space crystal, Su Yen directly landed below. "Su Yen, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would already be dead." The elder thanked Su Yan. This was the second time that Su Yan had saved his life. Su Yan smiled and said, "Elder Feng, you don't have to be so polite. I, Su Yan, am also a member of the Taihang sword faction. This is what I should do. However, Elder Feng, I'm sure you already know that the 5 counties are very different from before. The spiritual qi here has awakened, and the danger level has greatly increased." The elder wryly smiled and said, "Yes, I already knew about this, so the moment I found out, I wrote a letter and used a secret method to pass this information to the sect. Perhaps it won't be long before the sect can respond." Su Yan nodded. The 5 counties and the continent of the 9 provinces had always been connected. However, because the 5 counties were sealed, the true experts wouldn't enter this continent. Therefore, this connection didn't seem to be very important. Even so, the various sects still made many arrangements in this place. For example, the Taihang sword faction had already occupied a mine on this continent. The other 10 sects were more or less the same. Now, the 5 counties were recovering. More importantly, it was impossible for the natives of the 5 counties to increase their strength in such a short period of time. Therefore, this was an excellent opportunity. It should be known that the 10 sects had already formed a relatively stable situation in the continent of the 9 provinces. They had already divided up all the territories. Of course, after the huge change in the Boundless Demon sect, the continent of the 9 provinces was once again in turmoil. They started to fight for territory. However, compared to the revival of the 5 counties, this was not worth mentioning. The revival of the 5 counties was very meaningful to them. If they could gain the upper hand here, it would be a huge boost to the strength of the sections. Since the Taihang sword faction could receive the news, the other sects would definitely be able to as well. At this time, a new round of fighting was about to begin. Su Yan naturally understood all of this in his heart. He also knew that he was unable to stop such a thing. Of course, he had never thought of stopping it. The weak were prey to the strong. This was the fundamental law of the world. For the 5 counties, the arrival of the people of the 9 provinces would be a heavier burden. However, there was no other way. After all, the strength of the people of the 9 provinces wasn't enough. If the strength of the people of the 9 provinces had reached a certain level, there would be no need to worry about this. However, this time, the people of the 9 provinces should be mentally prepared. After all, the natives of the 5 counties couldn't become strong in a short time. However, those who had awakened from the ancient times weren't easy to deal with. When that time came, there would be another round of fighting. However, fighting had always been the law of the world. If one day the fighting stopped, that would be really abnormal. Even when Su Yan was on Earth, which was known as the most civilized era, the fighting never stopped. Let alone in a world like this. Don't worry, I know. I've already told the sect master about the situation here. Therefore, the one who will come to the 5 counties this time is probably Shuexingchuan. At this time, Shuexingchuan was already the most powerful person in the Taihang sword faction, second only to the sect master. His strength was so strong that he could drown out all other voices. Moreover, he had shown extremely terrifying results in several battles. Moreover, during the fights in the 9 provinces, he had repeatedly taken action. Needless to say, the Wind sect, the Scorching Flame sect, and the Taihang sword faction had a good relationship with each other. Even the Royal sect, which was far away on the other side of the continent, had heard of his name. In fact, Su Yan had already guessed that he would come because he was the only Dao sovereign in the Taihang sword faction who could move around freely. Sect Master Zhang Zhe's strength was also extremely terrifying, even more powerful than Shuexingchuan. However, he was still the sect master and needed to stay in the sect. It was impossible for him to come to the 5 counties. If that's the case, I'm relieved. Since it was that person who came, Su Yan naturally had nothing to worry about. Although Su Yan's strength had greatly increased and he was confident that he could fight with Shuexingchuan. However, he didn't have enough confidence to defeat Shuexingchuan. After all, he hadn't seen Shuexingchuan fight for a long time. He was indeed growing rapidly. However, Shuexingchuan definitely wouldn't stay in the same place. Shuexingchuan was a truly powerful person who could be called a shocking talent. There was no need to doubt his terrifying strength. In fact, when they met last time, Su Yan already felt that Xue Xingchuan's strength had increased again. It was just that they hadn't fought yet. Okay, when Xue Xingchuan comes, let me know. I'll give you my communication mark again. Remember, don't be careless in the future. If there's a problem, contact me immediately. Su Yan solemnly warned. This time he was really lucky. If Su Yan did not have a sudden impulse to come here to take a look, then they would definitely be dead today. However, this actually had a lot to do with himself. This elder of the Feng family was overconfident in his strength at the beginning. He also wanted to save his face, so he didn't immediately send the message to Su Yan. Later, when he really wanted to send the message, it was already too late. At this point, it was already too late. The void worm was extremely sensitive to danger. The moment Luo Yunyang took out the talisman, the void worm had already sensed it. Therefore, it immediately used a secret spatial technique to destroy the talisman. The Feng family elder was ashamed. This time, it was really a mistake on his part. It was also because of this mistake that so many people had lost their lives. Although he was already a high and mighty venerable, he wasn't like the demonic path, who treated human lives like grass. In fact, he didn't choose to leave alone at the beginning. Instead, he stayed behind to protect the absentee workers. It could be seen that he wasn't a person without emotions. It was also because of this that Su Yan was willing to help him. After Su Yan dealt with these matters, he didn't talk to him anymore. He entered the mining area again and scanned it with his powerful divine sense. After confirming that there were no other abnormalities in this place, he finally left. Now, he wanted to return to the Heaven and Earth organization to completely absorb the power of this interspatial crystal. The Heaven and Earth organization had an Oriole. Even today, when the world was changing, it definitely wouldn't be easy to defeat the Oriole. With the Oriole's protection, Su Yan could truly cultivate in peace. Not long after Su Yan left, an inconspicuous absentee worker suddenly made a strange sound. Woo, it's dead, it's dead. This sound was like the chirping of an insect, but it was definitely not a sound that a human should have. It was also at this moment that a cold hiss was heard. The sound didn't come from his mouth, but from his abdomen. If Su Yan was in front of him, he would be able to see that there was a young insect in this human's abdomen. That insect was the size of a mantis, but it had an extremely terrifying aura. More importantly, it was clearly in this person's abdomen at this time, but it seemed to have drifted away from the space he was in. That was spatial power. Chapter 1122. Female Literature. Su Yan didn't know about this because he had already left at this time. Su Yan's divine telekinesis was indeed powerful. He carefully checked all the places and all the spatial fluctuations, and found a few strange places. Those were the eggs left behind by the Void Worm Queen. Such a void monster treasured its life very much. Therefore, no matter what, he would always leave some eggs behind in case of emergency. Although the eggs would consume its life force, it was not a huge amount. Generally speaking, other than the eggs that it needed to use as labor, the rest would not be hatched. In the end, it would eat them to replenish its energy. However, once it was in danger, it could transfer its life essence to its offspring through a unique method. Even if its original body was dead, it was still alive. The void creature was indeed cunning. From the very beginning, he had guessed that Su Yan would not let him go. After all, he had already seen Su Yan's means. Therefore, it made a drastic decision and hid one of its eggs in a human's body. As for the other eggs, they were all discovered by Su Yan and were taken away by Su Yan. This was because even if it was just an egg, it still contained extremely powerful energy. If it could be swallowed by the larva, its growth speed would increase a lot. However, there was nothing it could do. After all, if it could not survive, everything would be in vain. However, it was fortunate that it survived in the end. As long as it was still alive, everything would be fine. Su Yan, Su Yan. At this time, it had firmly remembered Su Yan's name in its heart. However, he soon let out a smug laugh. Although each of the void beasts was powerful, almost all of them acted according to their instincts. Very few void beasts could be born with superior intelligence, just like the Void Worm Queen. The Void Worm Queen was the same. Its life-saving means were only its instincts, but it did not know how to think. Therefore, it was used by Su Yan to lure it out. In fact, it was also a coincidence that he managed to escape into this human's body. At that time, it felt that it had nowhere else to go, so it went straight to the human that attracted it the most. Although it was just a larva, it still had the powerful law of the all-night space, and it was also split from the mother insect. How could an ordinary worker defend against it? However, when he entered the human's body, he immediately underwent a new change. His insect body directly implanted into the human body, and then began to closely integrate with the human body. To him, this human was naturally extremely weak. But it didn't matter, because at this time, he was still a child. As long as the human body was properly trained, it could also become extremely powerful. Su Yan had already proven this point. Moreover, back then, he had also been hurt by the words of a human. Towards humans, he was already extremely fearful to the point of no return. Furthermore, to his pleasant surprise, he discovered that he seemed to have evolved after combining with a human. In the past, he would not feel happy at all. Only the satisfaction of finding prey was a kind of instinct. But now, he understood the true meaning of joy. At the same time, he also understood other emotions, such as anger and hatred. Gradually, he began to accept his new identity. He was no longer a void beast, nor was he a human. He was a completely new individual and life form. Su Yan. His words were somewhat stuttering and dry, but this did not stop him from expressing his anger. At this time, he had already made up his mind to become even stronger. He had this opportunity. Although the void crystal was taken away by Su Yan, his essence still existed. He was a powerful void beast. Although he had now combined with a human, he could still feel the power of the void. At the same time, he began to possess human wisdom. As long as he was given time, he could directly improve himself to an absolutely powerful level in a short time. Su Yan, and that damned human who lured him here a long time ago and almost killed him, they all had to die. At this time, Su Yan had already returned to the Heaven and Earth Organization. At this time, the Heaven and Earth Organization was naturally safe and sound under the protection of the Oriole. Moreover, the Heaven and Earth Organization had already opened up to the surroundings, allowing people from the nearby sects to enter the range of the Heaven and Earth Organization's Great Formation. This was to better improve the strength of the human race. They knew very well that only by improving their overall strength would they have more confidence in doing certain things, such as becoming the masters of the 5 counties again. The heavenly Tao was actually fair. Although their current realm was not high, these people had all improved their cultivation in that difficult illusion. When there was enough spirit chi, most people's cultivation speed was terrifyingly fast. Their cultivation speed was simply inconceivable in the past. But in fact, this was also inevitable. This was the so-called lifting heavy things as if they were light. They had adapted to cultivating in a difficult environment. In an environment where spirit chi was thin, their cultivation could also reach this level, which made their foundation stronger. At this time, their era had arrived. The spirit chi was rich, so the speed at which they devoured spirit chi was naturally extremely fast. As a result, their realm was also extremely fast like a rocket. If this continued, it would not take long for their overall strength to increase by a level. Those guys who had just awakened from the ancient times had actually seen this point. Therefore, at the very beginning, they directly took action, wanting to directly harvest the top sects of the 5 counties. This way, the biggest threat to them would be eliminated. Unfortunately, people were always inferior to the heavens. These few days were the will of the heavens, so it was something that could not be stopped. When they were carrying out their plan, Su Yan directly appeared. In addition to Su Yan, many powerhouses appeared in other places to protect the human race at this time. They had become the guardians of the human race. The appearance of these powerhouses immediately ruined the ancient sect's plan. Time flew, and in a flash, 3 months had passed. These 3 months could be considered as the darkest 3 months in the 5 prefectures. No one knew how many people had died in these 3 months. However, There were also many people who had undergone nirvana in these 3 months. Their strength had increased by a large realm. Originally, there were not many people in this continent who could reach the dragon realm. But now, experts in the dragon realm were appearing one after another. Among them, there were many powerful geniuses who had even reached the late stage of the dragon realm. If this was in the past, this would definitely be an unbelievable process. But at this time, these powerhouses appeared one after another. At this time, experts from the Heaven and Earth Organization and the Leitang sect also appeared. Among them, the most outstanding was a disciple of the Leitang sect. His name was Zhang Daqian. Before this, his cultivation had always been average and could only be considered to be in the middle. But one day, his strength suddenly increased, and the speed of his cultivation was simply shocking. At this time, his realm had even surpassed Lei Wanjun of the Leitang sect. One had to know that Lei Wanjun was already at the peak of the square sphere realm. After the spirit energy tide, his strength directly increased rapidly. However, Zhang Daqian's speed of improvement had indeed surpassed his. Of course, Lei Wanjun was not surprised by all this. Instead, he was extremely surprised. He deeply understood that it was a good thing for the rising stars to continue to appear. If the rising stars could not stand out and had to rely on an old man like him, that would be a tragedy. Of course, in addition to Zhang Daqian, the Leitang sect also had a large number of powerful juniors who had improved. The Heaven and Earth Organization was also not bad. There were already 12 people who had reached the dragon realm. Although there were top experts like the Leitang sect, the number of people in the dragon realm exceeded them. The Heaven and Earth Organization's sect leader, Yun Wanqing, had also reached the peak of the dragon realm. If one could break through the peak of the dragon realm, they would be honorable. Such a cultivation speed was simply astonishing. Of course, the spirit energy had started to erupt all of a sudden. Yes, it was because the people here had accumulated a lot of energy. But in reality, it was also because of fate. The recovery of the continent of the 5 counties was destined to be plagued with disasters. There was even the danger of being directly destroyed. Therefore, the continent naturally wanted to save itself. The way the continent saved itself was actually very simple. That was to increase the number of talents here and produce more geniuses and experts. Of course, this was a matter of fate. Only the real super experts could know about this. This was already a matter that involved the origin. Even the level of Tao Master was too shallow for such a thing. They were not qualified to know about it. At this time, Su Yan was refining the void crystal with all his strength. The void crystal was no small matter. When Su Yan imprisoned it previously, he had already spent a lot of energy. When his aura was fully released, it was simply unimaginably powerful. Even if there was a large formation to suppress it, if it was not handled well, the power would spread directly, and then it would cause extremely terrible consequences. The Heaven and Earth Organization would probably be the first victim. Such a violent power would directly devour these spaces. The changes in space were simply endless. Once the void gate was opened, the spatial gate would be directly swallowed up. That was an extremely terrifying thing. The entire Heaven and Earth Organization would be directly banished into the void. Chapter 1123. Girls' Literature. However, Su Yan would never let such a thing happen. At this time, he had made extremely comprehensive preparations. The violent aura was completely set up at this moment, forming a fault in the surrounding area. The existence of this fault was to isolate Su Yan. If such a situation really happened, it would only banish him. Of course, this was only an absolute defense. Unless the opponent was a sovereign with absolutely terrifying power, it would be difficult to break this aura. At this time, Su Yan's aura was growing stronger and stronger. His demonic shadow appeared again at this time. Of course, this demonic shadow was not as huge as before. It now had a feeling of returning to its original state. This demonic shadow was inextricably linked to Su Yan. Although it could not be said that this demonic shadow was Su Yan's incarnation, in fact, it was almost the same. It could even be said that this was another version of himself. Of course, that was a completely different version of himself from Su Yan. However, this was an extremely complicated relationship. Even Su Yan himself might not be able to explain it clearly. Moreover, the most important thing for him at this time was to improve his strength to the extreme. He hoped that he could become a Dao master in the shortest time possible. A real Dao master? Su Yan now had the strength to defeat a Dao master. If he could become a real Dao master, his strength would become even more terrifying. However, this was destined to be an extremely long process. After all, Su Yan was only a 3-origin venerable at this time. Now, he had reached an extremely abnormal level. He could only increase his strength by 1 origin by condensing a Dao law. This made his cultivation even more difficult. At this time, Su Yan began to condense his consciousness and strength. As all his strength was condensed, Su Yan's aura had reached an unimaginable level. Then, the terrifying will gathered directly at the center. When all the power was condensed to a point, the demonic shadow suddenly opened up and was about to swallow the entire void crystal. His actions were simply insane. At this time, the space changed rapidly. Spatial ripples had even appeared around Su Yan. However, Su Yan didn't care at all because he had already expected such a thing to happen from the very beginning. This was inevitable. After all, it was a void crystal. At this moment, Su Yan took out the square seal again. The square seal was a small spatial prototype. Now, Su Yan wanted to embed the void crystal within it and use this process to devour the powerful energy. This was his plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. At this moment, as soon as the square seal appeared, the son of emptiness began to roar, "Let me out! Hey, I won't steal from your family anymore. Let me out!" His words were still so clumsy, but this guy was also a calm person. His life and death were already uncertain, but at this time, he still wasn't so calm and didn't look anxious at all. Su Yan didn't care at all. At this moment, an extremely heavy aura suddenly appeared in the space, but it turned out that a huge black tortoise had appeared in the square seal. The black tortoise moved step by step, looking incomparably slow. However, it only moved 3 steps and was already in front of the son of emptiness. Then, its huge body began to suppress him. The son of emptiness was shocked. He clearly knew that if he was suppressed by such a power, it would be a huge injury. Even if he didn't die, he would end up with a broken bone. Therefore, he immediately activated his escape technique, and his figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. It had to be said that his strength was indeed not bad. In just a short while, he had already moved himself to another place. However, before he had time to be proud, a huge figure had already suppressed him. That was the black tortoise. This damn old tortoise, how could he be in front of me? At this moment, he was truly bewildered. He knew very well that the space here was not restricted. In the previous moment, he had indeed moved his body horizontally. However, at that moment, the black tortoise still appeared above his head. It felt as if the black tortoise already knew that he would appear here from the beginning and was 1 step ahead of him to suppress him. How could he be willing to give up? He once again used his powerful escape technique. However, the outcome was the same this time. He used it 9 times in a row. In such a short period of time, he was able to tear the space 9 times, which was very powerful. Perhaps even Su Yan would find it difficult to do so. This showed that this person's spatial power was really terrifying. Su Yan suppressed him here but didn't kill him directly. In fact, he had the intention of learning from him. Although this guy had launched a sneak attack at the beginning to steal Su Yan's fruit, he didn't have the intention to kill Su Yan directly. It seemed that he had some kindness in his heart and didn't want to really kill someone. It was also because of this that Su Yan still spared his life at this moment. If he had already intended to kill Su Yan when he attacked, then Su Yan naturally wouldn't have let him go. At this time, the black tortoise had already arrived above his head. Son of Kong Kong cried out in grief. He knew that he couldn't avoid it no matter what. However, since he couldn't avoid it, he couldn't be bothered to. He just had to face this attack head-on. At this moment, his power surged out and a ray of light shrouded his body directly. At this moment, his power was so terrifying that everything started to spread. However, even in the end, he didn't feel any pain. Just as he was feeling bewildered, he suddenly realized that the huge tortoise had changed. At this time, the huge black tortoise had turned into a giggling tortoise. At this moment, the tortoise was actually lying on his head and spreading its limbs as if it was about to fall asleep. "Hey, you old tortoise, what are you doing? If you want to sleep, go somewhere else. Don't lie on my head. Don't." At this moment, he began to shout at the top of his lungs. "Do you know that this is really ugly?" At this moment, he seemed to have suffered the cruelest thing in the world. Hey, let's talk nicely. I'll agree to whatever you want me to do. Don't let this tortoise lie on my head. It's really ugly." At this moment, he was no longer able to use his power. The tortoise didn't just climb on his head to bask in the sun. There was also an extremely powerful and terrifying power that directly suppressed him. However, at this time, Su Yan was helpless. At the beginning, he was still thinking about how to make this person speak and tell him the information he wanted to know. However, it seemed that this kind of thing wasn't that difficult. This guy was too spineless. How could he be dealt with so easily? Of course, the most important thing at this time was the void crystal. Su Yan didn't have the time to deal with this Chunibu. The appearance of the square seal directly froze the surrounding void. Only then did Su Yan feel at ease and began to devour the power. When he began to link his power with the four-way seal, it was both a form of tempering for himself and the four-way seal. This was killing two birds with one stone, a two-pronged approach. However, it was actually extremely difficult to achieve this. Without great strength, it was simply impossible to achieve this. After all, rashly touching it without strength was like stepping into a minefield. It was an act of courting death. Since Su Yan dared to do this, it meant that he had enough confidence. At this moment, the terrifying shadow was constantly swaying at this moment, and all the power began to be devoured and refined. At this moment, Su Yan's aura was also constantly increasing at this moment. At this moment, Son of Kong Kong looked at Su Yan at this moment and was simply stunned. This guy, he's only a 3 essences supremacy. Son of Kong Kong was originally not a Dao master. However, because of his special control of space and the uniqueness of his sex cultivation technique, he was not afraid even when facing a Dao master. After all, the goal of his ancestral master was to steal the underwear of an extremely terrifying existence. As his disciple, if he couldn't escape in front of a Dao master, it was really inexcusable. However, he never thought that Su Yan was not a Dao master. Instead, Su Yan was a 3 essences Dao master. In terms of realm, he was much lower than a 3 essences Dao master. This could be said to be an extremely terrifying thing. Such a person was already a heaven's pride. Even in their original era, there were not many people who could reach this level. However, Su Yan did it. Son of Kong Kong was really unlucky. He had just come back to life and encountered such a terrifying existence. With such terrifying power, if he grew up in the future, it would be terrible. At that time, there were also such terrifying freaks. Although Son of Kong Kong was also given such a title, he never thought so. This was because he actually had a clear understanding of himself. He was actually not weak in strength, but he was not good at fighting. Therefore, he never thought of himself as a freak. Of course, he also knew that such a freak was actually more terrifying than a normal Dao master. When such a freak became a true Dao master, his strength would be even more terrifying and unparalleled. Chapter 1124. Female Literature. Really, why do I have to meet such a freak? Looks like there's no hope for revenge. After all, not everyone is as thick-skinned as my ancestral master. He sighed helplessly. He didn't know why, but he suddenly remembered the terrible dark history of his ancestor back in the day. Legend had it that after his ancestral master had made a grand wish, he had taken actions several times. Unfortunately, each of his actions had ended in failure. Furthermore, he had been beaten to the point of vomiting blood each time. Although he had never met his ancestral master, he knew that he must have been miserable. Just thinking about it makes my liver ache. It's so tiring. Why are the ancestral teachings of our sect so funny? I definitely won't court death like the ancestral master. As for this pervert, he won't really kill me, right? Or does he have some kind of special bad fetish? So the question is, if he really does have one, how should I choose between my life and my moral integrity? My liver hurts so much. If Su Yan knew what this guy was thinking at this moment, he would probably explode. How could there be such an amusing person in this world? No, that was no longer something that could be described with the word amusing. That was someone who had no moral integrity at all. Su Yan's aura was rising bit by bit. He was already preparing to break through to the four origin realm. He would never forget that in this world, having great strength was the most important thing. If he didn't have great strength, then everything would be in vain. His aura was sometimes as vigorous as fire, as if it was going to melt the space around him. Other times, it was as cold as ice, as if it could seal everything in ice. As his power fluctuated, his aura became pure. And the power of space also directly integrated into his body during this change. At the moment, Su Yan's accumulation was too strong. Therefore, it was extremely difficult for him to increase his cultivation base at every level. As he continued to devour the power of space and the space core started to fuse with the square seal, a huge amount of energy condensed in his body once again. If all this energy was converted, who knew how terrifyingly powerful it would be? If it was an ordinary venerable, it would have been enough to push their cultivation base to another level. However, all this didn't seem to change Su Yan at all. At this moment, Su Yan's strength had already reached an extremely terrifying level. The terrifying power had already formed an extremely violent majesty. If it wasn't for the fact that he had sealed this space, his powerful might would have been released. It was likely that everyone in the Heavenly Cloud sect would have been suppressed by this frightening power. At this moment, Yun Wanqing, Lei Wanjun, and a group of Dragon Realm powerhouses gathered in the Heaven and Earth organization. Today was an extremely important day because the people from the Buddha sect were coming. Wanqing, the people from the Buddha sect are coming. Do we need to make any preparations? Lei Wanjun asked. Lei Wanjun's cultivation base had broken through again, increasing his lifespan by a lot. He looked even younger now. Before Yun Wanqing could speak, Zhang Daqian spoke first. Master, you're too nervous. Isn't it just the Buddha sect? Right now, we have the protection of the formation and the sacred beasts. Even if the Buddha sect comes, what can they do? This is no longer their era. Those who have already decayed are vainly trying to return at this time. This is already a joke. Moreover, they are the ones who need our help now. Therefore, there is no need to make any more preparations. Zhang Daqian was a tall young man with the warmth of the sun. Right now, among the disciples of the Sound of Thunder sect and the Heaven and Earth organization, he was fully deserving of the title of number 1. He was at Dragon Realm level 8 and was about to reach Dragon Realm level 9. This cultivation base was enough to make him proud. Originally, he didn't brag because his cultivation base back then wasn't that outstanding. However, after entering, his cultivation base had advanced by leaps and bounds. He had also cultivated the sect's thunder technique to a new height. Even Lei Wanjun himself might not be a match for him at this point. His words were filled with extreme confidence, as if there was no one in the world who was more powerful than him. Lei Wanjun frowned when he heard his words and said, Daqian, don't talk nonsense. Lei Wanjun naturally doted on such a disciple. However, at this time, Yun Wanqing was in charge. Zhang Daqian's words were like a declaration of war. Zhang Daqian seemed to realize that he had spoken too quickly, so he apologized to Yun Wanqing. Sect Master Yun, I was a little agitated. I'm sorry. When he spoke to Yun Wanqing, he tried to make his voice low and gentle. Yun Wanqing was a beautiful woman. In everyone's heart, there was only one word that could match her: perfection. For such a beautiful woman, who wouldn't want to hold her in their arms and love her dearly? At the very least, Zhang Daqian had such a fantasy in his heart. However, he clearly knew that Yun Wanqing was Su Yan's woman. In the entire Heaven and Earth organization and Leitang sect, everyone knew who Su Yan was. In everyone's heart, Su Yan was a god. The powerful spirit gathering formation of the Heaven and Earth organization was created by Su Yan. The terrifying guardian saint beast of the Heaven and Earth organization was Su Yan's monster beast. In the past, it was also Su Yan who saved the Leitang sect from the crisis of destruction. He was like a god, simply omnipotent. Even if Zhang Daqian's strength improved rapidly, he wasn't so stupid to compete with a godlike existence for a woman. Therefore, he could only suppress this admiration in his heart. Of course, in the two sects, there were many disciples who had the same thoughts as him. After all, a perfect woman would always move a man's heart. Yun Wanqing didn't seem to notice the admiration in Zhang Daqian's eyes. She just said calmly, "Old Lei, Zhang Daqian is right. We don't have to be on guard. We just need to perform the most basic etiquette. The place for the Stupa sect to stay has already been vacated. However, remember to restrain the disciples. Although our disciples' strength has improved by leaps and bounds, we are still no match for the disciples of ancient sects like the Stupa sect. There are many things we need their help with." Yun Wanqing had already displayed the boldness that a sect master should have. She was truly unfazed by favor and humiliation. She didn't panic at all. No one could say anything bad about her arrangements and handling of the situation. While everyone was discussing, a voice suddenly rang out. "Moe of the Stupa sect has arrived with the disciples of the Stupa sect. We hope that the sect master will not hesitate to meet us." This shout had already displayed Moe's powerful strength. Moe was currently at the Venerable Realm. His aura was so deep that Lei Wanjuan's expression changed when he heard it. His strength had improved, but compared to a Venerable Realm expert, he was still a far cry. "Pass down the order. Tell him to wait outside the array formation. We will be there soon," Yun Wanqing ordered immediately. Outside the Stupa sect's array formation, Yi Xingxing's expression was a little ugly. The last time he had been here, he had been extremely arrogant. His strength had been enough to crush everything here. Even the Great Protective Mountain Array had seemed inadequate in front of him. He had been so awe-inspiring back then. However, it was also in this place that he had suffered the greatest humiliation in his life. That man had left an incomparably deep impression on him. This memory was something he would never forget for the rest of his life unless he could kill Su Yan. However, could he really do that? That was a powerhouse that even Great Elder Fu Qing couldn't deal with. Yi Xingxing's strength wasn't weak, but compared to Su Yan, he was still a far cry. Su Yan was like an undefeatable monster that would always exist in his heart. Moe's message had been delivered, but the sect leader of the Heaven and Earth organization did not come out personally. He only sent someone to ask them to wait for a while. This made Moe's expression turn ugly. Although he had spent a long time in the secret realm, the Stupa sect had once been so glorious. Not to mention a venerable realm existence like him, even a mere disciple of the square circle state would be treated as a distinguished guest in other sections. But now, a small heaven and earth organization was asking him to wait outside the array formation. Moe's temper was actually very bad. Fu Qing knew this very well. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that many of the other elders of the Stupa sect were fighting in the outer realm and had not all returned, Fu Qing would not have asked Moe to come. However, Moe was the last choice. After all, his cultivation was there for all to see. Yi Xingxing said, "Elder, the people of the Heaven and Earth organization seem a little too rude, don't they?" Yi Xingxing was also a proud and arrogant person. He was really unhappy to be treated so coldly. However, at this time, the elder smiled coldly and said, "Shut up." Moe didn't like Yi Xingxing at this time. Although he was impulsive, he wasn't stupid. After all, this guy was the one who angered Su Yan and showed off his power in the Stupa sect. This person really didn't know the severity of the situation. Great Elder Fu had told him to treat Yi Xingxing with respect, but he actually did such a thing when he saw the sect leader's beauty. If it weren't for this special period, Yi Xingxing would have been sent to the outer realm to hunt void creatures. In fact, strictly speaking, he was also implicated by this idiot. If it weren't for this guy, he wouldn't be in this situation. How could the Heaven and Earth organization be nice to him when he went overboard last time? After all, the Heaven and Earth organization was not a pushover now. At this time, the Great Array was slowly activated. After the Great Array was activated, the people of the Heaven and Earth organization finally appeared in front of them. Chapter 1125. Female Literature, The first person that caught Mo Yi's attention was none other than Yun Wanqing. She was simply too outstanding. The moment she appeared, the entire world seemed to have lost its color. A cool breeze blew past and her hair swayed gently, making her look like a fairy in the wind. No wonder little Yi was so moved. At this moment, he finally understood why Yi Xingkong had been so impulsive. In fact, if he had been in Yi Xingkong's shoes, he might have done the same at little Ye's age. She was a beautiful woman. She had a kind of spirituality that women who had been hiding in sex's secret realms lacked. It was a kind of indescribable beauty that was destined to be extremely attractive. Yun Wanqing of the Heaven and Earth Organization welcomes Elder Mo to our Heaven and Earth Organization. Her red lips parted slightly in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. She didn't show the slightest bit of respect even though the other party was a supremacy. At this moment, Mo Yi didn't dare to be careless. In fact, although he was angry, he knew very well that many times, the status of a conversation between two people didn't depend on one's strength, but on one's background. This woman was an extremely outstanding woman. Being able to reach the pinnacle of the dragon realm at her age was already very impressive. Even in the pagoda sect, there were only a dozen or so outstanding geniuses who were stronger than her. Furthermore, he knew very well that the two of them had different starting points. As time passed, this woman would most likely surpass him. This was because there was an extremely powerful man behind her, and that was Su Yan. Back then, he had seen the entire exchange between Su Yan and Great Elder Fu Qing. Great Elder Fu Qing held Su Yan in high esteem and had even said that Su Yan wasn't inferior to the number one genius of the pagoda sect, Yi Kongxing. Yi Kongxing was Yi Xingxing's elder brother. This was also the reason why Yi Xingxing remained unscathed despite committing such a grave mistake. The sect didn't even punish him at all. Yi Kongxing was the pride of the entire Fudu sect. He was even hailed as a newcomer who could be compared with the two top existences, Jiao Shao and Fudu sect. Unfortunately, when Su Yan arrived, he was in the midst of hunting down a powerful void beast in the hollow to prepare for his breakthrough to the Dao Master realm. Otherwise, he would have been able to watch a good show. However, since it was Fu Qing's evaluation, it naturally wouldn't be wrong. Therefore, Mo Yi was naturally polite to Yun Wanqing. He first exchanged some pleasantries, then said, "Sect Master Yun, my sect's Yi Xingqian has offended you in the past few days. It is truly my sect's fault for not disciplining him well. This is a small token of appreciation from my sect to Sect Master. I hope Sect Master will not take it to heart." Yun Wanqing took the thing in her hand. It was a few pieces of extremely beautiful feathers. Each piece of feather shone with incomparably soft brilliance, as if it were the most precious thing in the world. Of course, if it was only beautiful, the Fudu sect would not be able to show it off. When Yun Wanqing touched it, she actually felt a cool breeze brushing her fingers. This is? Yun Wanqing did not recognize this item, but she could feel its preciousness. This is the feather of the phoenix. The phoenix is one of the most powerful demonic beasts in the world. Legend has it that a great saint of the demon clan cultivated from the phoenix. A senior of my sect obtained the feather of the phoenix by chance. This feather is not only beautiful and noble, but it also has an extremely powerful force sealed in it. It can withstand a blow from an ordinary Tao master. Moreover, if you carry it with you, you will have the opportunity to comprehend the law of wind. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was moved. Ignoring everything else, just the origin of the feather was already extremely shocking. It was actually the legendary phoenix. Just as he said, the phoenix was the noblest demonic beast. Even the oriole could not compare to the phoenix in terms of the strength of its bloodline. The phoenix was the real emperor among the demonic beasts. The power sealed in this feather was even more terrifying. It could withstand a blow from a Dao master. What a terrifying defense! Of course, the last and most important point was to comprehend the law of wind. The origin of the law was the cornerstone of a venerable's cultivation. To a large extent, the ability to obtain a powerful origin of the law determined the strength of a venerable. After all, there was no one in the world who was as abnormal as Su Yan. If Yun Wanqing could step into the venerable realm, this feather would bring her great benefits. Such a gift was not small. Yun Wanqing slowly accepted it, neither servile nor overbearing. In that case, Wanqing will accept it. Thank you for your generous gift, Futu. Her actions were all so natural. This treasure was naturally precious, but it didn't cause her to lose her composure at all. The more she behaved like this, the more Moe did not dare to underestimate this woman. Please come in. The cooperation between your sect and my sect depends on you, Elder Mo, she said politely. However, Moe actually had some reservations about entering the Heaven and Earth organization. Of course, this was not for any other reason. It was purely a psychological crisis. This was because the Heaven and Earth organization made him feel threatened. If it was in the past, a dignified venerable would certainly not feel this way. At that time, in his opinion, where could he not go in a place like the 5 counties? However, at this time, he no longer dared to have such thoughts. This was because the strength displayed by Su Yan was too terrifying. As for the Heavenly Cloud sect, it was the headquarters that he had created. Its strength was similarly extremely great. Not to mention the terrifying existence of the Oriole, just this formation alone was enough to bury him. There was an ancient saying that a gentleman would not stand under a collapsing wall. A cultivator like him was even more afraid of dangerous places. This had almost become an instinct. Therefore, subconsciously, he did not want to enter this place. However, now that he had to negotiate with the Heaven and Earth organization, he could not enter this place. Therefore, he braced himself and went in. At this time, the scene inside the Heaven and Earth organization was directly displayed in front of them. This time, they were only here for a preliminary discussion. Naturally, they would not allow the other disciples of the Stupa sect to come. However, there were still a few outstanding people who came. Originally, their cultivation levels were all in the dragon realm. They were powerful enough to do whatever they wanted. Unfortunately, the dark times of the 5 counties had already passed. The Heavenly Cloud sect had the existence of such a great formation and already had a dragon realm expert. When they entered the Heaven and Earth organization, they secretly sized up the disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization and the Sound of Thunder sect. At the same time, the disciples of the 2 sects were also sizing them up. If it was in the past, these disciples would naturally be incomparably respectful of the terrifying existence of the dragon realm. They would even be submissive, as if they were looking at gods. However, this was not the case now. In these few months, what had changed was not only their cultivation levels, but also their perception. At this time, there were already dragon realm experts around them. Because of this, their hearts were naturally firm. If they could not see hope, then their hearts would naturally feel despair. Those high and mighty existences only made them feel that they were so weak. Perhaps, even if they worked hard for a lifetime, they would not be able to reach that level. However, it was different now. Now, the people around them had reached that level. These were the people they interacted with day and night. Now, their strength was rapidly increasing. Their cultivation levels were also constantly increasing. Although their strength was still not enough, their own strength was increasing. The people around them had also reached this level. Then, why couldn't they reach that level? It was also because of this that when facing Dragon Realm fighters, they were naturally neither servile nor overbearing. Some of the more bad-tempered ones even showed an extremely strong side at this time and took the initiative to provoke them. There was a disciple behind Moe. He was also a Dragon Realm fighter. His strength was only slightly weaker than Yi Shinkong's. At this time, he happened to see the provocative gaze of a Lei Tang sect disciple. The Lei Tang sect did not have a good impression of the Pagoda sect. After all, Yi Shinkong had directly injured Lei Wanjun. Although many of the disciples' cultivation levels had increased at this time, some were like Zhang Daiqian who had caught up later. However, the Lei Tang sect had always been their sect master and had always protected them. Naturally, they were also extremely respectful towards Lei Wanjun. How could they be friendly to someone who had injured Lei Wanjun? While Moe and Yun Wanqing were exchanging greetings, the Lei Tang sect disciple directly provoked them by giving them the middle finger. How could the proud and arrogant Moe tolerate such provocation? What do you mean by this? The disciple was called Jing Xingming. He directly looked at the provocative Leitang sect disciple and questioned him sternly. What do I mean? It means the middle finger. In the face of Jing Xingming's harsh questioning, he only smiled coldly. This was their home ground. Why should he be afraid? At this time, Jing Xingming directly shouted, Leitang sect disciple? Ha, such a weak guy dares to provoke me. At this moment he directly attacked. Then, a sword aura directly appeared at this time. The thick sword aura turned into a long dragon and directly rushed towards the Leitang sect disciple. Xingming, stop. Li Peng, be careful. The people on both sides cried out in alarm. At this time, Li Peng did not expect Jing Xingming to attack so directly. At this time, the powerful force directly rushed towards him. Such a force was simply terrifying. Since he dared to stand out and provoke Jing Xingming, he naturally had a cultivation level. However, at this time, he had just entered the dragon realm and was not Jing Xingming's opponent. It was at this moment that Zhang Daiqian suddenly appeared and said, How dare you attack me here? He directly blasted out a punch. In an instant, lightning flashed and an extremely powerful and terrifying light directly rushed towards the opponent. Chapter 1126. Female Literature. The power of this punch was extremely powerful. When this punch was blasted out, the terrifying lightning radiance spread directly. The powerful force was like a long dragon, directly suppressing it and colliding directly with Jing Xingming's sword qi. Jing Xingming's cultivation was not weak, and his sword qi had reached a higher level. Such a sword showed an extremely powerful domineering aura at this time. At this time, the lightning radiance was directly swept away and completely dissipated. However, his sword qi had already disappeared without a trace at this time. In this confrontation, the two of them were neck and neck. At this time, the two people's eyes met directly. In an instant, angry sparks spread directly at this time. Mo Yi's face immediately turned cold. What he was most afraid of was that there would be turmoil in this place. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would be directly suppressed. However, those little brats obviously did not have any sense of crisis and actually fought with others. However, he soon calmed himself down and did not speak. Instead, he looked at Yun Wanqing. He wanted to know what Yun Wanqing's attitude was at this time. After all, the two sects were going to cooperate in the future. If the other party's attitude was not friendly, then there was no need for cooperation. Yun Wanqing smiled at this time and then said, They are all young people, so it's inevitable that they will be angry. It's actually not good to suppress this anger at this time. I think let them fight so that they can understand each other better. As the saying goes, no discord, no concord. Maybe they can become good friends in the future. After Yun Wanqing finished speaking, the large formation began to change. A small formation fell directly and then isolated the two people. Mo Ying's heart skipped a beat, and he thought to himself, This formation is so amazing. It moves according to one's will. It's simply terrifying. Every formation had its own flaws, the most important of which was that the formation was fixed. Such a formation was easy to find loopholes and crack. This was also the so-called life and death gate of the array formation. However, the formation in front of him could move as he wished. It seemed that there was no such hidden danger at all. As long as the master of the formation thought of it, a small formation would immediately appear. That was amazing. This showed that the master of the formation had a very profound understanding of this. He knew that this formation was Su Yan's arm, so he was even more in awe of Su Yan. Sect Master Yun is right. They are all youngsters. It would be beneficial for them to get to know each other better. By the way, I wonder where Venerable Su Yan is now. This time, our sect has also brought him a gift. He asked with a smile. Su Yan is currently in seclusion. He wants to break through to the next realm. If there's anything, I can pass it on his behalf. Your sect's sword techniques are truly powerful. My husband, Su Yan, came from the burial sword tomb. He seems to have some relationship with your sect. Otherwise, my husband wouldn't have come here directly. Mo Yi's heart skipped a beat. Before this, he actually didn't know. The closure of the Stupa sect was too sudden. The changes in the world came too quickly. If it weren't for the venerable of the ninth firmament, they would have been completely obliterated. At that time, it was not surprising that the experts of the Stupa sect left their inheritance outside. However, he didn't expect that Su Yan had such a relationship with them. But soon he focused on the battle at this time. The moment the formation appeared, the two of them were shocked. At this time, Zhang Daqian said with a smile, "Don't be nervous. This is just a small formation, similar to a temporary arena. After all, we are in the sect. If we fight, it will easily destroy the environment. That's why this temporary arena was built for us to fight." Zhang Daqian was already familiar with this situation, so he didn't panic. Jing Xingming, on the other hand, did panic at the beginning. After all, such an unforeseen event happened at this time. If the Heaven and Earth organization really wanted to teach him a lesson, he couldn't do anything. He had heard that the Heaven and Earth organization was different from others. The moment the formation appeared, he found that even with his strength in the dragon realm, he couldn't control his body. However, after hearing the other party's explanation, his heart calmed down. Then, he glanced at Moe and understood the elder's meaning. Moe wanted him to fight with all his strength and not lose face for the Stupa sect. In the beginning, he was most afraid that the elder wouldn't allow this to happen. In fact, he was very clear that the reason they came here this time was to ask for help, not for other reasons. Although cooperation would greatly benefit Qian Yunqian, it would be more beneficial to the Stupa sect. Therefore, if there was a conflict in this regard, generally speaking, they would make concessions. However, since the elder allowed this to happen, it was easy to talk about. His strength burst out at this time, and his aura climbed to the peak at this time. Is that so? That's good. It will save some people the trouble of getting involved. His tone was very serious. Obviously, it was obvious who he was talking about. Zhang Daqian smiled coldly and said, "I think so too." At this time, he was also very excited. Putting aside the problem of his junior brother, he had long wanted to fight with these people. These people had a strong inheritance and were blessed by the heavens. They grew up in the mystic realm and cultivated. It could be said that compared to people like him, these people were the lucky ones. After all, the environment in the 5 counties was really bad. In the past, he didn't think so. However, after cultivating to this point and knowing the true cultivation speed, he couldn't help but have such thoughts. The last time Yi Xingxing had appeared here, he had seen everything. But at that time, Yi Xingxing had been too strong. The power he had displayed had almost made him despair. Dragon Realm. This was a powerful realm that he had never heard of before. How could he withstand such a person standing in front of him? However, it was different now. He had also reached this realm, and his cultivation speed was even faster than he had imagined. At this time, there was a strong desire in his heart, and that was to fight with someone of such a high level. However, in the sect, he couldn't find a good opponent. Fight with Su Yan? That was too ridiculous. Although he didn't know what level Su Yan had reached at this time, he had seen how Yi Xingxing was like a child in front of Su Yan. He didn't even have the strength to fight back. What about Yun Wanqing? He didn't dare to. As for Lei Wanjun, he could only spar with him. It was the same with his other senior and junior brothers because he couldn't go all out. But now, he didn't expect that a guy would come knocking on his door. This was great. At this time, he could attack without any scruples. It was just a punch, but he had already displayed all his strength. Sure enough, one couldn't immerse oneself in cultivation. If one blindly did so, then no matter how powerful one's strength was, it would be useless. This was the first time he attacked with all his strength. When he attacked, he couldn't control his own strength. However, it was just a little bit. Jing Xingming was also an extremely powerful expert. He had already seen Zhang Daqian's shortcomings in an instant, so he immediately let out a long roar. It turns out that you are a guy who has never fought at all. How pitiful! At this time, his strength blasted out again. A sword light condensed again, and a terrifying power slashed directly at Zhang Daqian at this moment. This was the pagoda sword. The so-called pagoda represented immeasurable life and death. When this sword fell, the sword chi flew out. The powerful force had been displayed to the extreme at this time. The magnificence of this sword was simply unimaginable. At this moment, that terrifying power had already reached an inexhaustible level. One had to admit that this person's comprehension of the sword was really extraordinary. In the face of such a sword, Zhang Daqian's face was also extremely dignified. Although he didn't take the other party seriously on the surface, in fact, he knew that this was an extremely powerful opponent. He was even the most terrifying enemy he had ever encountered. At this time, his strength was constantly being stimulated. Lightning Fist. The name of this move was extremely simple. There were only 2 words, and this punch itself was the same. It was a simple punch, and then directly blasted out all his strength. The moment this punch was blasted out, everywhere was filled with lightning, and the terrifying power directly erupted. The other party's sword move was really exquisite, so he clearly knew that if he fought with the other party with this move, he would be courting death. Therefore, at this moment, he directly used his most powerful move to counter the attack, which was his lightning power. The overbearing lightning power directly condensed into a ray of light, and then rushed towards the sword light. At this moment, the confrontation between the 2 people had completely begun. 2 violent forces directly erupted, and a huge cyclone directly impacted the surroundings at this time. If it weren't for the formation defense here, they would have been greatly impacted at this time. Even those with a slightly weaker cultivation would have been in danger. However, at this time, the formation was activated, so there was no need to worry about it. At this time, the 2 people directly fought to their heart's content. This battle had greatly improved Zhang Daqian's strength. At this time, his strength had reached an extremely terrifying level. He had been cultivating in seclusion before, so his strength had increased rapidly. However, in the end, he still fell into a bottleneck and could no longer improve. Chapter 1127. Girls' Literature. However, at this time, he already knew the reason. His Thunder secret art was originally focused on ferocity and power. Before that, no one in the Sound of Thunder sect was able to cultivate their own strength to such a state and level. In fact, there was a gap in the past 1,000 years. He wanted to continue cultivating, but in fact, he would encounter many problems. In the beginning, he could solve these problems through his own hard work and discussions with Lei Wanjun and other disciples. However, when his strength had reached a certain level and completely surpassed Lei Wanjun's, even Lei Wanjun was no longer able to provide him with any help. This was the meaning of the so-called, "it's lonely at the top." At this time, the arrival of a battle made him understand a lot. For example, under what circumstances would he be able to circulate his power faster and more smoothly? How would he be able to display it to make his strength even more terrifying? At this time, Zhang Daqian had completely immersed himself in the battle. Now, he was no longer fighting but enjoying it. It could even be said that he was cultivating. In the end of the battle between Jing Xingming and Zhang Daqian, the roles of the 2 had been reversed. In the beginning, Jing Xingming was able to suppress Zhang Daqian with his extremely varied moves, but later, Zhang Daqian's strength became more and more terrifying. Even a simple punch often had a terrifying aura that seemed to be the essence of Tao. With such a burst of power, Jing Xingming gradually fell into a disadvantage. Elder, Jing Xingming can't hold on for much longer. That brat named Zhang Daqian is not as simple as he seems. He seems to have an unimaginable intuition that allows him to find the most critical points. Every time he makes a move, he can hit a vital point. He's really amazing. At this time, even he had to admire Zhang Daqian. In fact, his strength was above Jing Xingming. If he were to attack at this time, then Zhang Daqian would have already lost. But even so, he had to admit that Zhang Daqian was indeed an extremely terrifying person. At the very least, his talent was extremely powerful. If he was given time to grow, then his strength would definitely become more terrifying. Perhaps, it was only a matter of time before he surpassed him. In the beginning, he had thought highly of himself and felt that he was superior. In his eyes, all the people in the 5 counties were inferior and could not be compared to him. But only now did he realize how childish his thoughts and ideas were. Even without Su Yan, it was impossible for him to continue to be so proud of himself. As time passed, he naturally came to know more about the situation. The people of this world had begun to awaken. There would only be more and more experts. If he was still the same as before and felt that he was the strongest existence in the world, then it was only a matter of time before he was surpassed. There might even be a day when he would be killed by those enemies that kept appearing. That's for sure. Do you really think that only people from the pagoda sect are the true geniuses in this world? Moe said coldly. Yi Xingkong's brother, Yi Kongxing, was a true genius. He was someone who could fight with Su Yan directly. Yi Xingxing was not as strong as his brother, but he was also very strong. At least among the younger generation, he could be considered as outstanding. Yi Xingxing was not as strong as his brother, but he was also very strong. After all, there were not many abnormally strong geniuses. However, he was too arrogant. He always felt that apart from his elder brother, there were no other experts in this world. Therefore, his actions were always so erratic. For example, this trip to the Heavenly Cloud sect was also the same. Sometimes, he did not even take Moe, an elder, seriously. However, after this lesson, he might be able to understand that there would always be someone better than him in this world. At the very least, with his current strength, he was still unable to look down on everyone. However, this time, Su Yan seemed to have dealt a big blow to him. At least in these 2 days, Moe could feel his obvious improvement. Sure enough, a person's growth could not be separated from bumps and bruises. If his path was always smooth sailing, it would be impossible for him to grow. Elder, I know that I was too ignorant in the past. Don't worry, I will work hard to cultivate. I will definitely become a true expert. He made up his mind. At this time, Moe said, well, it's good to have such a heart. You have to remember, the people who are able to escape now are all very talented. Moreover, they seem to have a feeling of destiny, so if possible, try to build a good relationship with them. At this time, they once again focused on the battle. Outside of Jing Xingming's body, 10 powerful iron swords had already appeared. Each iron sword seemed to be ordinary and had nothing special about it. However, those who knew Jing Xingming knew that this was his trump card. Each iron sword had been sacrificed by him countless times. There was an extremely terrifying power in each iron sword. When this power continued to condense, it would erupt with an unimaginably sharp aura. The terror of each aura was unparalleled. Half of the time, Jing Xingming only used 7 swords at most. But at this time, he took out all 10 swords. It was obvious that he was really angry at this time. He decided to decide the winner with this blow. The guy opposite him was simply a monster. At the beginning, he still had an overall advantage, but now, his disadvantage was getting bigger and bigger. In the end, he could no longer hold on. The transformation that his opponent had undergone in this battle with him was simply astonishing. He had already become a whetstone. If this continued, he was afraid that he would definitely be defeated here. Therefore, he decided to end this battle with this strike. 10 swords came out together. For a time, his aura had risen to the peak. That terrifying power had reached an invulnerable level at this time. 10 swords in one, Buddha's boundless. This move was finally displayed. At this time, Zhang Daqian also shouted coldly, "Come on, rumbling thunder." At this time, he directly displayed rumbling thunder. This move was Su Yan's most proficient move, Thunder Tactics. It was extremely simple, but it was incomparably fierce. He simply displayed this move to the extreme. In fact, his attack vaguely had Su Yan's style. This person could be said to have been injured at the right time. At this time, his strength had improved too quickly. That terrifying strength had reached an extremely terrifying level at this time. His power and everything about him had become an unimaginable existence at this time. In between this blow, he almost had a sense of transcendence. To put it bluntly, he was a person favored by fate. He was the son of destiny. At this time, an extremely powerful will suddenly appeared in the formation. The moment the will appeared, the battle between the two of them was forcibly stopped. More importantly, not to mention the two people who were fighting at this time, even Moe, after feeling this will, had a sense of despair in his heart that he could not fight against it. So powerful, how terrifying is this? Could it be that Su Yan is here? Well, Today's battle will end here. The two of them are tied. If they continue to fight, then both of them will only suffer. This will was plain and indifferent. That's not Su Yan. Moe immediately discovered that this was definitely not Su Yan's voice. Seemingly seeing his shock, Yun Wanqing said at this time, "This is Lord Oriole, a good friend of my husband, Su Yan." Oriole was Su Yan's monster beast, but now Oriole had become a holy beast. At first, Su Yan thought that he was going to die, but in fact he had already broken the contract between them. However, Oriole still recognized himself as Su Yan's monster beast and became Su Yan's helper. For such a powerful holy beast, the people of the Heaven and Earth organization were naturally very respectful, treating him as a great elder. When Moe heard these two words, he was also shocked. Even in ancient times, Orioles were famous existences. Their strength was extremely terrifying. Although in terms of bloodline, they were indeed not comparable to top existences like the Phoenix, they were still at the peak of perfection. He never thought that he would actually meet this legendary existence here today. The yellow sparrow didn't completely reveal his aura, but just this short thought was enough to declare his strength. He did not know if Oriole could fight against Great Elder Fu Qing, but he was sure that with such a powerful holy beast and Su Yan, the Heaven and Earth organization would definitely be the most powerful sect on this continent before the return of those sovereigns. Stop fighting. Lord Oriole has already said so. Both of you, stand down. After this battle, both sides had a certain understanding of each other's strength. Most importantly, it was very true that no discord led to concord. Before the fight, the people of the Heaven and Earth organization were not convinced by the high and mighty attitude of the people of the Stupa sect, while the people of the Stupa sect looked down on the disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization. However, after this fight, everyone had already understood that the gap between the two sides was not that big. At least, when the super powerhouses of the Stupa sect were not here, the Stupa sect would not be able to show their overwhelming advantage. Since this was the case, the relationship between the two sides became much more pleasant. Although Zhang Daqian and Jing Xingming still did not like each other, it would not be like before. Chapter 1128. Girls' Literature. Another month passed. During this time, the cooperation between the Stupa sect, the Heaven and Earth organization, and the Sound of Thunder sect had fully begun. During this period of time, the Heaven and Earth organization had prioritized protection. After all, the demonic beasts at this time were still extremely powerful and frightening. The disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization could only protect the nearby cities and prevent the demonic beasts from entering. However, this was far from enough. Powerful demonic beasts would still attack. Of course, those powerful demonic beasts would not attack the powerful places of the Heaven and Earth organization. However, they would definitely affect the nearby cities. At this time, the arrival of the Stupa sect had greatly increased the strength of the Heaven and Earth organization. At this time, the three sects had formed an alliance and launched an attack. Those demonic beasts must not be allowed to continue wreaking havoc. This time, the disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization had finally made their move. Of course, as stated in the agreement, the Stupa sect was the vanguard this time. The disciples of the Stupa sect were generally much stronger than the disciples of the other two sections. Apart from the top disciples like Zhang Daqian, the other disciples were still inferior to them. They had already started preparing for this operation a month ago, so after this period of running in, their cooperation with each other was already considered to be in order. The results of the first battle were not bad. The disciples had almost no casualties, but they had killed a large number of demonic beasts. With a portion of the demonic beasts killed, the pressure on the surrounding citizens was greatly reduced. This was only the beginning. Their killing of the demonic beasts would continue to spread to the surrounding areas. After another half a month, the disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization had opened up a safe zone. There were almost no demonic beasts left in this zone. Just as the disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization were working hard to kill the demonic beasts, a person appeared in a dark world. He was far away, looking straight at the Heaven and Earth organization. This person seemed to be born to blend in with the darkness. Su Yan? It's been a long time. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, but there was no friendliness in that smile. At this time, Su Yan was at the end of his seclusion. This time, he had failed to break through to the four-origin realm. Just as he had imagined before, the source of his Tao was the law. If he had not obtained law, it would not have been so easy for him to break through to the four-origin realm. However, how difficult was it to obtain law? Wanting to condense each law was extremely difficult. Otherwise, why would law be the symbol of a Tao sovereign? And Su Yan, he had achieved what only Tao sovereigns could do. At this time, all the energy was absorbed by him. The space energy, the vast space had begun to dissipate. These powers were gradually being absorbed and devoured by Su Yan. At that moment, Su Yan's aura was constantly rising. Although he had yet to condense nomological laws and become a four essences supremacy, his aura was still rising. However, his strength had once again increased compared to before. The current Su Yan had already become a complete anomaly. His cultivation had already broken many of the unchanging truths of ancient times. This time, he had gained something from his cultivation. He breathed a sigh of relief. Actually, he had expected that he would not be able to break through to the four-origin realm. However, he had wanted to see how far he was from the four-origin realm. And now, he could see how far he was from the four-origin realm. After completely devouring the void crystal, it was as if he had directly devoured a void beast. How powerful was a void beast? How terrifying was its energy? Su Yan had personally experienced it. Even if this void behemoth was only an incomplete existence and had consumed a lot of its power, it would still be able to do so. But after all, his essence still existed. After Su Yan finished devouring, he did not immediately break out of seclusion. Instead, he went to the square seal. The square seal could no longer be called that because Su Yan had begun to refine it. At this time, marks that belonged to Su Yan appeared in the seal. While he was cultivating, Su Yan suddenly realized that his path of cultivation was probably related to the space formed by the square seal. In other words, this was the key to his Tao. When he became a Tao master, the square seal would completely become his small space world. He had not entered the small space world of the square seal for a long time. When he stepped in, the son of emptiness with the big turtle on his head immediately became alert. He instinctively hugged his chest and said, "What do you want to do to me? I'll tell you, no matter what, I won't agree to it." Su Yan. What exactly was going on in this guy's head? This was what Su Yan wanted to know. Now, Su Yan really wanted to slap this guy to death. However, Su Yan suppressed this impulse in his heart and said, "Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. I just have some things to talk to you about." After hearing Su Yan's promise, the son of emptiness was finally relieved. He said, "Don't worry, I know. I'll tell you. I'll be very cooperative." Su Yan was still a little speechless. This guy was a top master, but he did not have the integrity of a master. He was really a coward. However, this was also good. Su Yan could save a lot of effort. Thus, Su Yan asked directly, "Let me ask you, what is your name? What sect are you from? Why did you attack back then?" Su Yan looked straight at the son of emptiness. If he was hiding something, he would be able to tell in an instant. The son of emptiness said, "You really have a lot of questions." Su Yan was speechless. Couldn't this guy have some awareness of being a prisoner? At this time, he still had so much nonsense to say. At this time, the son of emptiness said, "My name is Kong Wuhan. Listen carefully. I am the son of destiny of the greatest sect in this world, the Emptiness Tao sect. When I was born, there was a multicolored light following me, and there was the sound of heavenly music." Su Yan said. "Stop, don't talk nonsense. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist killing you." What kind of nerves does this guy have? It's really scary. Doesn't he know that I'm already his prisoner? Su Yan's strength had already been suppressed by the black tortoise seal. If Su Yan wanted to kill him, it would be almost effortless. However, under such circumstances, Su Yan still had so much nonsense to say. Su Yan really had to hand it to him. Kong Wuhan helplessly rolled his eyes and said, The patience of young people nowadays is really terrible. Don't you even have the slightest bit of respect for the old and love for the young? Su Yan was speechless. What happened to not talking nonsense? Besides, what did poor patience have to do with respect for the old and love for the young? Su Yan found that he could no longer follow Kong Wuhan's logic. Kong Wuhan saw that Su Yan's face was getting darker and darker. He finally stopped talking nonsense and continued, "The reason why I attacked was because of the space crystal. Our Kong Kong Dao sect's most powerful skill is the space travel technique. If you can cultivate to my level, you will find that your strength is simply terrifying. Of course, our Kong Kong Dao sect's cultivation technique is also extremely difficult to cultivate. After all, there are not many people who can reach my level." Unknowingly, Kong Wuhan started talking nonsense again. The core of his words was actually very simple. That was, "Do you know how powerful I am?" This was a central point that he would never forget no matter what. At this time, Su Yan patted his head. He was really dispirited to meet such a fool. Su Yan interrupted him again and said, "Teach me your cultivation technique and I will let you go. How about it?" To be honest, Su Yan really coveted Kong Wuhan's cultivation technique. When the cultivation technique was used, it could make his aura completely disappear. Even with his powerful divine sense, he didn't notice anything before. He didn't know much about the so-called Kong Kong Dao sect, but a senior who could create such a powerful cultivation technique must be an extremely powerful expert. Moreover, he had already discovered last time that this guy's heart was still quite kind, so Su Yan didn't have any intention of taking his life. Of course, if Su Yan knew that the reason why the Kong Kong Dao sect's ancestors spent so much effort to create the Kong Kong Dao divine sense was to fulfill his lifelong wish of stealing the underwear of the powerful woman he admired, Su Yan's admiration for him would be very awkward at this time. Of course, he also knew that it was actually very difficult to take someone else's cultivation technique. After all, such a precious cultivation technique was passed down by the sect, so the other party would cherish it very much. Therefore, he was also thinking about whether he should pay a price to get the other party's cultivation technique. Just when Su Yan was thinking about whether he should exchange something with the other party, Kong Wuhan suddenly said, "Deal." These two words were very simple and decisive. He almost didn't think about it and immediately agreed. "Su Yan, huh? What did you say? I didn't hear it clearly." Su Yan was shocked again at this time. He felt that his ears were damaged. How could the other party agree so easily? Kong Wuhan looked at Su Yan and said, "You really want to do something to me? I have already agreed to give you the cultivation technique, but you still don't want to let me go. Although I'm handsome, I'll never succumb to anyone." Chapter 1129. Female Literature, Su Yan. Suddenly, Su Yan really wanted to strangle this guy to death so that he would never be able to open his mouth again. "Shut up. I've already said that I will let you go. If you continue to spout nonsense, I will definitely make you regret it." Seeing Su Yan's face darken, Kong Wuhan finally shut up obediently. Su Yan sighed. He was really helpless against this kind of guy. Negotiating with this kind of guy was even more painful. At this moment, his aura began to rise slowly. Then, under his will, the tortoise suddenly moved. Then, its four claws moved gently and its entire body immediately floated up. The moment the tortoise left Kong Wuhan's head, he immediately felt that his body was really light. It was as if he had completely come back to life in an instant. This feeling was really wonderful. His aura was constantly fluctuating, and he felt that the world had become lighter and more joyful. At this moment, he actually somersaulted a few times. Then, he suddenly asked Su Yan, "By the way, big brother, what did you just ask me for?" Su Yan, was this guy talking to him just now? His anger was really rising. However, at this moment, Kong Wuhan immediately laughed and said, "Ha ha, don't be angry, don't be angry. I was just teasing you. I will remember what you just said. Don't worry, isn't it just our cultivation technique? No problem." At this moment, he suddenly started rummaging through his spatial equipment. After a while, he took out a cultivation technique called the Prairie Fire Sutra. Su Yan raised his eyebrows. This cultivation technique exuded an extremely heavy and blazing aura. At a glance, he could tell that this was an extraordinary cultivation technique. Could it be that this was just a disguise? Traceless Kong. Such a powerful cultivation technique was indeed different from the rest. Just as Su Yan was lamenting in his heart, Kong Wuhan suddenly threw the cultivation technique aside and said, "Oh, I took the wrong one. Forget it, I'll give it to you." Then he began to search again. Su Yan. Did I lose my mind just now? How could I have such thoughts? I must be crazy. After a while, he took out another cultivation technique, Wind Scar the World. No, he threw it away. Indestructible Vajra divine art, no, throw it away. Boundless ocean divine art, isn't it? Keep throwing it. After the son of Kong Wuhan threw away more than a dozen cultivation methods, the real traceless emptiness finally appeared in his hands. "Ha, I've finally found it. Hey, what's your name? Didn't you want it? Come, don't be so polite. I'll give this to you." He happily handed over the secret cultivation method of his sect. At this time, Su Yan's mind was still a little confused. Why was this guy so happy? He was forced to hand over the cultivation technique. Shouldn't he be incomparably indignant at this time? But what was he so happy about at this moment? This was truly unfathomable. Are you sure you're giving it to me just like that? That's your sect's cultivation method. Are you sure you want it? Kong Wuhan directly said, "I'm sure, I'm extremely sure." I say, "Why do you have so much nonsense? I've already said that I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you as well." He said straightforwardly. This was very awkward. Su Yan suddenly felt that he had gone too far. After all, Kong Wuhan's cooperation was far beyond his expectations. So, Su Yan said, "What do you want? Tell me. Don't worry, as long as I can do it, I'll do my best to help you." Su Yan's words were extremely sincere. At this time, Kong Wuhan looked at Su Yan strangely again. Su Yan immediately patted his head. Forget it. Communicating with this kind of strange person is really unimaginably difficult. All right, I'll let you go, but you'll have to wait for a while. As for your cultivation methods, I won't take them for free. After Su Yan finished speaking, his body disappeared from the spot. He didn't leave the small world of the square seal. Instead, he went to the temple in the square seal. This temple was the core of the square seal. It was where the seal spirits, Aya and Dagang, resided. At this time, the temple was somewhat dilapidated. Since this was the core of the square seal, after the seal was restored, this place should have returned to its original state. In fact, this was indeed the case for a period of time. However, later on, this place gradually declined. This was because Su Yan had sealed this place and even started to refine it. "Big brother Su Yan, you haven't been here for a long time." Just as Su Yan was hesitating, a voice suddenly sounded. Then Aya, dressed in white, appeared. When Su Yan first entered this small world, Aya was just a skinny little girl. She was an artifact spirit, but he didn't know it. Several demonic beasts in the square seal started to wreak havoc and wanted to devour him. It was Dagang who protected her. However, it was different now. Her divinity had awakened. At this time, she was no longer a little girl who didn't know anything. Instead, she had become a high and mighty artifact spirit. To everything in this space, she was a god. To Su Yan, she had become his enemy. This was an ironic thing. They were supposed to be the best of friends, but at this time, they had become two opposing sides. Su Yan knew that he couldn't blame Aya. After all, Aya was born for the square seal. The Buddha saint's purpose in refining the square seal was also for the Buddha sect and himself. "Yes, I haven't been here for a long time." Su Yan looked at the little girl in front of him and suddenly felt a pang of heartache. Although he knew that she was just an artifact spirit, humans were sentient animals after all. "Big brother Su Yan, actually, you don't have to feel any psychological burden. I'm a creature that doesn't exist in the first place. It doesn't matter if I disappear again. It's all the same to me," she said softly. At this time, what else could Su Yan say? He could only slowly nod his head and choose to remain silent. "But I'm sorry, big brother Su Yan. My destiny is that I can't help you. Instead, I have to go against big brother Su Yan. I don't like this, but I can't decide my own fate. I've made things difficult for Big Brother Su Yan. She spoke so softly that it was simply unbearable. Su Yan said, I'm the one who's sorry. However, many things were like this. She was destined to not be treated gently by him. It's okay. Both parties remained silent. Big Brother Su Yan. What? Aya looked at him for a while, but in the end she shook her head and said, Big Brother Su Yan, you have to be careful. As for what he had to be careful of, she didn't say it out loud. Su Yan saw that the girl wanted to say something, but he really didn't know what he should say. He left Shenmiao, and then spread his divine sense into the world again. When Su Yan truly became the master of this world, perhaps everything would be different. His strength was increasing bit by bit at this time, and as his strength increased, the process of conflict was inevitable. Of course, Su Yan also knew that in this world, nothing could really be done as one wished. Everything followed one's heart, and everything followed the law. That was all he could do. The alliance's progress was still very smooth. On this day, their target was the 5-Dragon Mountain area. This time, Zhang Deqian, Jing Xingming, and Yi Xingxing personally participated in the battle. This was because there were extremely powerful demonic beasts in the 5-Dragon Mountain. There was even a demonic beast that seemed to have the bloodline of the Dragon Clan. In this world, anything that could be related to the Dragon Clan was extremely powerful. No one could deny that the Dragon Clan was one of the most powerful creatures in this world. Their strength was extremely terrifying, and within their powerful strength, there was a terrifying majesty that made people suffocate. Such strength was enough to make almost everyone feel despair. Even if one only possessed their bloodline, it would still be a terrifying thing. This demonic beast's realm was probably equivalent to a powerhouse at the peak of the dragon realm. For such a demonic beast, the so-called dragon transformation was directly releasing its Dragon Clan bloodline. This was definitely an extremely terrifying thing. Therefore, it wasn't exaggerated at all that the 3 experts of the alliance had come. Let's push forward and get rid of the small fries in the periphery first. The small fries in the periphery weren't very powerful. If the 3 of them wanted to get rid of them, they could do it very quickly. However, many things were destined not to be so easy. If they wasted too much of their strength on these small fries, their own strength would definitely be affected. If they only had to face ordinary opponents, it wouldn't be a big deal. But today, they were about to face a powerful demonic beast with the Dragon Clan bloodline. At a time like this, even a little bit of strength would be a good thing. Therefore, they didn't dare to retreat in the slightest. The disciples of the 3 major sects had already launched their attack. The disciples of the Stupa sect were still at the forefront. They were the sharp knives in the charge, while the disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization were at the back. This was because the disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization were generally better at support. After using the cloud mist technique, they were very effective at healing and recovery. The Heaven and Earth organization had played a big role in the recent battles that had gone so smoothly. At this point, the disciples of the 3 major sects had formed an excellent cooperation. The disciples of the Sound of Thunder sect had strong physiques and were equivalent to meat shields. The disciples of the Stupa sect were the sharp knives and blades. The Heaven and Earth organization were healing and support. Chapter 1130. Female Literature. This time, the cooperation between the 3 parties became closer. The demonic beasts in 5-Dragon Mountain were actually much more powerful than those in other places, but for the disciples of the 3 major sects, their strength had improved a lot. Their advance was already extremely fast. The demonic beasts that had just awakened on the periphery were directly wiped out. Damn it, this 5-Dragon Mountain is much higher than I thought. At this time, a disciple began to sigh. Indeed, this 5-Dragon Mountain was a bit steep. Even as cultivators, they felt tired facing such a towering mountain. This was not surprising. After all, they didn't just come to this mountain for sightseeing. They still had to face the extremely powerful and terrifying demonic beasts here. Even if they were powerful, it was extremely difficult for them to advance at this time. It was at this moment that the sky suddenly darkened, and then a thin fog began to appear. What's going on? Today's weather shouldn't be like this. At this time, Zhang Daqian suddenly frowned. The changes in the weather have always been unfathomable. You and I are not venerables yet, so it's naturally difficult for us to know. This doesn't seem to be wrong. Jing Xingming said coldly. Although the relationship between him and Zhang Daqian was not the same as when they first met, and their relationship was not bad, the two of them often argued with each other. Zhang Daqian said, "In other places, the weather changes are actually nothing, but don't forget that this is Five Dragon Mountain. There is a powerful demonic beast with the dragon bloodline here. You have to understand that this kind of demonic beast is often accompanied by terrifying innate abilities, so we must be careful." At this time, Jing Xingming still wanted to say something, but at this time, Yi Xingxing had already spoken. Brother Daqian is right. At this time, we still have to be careful. The current Yi Xingxing's mentality had undergone a huge change. In the past, he was arrogant and radical, thinking that there was nothing in this world that he couldn't do. Therefore, he didn't put anyone in his eyes. But now, he understood his shortcomings. There was a saying that went, "Know your shortcomings and change them." Being able to recognize this point would be of great benefit to his future cultivation. Since Yi Xingxing had already spoken, Jing Xingming naturally wouldn't say anything else. After all, Yi Xingxing was still the leader of the Stupa sect. Jing Xingming's strength was not on par with Yi Xingxing's, and neither was his background. The three of them discussed for a while and finally decided that they would personally take the lead for this part of the journey. Compared to conserving energy, protecting his fellow apprentices was the most important thing. While they were moving forward, in the depths of the Five Dragon Mountain, a powerful lizard-like demon beast was looking down coldly. He was the powerful demon beast with the dragon bloodline, the giant dragon lizard. This kind of creature had an extremely powerful physical body. At this time, he had awakened his innate talent, causing his strength to become even more powerful. He looked at those fellows who were heading towards his mountain. He revealed an extremely human-like eerie smile. These damned humans had some guts. They actually dared to barge into his territory. Things were different now. Back then, demon beasts and humans had not truly begun to strengthen. Although demon beasts had an advantage individually, their overall strength was much weaker than humans. Furthermore, humans had all sorts of weapons, so demon beasts were the weaker party. But things were completely different now. This was their era. Those humans who still thought that they were the main characters of this continent were gravely mistaken. He would let these fellows know how stupid they were. The sudden appearance of the fog was naturally not a change in the sky, but his innate talent. Dragons could breathe out fog. Although he couldn't do it like a real dragon, he could still summon a small amount of fog. What are you going to do next? Among these people, there are peak dragon realm existences. You should know that I won't help you. At this time, a voice suddenly appeared. The voice came from the depths of the darkness. When it appeared, it was already standing beside the giant dragon lizard. The giant dragon lizard's huge eyes rolled, revealing an extremely disdainful expression. It directly said, "Hee hee, there's no need for you to do anything. 3 peak dragon realm existences? Ho ho, these humans actually dare to use the words dragon transformation. What a joke. Their appearance will only make me eat my fill." The giant dragon lizard seemed to have gotten used to this fellow's sudden appearance. However, deep in its heart, it was extremely disgusted by this fellow's sudden appearance. It even had a strong killing intent towards this fellow in its heart. It wanted to directly kill this fellow. Unfortunately, this fellow's origin was too mysterious. It was simply not a match for this fellow. Of course, he had to admit that the reason why his strength could increase so quickly was largely due to this mysterious guy. If it wasn't for this mysterious guy giving him something, his strength wouldn't have increased so quickly, and his intelligence wouldn't have been so high. But so what? It would definitely not have any feelings of gratitude. This was because it knew that this fellow was not helping it out of good intentions. He was just using it to achieve his own goals. The figure in the darkness said, all right. Giant dragon lizard, your temper is getting worse and worse. I really hope that you won't be killed by those fellows. Otherwise, all my time will have been wasted." The person yawned and then walked into the darkness, as if he was going to disappear into the darkness again. At this time, the giant dragon lizard spoke again. Hey, I say, if a fellow like you wants to kill them, it should be very easy. But why don't you do it yourself? The giant dragon lizard directly raised its question. The giant dragon lizard was getting stronger by the day. However, it was very clear that it was not a match for this fellow in front of it. If this fellow wanted to kill it, it would have no chance at all. If this was the case, if this fellow really wanted to kill those humans on the mountain, it would not take much effort at all. However, he did not do so. Instead, he let the giant dragon lizard do it. However, at this time, that fellow had already disappeared into the darkness again. It was as if he did not hear what the giant dragon lizard said. Humans? You damned humans. Sooner or later, you will all become food again. In the end, he still managed to focus his attention. In just a short while, many more demonic beasts had died. Of course, it did not care. There were no feelings between monsters. Since they died, they deserved to die. Monsters could only blame themselves for not being strong enough. If they were strong enough, they wouldn't have been killed like this. Therefore, it would not have any contact with those who were already dead. It's time to move my muscles. Roar, let the earth shake. At this time, black ripples were suddenly released from its body. The ripples spread out and then slowly seeped into the ground. At this time, it suddenly jumped up and then stomped heavily. At this time, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly became active. At this time, a terrifying and violent power immediately spread out. In an instant, the extremely tall 5-dragon mountain began to tremble slightly. When the trembling first appeared, it was still very weak, but later, it was already out of control. Is it an earthquake? At this time, all the disciples of the 3 sects alliance changed their expressions. If they encountered an earthquake at this time, it would be an extremely huge test for them. At this time, Zhang Daqian's expression suddenly changed and then he said, Senior brother Yi, let all the brothers leave this mountain immediately. Jing Xingming looked directly at him, but this time he did not refute. Yi Xingxing said, Junior brother Zhang, did you feel something? During their time together, Zhang Daqian repeatedly showed his extraordinary side, so at this time, he would not disobey Zhang Daqian's words. I think this landslide is also caused by that evil beast. If we don't let the disciples retreat, I'm afraid it will be troublesome. Okay, Xingming, let all the disciples retreat immediately. Junior brother Zhang, can you feel the location of that evil beast? Yi Xingxing said. Zhang Daqian nodded. I didn't know before, but now he has begun to stir up trouble, so he has exposed his location to me. He is in that direction. At this time, Zhang Daqian directly pointed his finger at the place where the giant dragon lizard was. He could know the location of the giant dragon lizard not by relying on his divine sense, but purely by feeling. This was why he was so terrifying. Feeling was the most illusory thing. Many people believed in their own feelings, but this was all based on nothing. Many people would even die under their own feelings, but Zhang Daqian was different. His feelings were extremely sharp. In these few actions, he had already proved himself very well. Is that so? That's good. Xingming, you take everyone away and come back to help us later. Junior brother Zhang and I will go and stabilize that guy first. If this earthquake is really caused by him, it will only get stronger and stronger. Yi Xingxing said immediately. Chapter 1131. Female literature. He didn't know how powerful this guy's earthquake could be, but he didn't dare to take any risks. With their strength, they naturally weren't afraid of the earthquake, but the other disciples couldn't. Once the earthquake was fully displayed, the entire 5-dragon mountain would collapse, and countless people would die. Zhang Daqian and Yi Xingxing went directly into the depths of the 5-dragon mountain. At this time, the giant lizard's eyes were so cold, and his gaze fell directly on the 2 people. You can actually find my existence, how amazing. He has hidden himself in the mountainside, extremely secretive. His power fluctuation will never spread out, that is to say, he can hide in the dark at will, and then use his power to launch a sneak attack. But he didn't expect that Zhang Daqian could directly determine his position without relying on his power. It was like a person who was lost and didn't know where to go, so he directly picked up a branch, then threw it casually, and moved forward in the direction where the branch fell to the ground. And the most terrifying thing was that no matter what, he could find the right direction every time, which was the most terrifying thing. And Zhang Daqian was like this. Now that you have realized the crisis, you want to escape? I have to say, although humans are annoying, they are indeed extraordinary. He sighed in his heart, but he was not ready to give up so easily. His power was still spreading at this time, and the intensity of the earthquake became even more terrifying at this time. The violent power continued to rush out at this time, and the terrifying aura has reached the extreme. The earthquake is getting stronger. At this time, the two people's expressions changed directly. Hurry up. Fortunately, they had made a decision before, otherwise, it would really be too late to regret it. Their speed was extremely fast, and they directly turned into phantoms. At this time, Jing Xingming's face also became extremely dignified. It was not easy for Zhang Daqian and Yi Xingxing to kill the powerful monster with the dragon bloodline, and it was also not easy for him to escort these disciples back to the mountain. Because at this time, many demonic beasts suddenly appeared behind them. During the earthquake, these demonic beasts should have been running for their lives. After all, demonic beasts were far more sensitive to danger than humans. However, at this moment, those demonic beasts didn't have any thoughts of running away. They even charged forward with all their might. This was an extremely frightening thing. If it was any other time, he would just kill them all again. However, at this time, there was a fatal threat of an earthquake. If the earthquake completely broke out, who knew how many disciples would die here? Motherf *Ker, even demonic beasts know how to use strategies. This was clearly a plan to lure the enemy in. First, they would lure them into the depths, and then directly surround them. In the past, they had always clashed head-on with the demonic beasts. But at this time, the demonic beasts actually knew how to use strategy. This was not a good thing. At this moment, Jing Xingming directly summoned his 10 swords. Follow me. At this time, he could no longer hide anything, because even the slightest bit of concealment could lead to a huge change. At this time, a powerful force was constantly erupting, and the violent and terrifying aura had reached its peak. The 10 swords danced, and countless demonic beasts were killed in an instant. However, these damned demonic beasts, even at this time, did not show any fear. Instead, they fought to be the first to arrive. Junior brother Jing Xingming's situation is not good, we have to hurry. The two of them were extremely close to the giant lizard dragon's cave. However, at this time, a shadow suddenly appeared. Damn it! What suddenly appeared in front of them were 4 demonic beasts. These 4 demonic beasts were all at the peak of the dragon realm. One of them was a giant mantis. Its sickle-like claws displayed an extremely terrifying sharpness. On the other hand, there was a 3-headed strange bird. Below them, there was a huge rhinoceros and a ferocious tiger. When these 4-legged demonic beasts appeared, the two of them's expressions changed again. Ambush! At this time, they already knew the severity of the situation. This was because the information they had received was wrong. At this time, their information indicated that there was only 1 peak of the dragon realm demonic beast here. However, at this time, there were already 5 peak dragon realm demonic beasts. No, that was not all. This was because at this time, in front of Jing Xingming, who was rushing down the cliff with all his might, a powerful demonic beast had appeared. Damn it, what do we do now? The two of them felt their hearts skip a beat. These demonic beasts had organized an ambush. This was definitely not a good thing. At this time, Zhang Daqian said, Senior brother Yi, although these demonic beasts are also at the peak of the dragon realm, their blood qi is insufficient. They did not cultivate it themselves, so we still have a chance. At this time, Zhang Daqian's powerful senses came into play again. Although these 4 demonic beasts were also at the peak of the dragon realm, he realized that their blood qi was not in the normal range. Why is this? At this time, Yi Xingxing released his senses. Very quickly, he came to the same conclusion. I think that these demonic beasts were forcefully raised by someone using a special method. Senior brother Yi, your battle strength is stronger than mine, so I'll leave the one inside to you. I'll deal with these four. At this time, Zhang Daqian immediately made a decision. This was not the time to be a hero. During this period of time, his battle strength had increased rapidly, but he knew that he was still no match for Yi Xingxing in front of him. There was only one explanation for the four demonic beasts in front of him to appear here. They were the guards of the guy inside, guarding the terrifying guy who was causing the earthquake. The law of demonic beasts was very simple. That was, the strong were respected. Therefore, the guy inside was the most difficult to deal with. At this time, he already had an idea. That was, he wanted to use his own strength to kill that guy directly. However, he also knew that this was far from the time to be a hero. They had to buy time. If they could not stop the earthquake as soon as possible, it would be terrible. In just a short while, the intensity of the earthquake increased by a lot. At the beginning, it was only a slight tremor, but now, cracks had appeared on the ground. Zhang Daqian suddenly jumped up and directly rushed towards the demonic beast in front of him. His target was the flying mantis because he had already felt that it was the biggest threat to him. This guy was too fast. If he forcibly confronted him with the advantage of speed, then he would be very passive and would be at a disadvantage. Therefore, he had to kill the guy who was the biggest threat directly. Thunder roar. Rumble. The moment he unleashed this move, a terrifying sound of thunder rang out. The huge explosion was like a bolt from the blue. The powerful force directly exploded at this time, and the violent aura was like a terrible disaster. Since Zhang Daqian wanted to fight against four demonic beasts, he had to show absolute suppression from the beginning. If he couldn't do it and let the four demonic beasts find their own rhythm, then he would be the unlucky one. When Zhang Daqian launched the attack, Yi Xingxing also released his sword qi. He saw Zhang Daqian's purpose, which was to kill the flying mantis demonic beast. Junior brother Zhang, let me give you a hand, pagoda's glimpse. The moment the thunder exploded, his sword qi suddenly blasted out, directly cooperating with Zhang Daqian's attack towards the flying mantis demonic beast. Of course, after he slashed out with his sword, he went straight to the cave, leaving the battlefield to Zhang Daqian. And he himself had to face an even more terrifying opponent. With Yi Xingxing's sword, Zhang Daqian's confidence in this attack was even greater. The sword qi was too fast, and the flying mantis demonic beast was already very powerful. The moment the sword qi arrived, it flapped its wings and directly escaped the range of the sword qi. However, the majesty of the thunder had already suppressed it. Under the suppression of the thunder, its body was a little numb, which caused its speed to slow down by half a beat. And in just half a beat, Zhang Daqian had already arrived in front of it. At this time, Zhang Daqian had already shown his absolute strength. The most powerful part of the flying mantis demonic beast was its terrifying sickle-like claws. But at this time, Zhang Daqian did not have the slightest fear. He directly rushed forward and pressed the sharp claws with his hands. Humph! Die for me first! The power of lightning was released first, and it finally arrived at this moment. All these actions were completed in the blink of an eye. The terrifying power directly fell at this time, directly injuring the flying mantis demonic beast. At this time, the flying mantis demon roared in pain, trying to break free. The other three demon beasts also reacted at this time. Not only the three-headed demon beast, the three-headed demon beast directly released 3 rays of light, wanting to kill Zhang Daqian. But at this time, Zhang Daqian had already expected this. He forcibly turned his body and directly used the flying mantis demonic beast as a shield to block the attack. The flying mantis demonic beast was already trembling after being hit by this terrible attack. Chapter 1132. Female Literature. At this moment, he was once again attacked by his companions, which was already unbearable for him. Such a huge power kept erupting at this time. The terrifying power had reached such a level. His life began to fade away in an instant. After all, they're just a bunch of beasts. Zhang Daqian sneered. Among the 4 monstrous beasts, the one that posed the greatest threat to him was the mantis demon. After all, if the mantis demon was allowed to unleash its full power, its speed would be too fast, which would put unprecedented pressure on him. It was precisely because of this that he chose the mantis demon as his target the moment he attacked. Moreover, Yi Xingxing also directly attacked and sealed the mantis demon's movements with his sword. In this way, he finally succeeded. At this moment, he demonstrated his strong combat awareness. Under normal circumstances, many people would panic inexplicably when encountering such a situation. They would feel that they had reached a dead end today. However, Zhang Deqian had already formulated a reliable combat plan in an instant and was able to carry it out. The flying mantis demon died just like that. However, he knew that his battle was far from over. The reason why he succeeded this time was because he had the element of surprise. However, there were still 3 more beasts. Although these 3 beasts' strength was forcibly increased, they were still at the peak of the dragon realm. It would not be easy for him to defeat them. It was at this moment that Yi Xingxing rushed into the huge cave mansion. At this moment, the dragon's breath was constantly stepping on the ground. Every time it stepped on the ground, its power would seep into the ground. As soon as Yi Xingxing entered the cave, he immediately felt a huge pressure rushing towards him. It was the dragon's power, as expected of a powerful existence that had awakened the dragon clan's bloodline. This dragon's power was so terrifying that the moment he entered, his hair stood on end. The moment it saw Yi Xingxing, the giant dragon lizard stuck out its tongue slightly and said, "I can't believe I let you break into this place. Those 4 things are really useless. They're really unreliable." It spoke slowly, but it put even more pressure on Yi Xingxing. This demonic beast actually had such a high level of intelligence. I really didn't expect that a beast would have such high intelligence. I'm really surprised. As he spoke, he had already made his move. A sword light shot out at this moment. The terrifying sword chi was so awe-inspiring at this moment. He wanted to stop the dragon lizard directly. If he allowed it to continue, the disciples would be in great danger. However, although his sword chi was not weak, it did not have any effect. That was because when the sword chi reached the dragon lizard, a pattern actually appeared. It blocked his sword chi. Sword chi? It's really interesting. It's a pity that such a weak sword chi can't hurt me. You must be very anxious at this time. Unfortunately, you are powerless. I will let you know what despair is. The dragon lizard laughed loudly. At this moment, Yi Xingxing was furious. How could a beast be so proud of itself? This made him furious. Moreover, this beast was threatening his junior brothers at this moment. Buddha immeasurable, sword chi soars to the heavens. You say my sword chi is weak? Then give it a try. For a swordsman, his sword was his life. His sword was insulted by such a beast. Naturally, he was furious. Of course, it was meaningless to be angry with a beast. Of course, it was very easy to prove to him. Kill him. As long as he killed him, everything would be settled. There seemed to be the power of a formation around the giant lizard dragon. How could a beast know how to set up an array? Of course, that was impossible. At least, it was absolutely impossible before reaching the beast saint level. Then there was only one explanation. The array was set up by someone else. Someone had helped him set up an array formation. This was not good news at all. Now, the first thing he had to do was to break the array. Haha, human, have you seen through it? Yes, this array was set up by your own kind. You should be angry. You are obviously the same kind, but you want to hurt each other. The dragon lizard laughed directly. Yi Xingxing just ignored it. His Buddha sword chi had finally reached the peak at this moment. Delirium, /. As the sword fell, the sword light turned into a long dragon and went straight ahead. At this moment, the terrifying aura showed an indescribable majesty. Such power was truly incomparably terrifying. The thick aura seemed to be able to completely suppress everything. Yi Xingxing's sword had gathered all of his strength. Instead, the speed of the sword slowed down. At this moment, it was as if everything had become calm. When the sword light approached, the array released a light again. As soon as this ray of light appeared, it was about to shatter the sword. However, this time, it was not as successful as last time. At this time, the light of the array had become extremely slow. It was like a decaying machine that had lost the power to move forward. Yi Xingxing's sword was constantly attacking and exploding. Just as the five-dragon mountain was fighting, a layer of dark clouds suddenly appeared above the heaven and earth organization. The arrival of the dark clouds was so sudden that in an instant, a fierce wind blew directly. Who dares to come to the heaven and earth organization? How dare you? At this time, Lei Wanjun suddenly shouted. The aura of the peak of the dragon realm was fully activated. A bright lightning fist directly bombarded the sky. However, his power dissipated as soon as it reached the sky. Without warning, without a sound, it directly disappeared. At this time, Moe also walked out. He was the person in charge of the Stupa sect. During this time, he had been in the Heaven and Earth organization. When he saw such a terrifying darkness, his face became serious. He went to Lei Wanjun's side and said, "Brother Lei, quickly retreat. This is not something you and I can deal with." Lei Wanjun was still wondering why his power had suddenly disappeared. At this time, when he heard Moe's words, he was shocked. He heard very clearly that Moe said, "You and I." In other words, even a venerable like him could not intervene. What kind of terrifying existence was the other party? At this time, a huge yellow hole suddenly appeared above the Heaven and Earth organization. In that hole, a loud and clear cry directly sounded. The Oriole. At this time, the Oriole finally appeared. That power was so strong that it had reached the level of a Tao Master. It was a threat to the Heaven and Earth organization. At this time, the formation could no longer stop that guy. The Oriole naturally sensed this, so at this time, it directly appeared. That extremely strong power appeared in the sky. The Oriole was usually in the 9 heavens above the Heaven and Earth organization. As an extremely powerful demonic beast of the bird species, its combat strength was extremely terrifying. This was even more so after it became a sacred beast. At this time, it was disdainful to stay in ordinary places. Only in the astral winds of the 9 heavens was its home. When the Heaven and Earth organization was attacked, it would directly awaken. At this time, its powerful strength would be completely displayed. At this time, a hurricane directly appeared. After becoming a sacred beast, the Oriole had mastered the law of wind. At this time, the power of the law rushed out, extremely powerful. Such a violent power had reached an unimaginable level at this moment. At this time, the endless aura at this time continued to increase, and in the end, it had turned into the most terrifying power. This power directly rushed to the deepest part of the dark clouds. At this moment, Moe and Lei Wanjun truly witnessed the true power of a Tao Master. When this attack rushed out, everything in the world seemed to begin to change. Such a terrifying power continued to surge, and in the end, it was simply terrifying to the extreme. Suddenly, a strange face appeared in the dark clouds. The face did not seem to have any shape, but it had an extremely powerful and terrifying majesty. Such a power directly fell from the sky and directly collided with the terrifying hurricane. At this time, the hurricane was directly scattered at this time. Obviously, the Oriole was at a disadvantage in this exchange of blows. Another terrifying bird cry rang out. At this moment, the Oriole was clearly enraged. It didn't expect that it wouldn't be able to defeat its opponent with its attack. "Su Yan, is this your pet? Interesting, but this is still not enough. Where are you? Come out and meet me." At this time, a voice suddenly came from the dark clouds. The Oriole was even more furious when this voice came out. He was directly ignored. At his level, of course, he could understand the other party's meaning. This guy seemed to be looking for trouble with his master. It was not easy for the Oriole to reach this level, but it was not a match for him. At this time, 10 hurricanes appeared. Each hurricane was extremely terrifying. These hurricanes kept rotating, as if they were going to directly annihilate the whole world. Such a power was extremely terrifying. All the aura between heaven and earth had been directly compressed and condensed to the extreme. At this time, the air had become the Oriole's weapon. An enraged sparrow was terrifyingly powerful. The 10 hurricanes directly went against the sky, and in the end, they turned into a hurricane sword. The hurricane sword was incomparably fast, and directly went toward the terrifying face. Its speed was extremely fast, and it appeared in the sky almost in an instant. Chapter 1133. Female Literature. The power of the Sword of Hurricane was simply terrifying. Such a terrifying aura directly spread out. Such power directly sank between heaven and earth. Such a power had almost reached an indescribable level. Under the power of the Sword of Hurricane, the entire space began to tremble. The power of this sword was actually so strong. With the might of a single sword, it directly shook the power of space. This was the terrifying power of laws. How persistent. Such a sword of laws is not bad. However, if such power can defeat me, it would be too ridiculous. At this moment, a huge palm print directly appeared. The veins of the palm were clearly visible. At this moment, a powerful power was directly displayed. At this moment, the terrifying power rose at this moment, like a flame. The gigantic palm came crashing down. Such a terrifying power, the power contained within it, could be said to be capable of annihilating the entire world. This power continued to condense, and in the end, it turned into the most terrifying light. Under the suppression of this huge palm, the Sword of Hurricane's speed suddenly slowed down. At this time, the aura continued to attack at this time, showing signs of dissipating. At this moment, the Oriole was furious. He really could not imagine that such a powerful attack of his would be directly dispersed by someone. His wings moved again, and his terrifying gaze almost directly dispersed the dark clouds in the sky. It was the Eye of Truth. At this time, the Oriole's Eye of Truth was displayed, and naturally, its power was endless. It was a powerful method that could disperse all falsehoods and directly return to the origin. Under this power, the extremely terrifying face in the sky finally began to disperse. At this time, the power continued to move, and the Oriole finally saw clearly. Above the 9 heavens, there was a thin man. He stood there proudly, his gaze fixed on the ground below. His entire person was like a god, and there was an extremely terrifying power of space around his body. Layers of space folded together, showing his extremely terrifying strength. The Oriole was shocked. He immediately felt that this guy was not here with his real body. Instead, he directly used his power to fold space and then descended. To be able to use such an inconceivable method to bring that power to this place was already extremely terrifying in itself. What made him even more terrified was that the power was still so berserk after it landed. The power that he had unleashed with his own authority had been so easily dispersed. Eyes of Truth? Su-Yen, this pet of yours is not bad. However, isn't it a little too presumptuous? Fine, I'll help you teach it a lesson. It'll also let it understand that no matter what it does, it has to pay the price. The man gently raised his hand, and a huge black light appeared. The black light changed, and at this moment, it directly condensed into a terrifying radiance that could devour everything. The moment the light appeared, Oriole immediately felt an awe-inspiring aura. It was a terrifying power that made it feel like it was about to die. At this moment, his wings flashed with all their might. Void storm, boundless destruction. After feeling the extremely terrifying power, he immediately understood that he had to use his full strength at this time. Only in this way could he increase his strength to the extreme. If he couldn't do that, then he would have to die under that sword. Ridiculous. The strike released by the Oriole was already extremely terrifying. However, in the eyes of that guy, he only got one word to describe it, and that was laughable. His power was boundless, and at this moment, it kept circling around. Finally, it landed. The void storm was about to take shape, but at that moment, everything was abruptly contained. It was as if there was a sudden break in his life at this moment. At this time, Huang Ke was extremely shocked. He had never thought that there would be such a terrifying person in this world. That casual sword strike of his had made him unable to move at all. The void storm that he had brewed was extremely powerful, and it was his trump card. However, the key now wasn't that his power couldn't block the opponent's sword, but that his power was directly frozen at this time, and he couldn't use it. Oriole felt like he was a marionette. He clearly had the power to fight with the opponent, but at this time, he couldn't even move. What kind of grievance was this? The speed of the dark light sword was too fast. Almost at the moment when Oriol saw it, the sword had already arrived in front of him. If the sword moved forward slightly, even if Oriol was as strong as he would probably die. However, this terrifying dark light sword finally stopped. He was right in front of Oriol, but he couldn't take another step forward. Of course, it wasn't that the person in the sky suddenly became kind and didn't have the heart to attack, but that this sword was forcibly stopped by a person. The power of space. It was the same power of space. Suddenly, countless densely packed folded spaces appeared in front of Oriol, and the appearance of this power of space immediately imprisoned that terrifying sword light. The person in the sky suddenly revealed a light smile. You can actually reach this level, how amazing! He didn't seem to feel anything about his sword being blocked. At this moment, Oriol was immediately pleasantly surprised. Master! He knew who appeared at this moment. It was his master. When he was in the most danger, his master appeared and blocked this terrifying sword ray. Of course, at this time, he was also amazed by Su Yan's strength. At this time, Su Yan was actually able to reach this level. This was something he couldn't achieve. He was now a holy beast, but he couldn't block the sword, but his master, Su Yan, was able to block this sword. When they first met, Su Yan was actually nothing in front of him. If it wasn't for the Godslayer sword in Su Yan's body, Su Yan would have been eaten by him as food. But at this time, Su Yan's strength was already so terrifying. Although he hadn't reached the Tao Master realm, Oriol could feel Su Yan's terrifying strength, and at this time, Su Yan's attack proved this point. The power of the space was too strong and too exquisite. At this time, Su Yan finally appeared and directly landed on Oriol's head. If it was someone else who dared to offend him like this, Oriol would definitely kill that person. But this person was Su Yan, his master. Su Yan said, "Long time no see, Duanmu Longhu." His eyes fell directly on the figure in the ninth heaven. This person had a strange head of white hair and a thin figure, but in the dancing wind, he was still so proud. This person was none other than Duanmu Longhu. Although his appearance seemed to have changed a little, Su Yan still recognized this guy at a glance. When Su Yan first saw this guy, he realized that this guy would be his lifelong enemy, and now it seemed that this was indeed the case. The method this guy used before was also extremely terrifying. His spatial level had already reached an extremely powerful realm, and the confrontation just now was only a short test. At this time, Duanmu Longhu was also sizing up Su Yan. His smile became more and more brilliant, and then he said, "Yes, long time no see, Su Yan." The last time they met was in the Shadow Kingdom. At that time, Duanmu Longhu wanted to release the shadow creatures, but unfortunately, he was stopped by Su Yan in the end. Of course, he didn't fail. He directly took in Rosen of the Ghost-Killing Hall. After Rosen joined him, he even had the strength to fight against the master of the Ghost-Killing Hall. After his resurrection, he was like a poisonous snake hiding in the dark, but each of his arrangements was extremely terrifying. Duanmu Longhu was indeed worthy of the name Dragon Fox. He was extremely cunning. Su Yan looked at him, full of vigilance. At this time, between heaven and earth, an extremely blazing power suddenly appeared. The moment that power appeared, everything was directly emptied. The battle between the two had begun. This was not the most direct confrontation of power, but the confrontation of the two's divine sense. They hadn't seen each other for too long, so they didn't know each other's strength very well. The previous short attack could not even be considered a test. Now, the real test had just begun. The violent power was constantly moving at this time, and the terrifying power fell down. The divine sense was like fire, and the world changed. The strength of these two people was on full display at this time. At this time, the Oriole let out a cry. At this time, his power also surged out. Of course, he didn't want to intervene in the battle between the two, because he knew that he was not qualified to do so at this time. What he wanted to do was to use his power to strengthen the large formation of the Heaven and Earth organization. The large formation of the Heaven and Earth Organization was the Thousand Clouds Universe Great Formation. In the past, the power of this formation was extremely powerful in the 5 continents. However, later on, with the awakening of the spiritual power of the continent, the power of this large formation became insufficient. When Yi Xingxing arrived, he wanted to directly lift this large formation with his own strength. However, later on, Su Yan directly used his powerful and terrifying power to upgrade this large formation. The power of this formation was naturally much stronger. Chapter 1134. Girls' Literature. Even a venerable would not be able to break this formation. Even a Tao master would have to spend a lot of time to break this formation. But now, the 2 people fighting in the sky were really terrifying. Even if it was just a battle of divine senses, it was already very powerful. Under the confrontation of these 2 terrifying people, the layers of space were stacked and became incomparably turbulent. It should be noted that this was under the premise that the space of the 5 counties was extremely powerful. If it was any other place, the space would have been directly shattered by such a battle of power. Even if the Thousand Clouds Universe formation was upgraded, it would be extremely difficult to defend against such power. It was a huge risk. Therefore, at this time, the Oriole directly used its own power to cooperate with the formation's protection. At this time, Su Yan's body suddenly flashed. The next moment, he appeared in the sky. He stood directly opposite Duanmu Longhu. Right now, the 2 of them were standing face to face. However, in fact, there were layers of overlapping space between the 2 of them within a short 100 meters. Perhaps if he stretched out his hand, he would appear in another place, or even another plane. This was the terrifying power of space power. The 2 people's divine senses continued to fight. The powerful power turned into a storm, and the terrifying aura at this time was constantly changing. At this time, Duanmu Longhu pointed his fingertip again. "You're really amazing. You're not even a Tao master, but you already have such terrifying power. Su Yan, you're really admirable." Duanmu Longhu's eyes were really sharp. In an instant, he had already seen through Su Yan's true realm. Su Yan just sneered and then said, "Same to you." During this confrontation, Su Yan had already discovered that Duanmu Longhu had yet to reach the level of a Tao master. However, his mastery of the power of space had already reached a terrifying level. If Su Yan had not directly killed the Void Beast and refined its space power, he might not have been a match for this guy at this time. This showed that Duanmu Longhu was a terrifying person. The 2 of them continued to exchange blows, competing with the power of the laws of space. Finally, when the power of the 2 people was completely condensed, a terrifying light beam flashed, and the dense power directly blasted out. In an instant, the radiance of the world changed, and the terrifying power became extremely violent. Lei Ming began to appear. Those thunderous roars were the wrath of the heavens. This meant that the confrontation between the 2 of them had angered the laws of the world. Heavenly lightning fell, incomparably domineering. The so-called heavenly might was fully displayed at this moment. Even though the 2 of them were domineering and overbearing, they had no choice but to retreat at this moment. Although they were already extremely powerful, they had not reached the point where they could ignore the rules of the world. "Good, you're really amazing. Your spatial energy is actually able to compete with mine. I didn't waste my effort in projecting my energy to fight you." Duanmu Longhu chuckled. Su Yan said, "You should be on the verge of a breakthrough, so you want to find a strong opponent to fight with you to find your own opportunity." At this moment, Su Yan directly broke through this little bit. Duanmu Longhu chuckled and nodded. In fact, this was indeed the case. At this moment, he was already on the verge of a breakthrough, and he indeed needed a strong opponent like Su Yan said. However, just as he was about to find this opponent, he suddenly had a sudden impulse. At the same time, he also heard the news from the 5 counties continent and guessed that Su Yan might be in the Heaven and Earth Organization. Therefore, he directly used this method to come here. Therefore, although the fight between the 2 of them seemed to be right in front of him, in fact, it was already a battle in an extremely deep space. "Ah, your eyesight is really sharp. Since you already know this, then come, let's have a good fight. I'm really looking forward to it." Being able to fight with an expert like you is the happiest thing in my heart. Duanmu Longhu's body suddenly pressed towards Su Yan. With every step he took, his strength increased by a little. As he moved forward, his aura had reached a terrifying level in an instant. Such a power directly pressed down, as if the entire sea was pressing down at this time. At this time, Su Yan naturally would not show weakness. Since the other party had already made a move, he naturally could not be indifferent. At this time, the power of the Taishang directly condensed. Then he blasted out a punch. Lightning fist. This was the simplest and most terrifying punch. Zhang Daqian already had his own unique understanding of the thunder tactics, so his lightning fist should not be underestimated. However, if he was here at this time and could see Su Yan's lightning fist, he would discover that the direct difference between the two was huge. This was not only the difference between the strength of the cultivation, but also the comprehension of the laws. Although Su Yan did not comprehend the thunder law, he had already comprehended the power of the three great laws. He could also comprehend the other laws by analogy and understand the essence of them. This lightning fist was the most terrifying power displayed by the will of thunder. At this time, he blasted out a punch. That power could only be described as explosive. At this time, the terrifying power continued to pass through at this time. The endless power was like the most profound god in the world waking up. Thunder tide. The two terrifying auras met directly, and then the most intense confrontation began. At this time, the terrifying auras had reached the extreme when such power collided with each other. At this time, the power continued to erupt at this time, and the violent aura fluctuated. At this moment, the two people were like gods. These two people were clearly not Tao masters, but they were so terrifying. At this moment, the fight between these two people naturally attracted the attention of the old farts who had just woken up in the 5 counties. For example, the dark mountain that Su Yan had once been to. The person from the dark demon sect suddenly projected his will and looked towards the sky. In the pagoda sect, Fu Qing also probed out with her divine thought. There were also some other old farts who focused their attention here. In this short period of time, there were already no less than 10 wills. In other words, there were already 10 Tao masters who were paying attention to this place. At this time, the darkness in Duanmu Longhu's hand became denser, and at the same time, the torrential demonic qi was extremely strong. He suddenly shouted coldly, "Humph, a bunch of old farts, why are you interfering in our fight? Get out of my way." The power of his attack suddenly rushed towards the surroundings. At this time, Su Yan, who was moving at this time, seemed to have the same intention. At this time, his power exploded, and a powerful and terrifying aura immediately went berserk. "Get out of my way." His voice was just as crisp, and he also blasted out with a lightning fist. The wills that had just approached this place were immediately scattered. In fact, when the two of them were fighting like this, it was taboo for others to watch the fight. This was because they were all Tao masters. If they directly interfered when the two of them were fighting, it would cause a huge impact on the two of them. Moreover, even if they did not interfere, they could still spy on a lot of things while they were fighting. Of course, Duanmu Longhu and Su Yan were also extremely domineering at this time. At this moment, Ling Er not only drove away their wills, but also directly annihilated their wills. How domineering and terrifying was that? Such terrifying wills were rolling at this time, and the terrifying aura had reached an extremely terrifying level. How dare you? They were all terrifying Tao masters, and naturally, they were filled with anger when Su Yan and Duanmu Longhu violently swept away their wills. Unfortunately, none of them dared to make a move at this time. This was because they were afraid. That moment was too short, and in just an instant, their wills had been directly swept away. With such strength, even if they wanted to make a move, they had to think twice and see if they had the ability to do so. You're all a bunch of old things. However, Su Yan, your combat strength is indeed terrifying, but this is the end of the test. Duanmu Longhu suddenly smiled, and an extremely bright golden light suddenly shone from his body. Divine light descends, divine body. He was clearly a monstrous demon, but at this time, his body was shining with such a strong divine light. He was reversing his own power, from demon to God. A golden divine body appeared, and at this moment, his aura increased by more than 10 times. At this time, Su Yan raised his eyebrows. He really did not expect Duanmu Longhu to have such a terrifying method. However, he also knew that Duanmu Longhu was right, and at this time, there was no meaning in testing. Since this guy had shown his true strength, Su Yan would not back down. With a thought, a huge shadow appeared behind him. It was the devil shadow. What? The immeasurable devil? At this time, Duanmu Longhu was obviously shocked to the extreme. He never would have thought that Su Yan was actually able to summon such a devil shadow. He was the crown prince of the devil sect in ancient times, so he knew far more than Su Yan. Therefore, when this devil shadow appeared, he immediately knew the origin of this devil shadow. That was the immeasurable devil. In the long history of the devil sect, only the great devil heavenly lord, the great devil sect's ancestor, had condensed this devil shadow. In the past, Duanmu Longhu had also wanted to successfully condense this demonic shadow. However, he had failed in the end. Even after he died and came back to life, he still did not get what he wanted. However, in the process of pursuing this realm, he unexpectedly comprehended the powerful method of transforming from demon to God, and directly condensed the divine body. Chapter 1135. Female Literature. There was no doubt that the body of God possessed the most terrifying strength. Now, he had reached a few important stages. The body of God was not complete, and he always felt that something was missing. That was why he was so eager to find an opponent. After receiving the news about Su Yan, he gave up on the opponent he had originally chosen and came here to fight with Su Yan. Before he came, he had already determined that Su Yan was extremely terrifying. However, he did not expect that Su Yan's strength had actually reached such an extent. However, this was also what made him happy. He was very similar to Su Yan in one thing, and that was that he would not be afraid of the enemy's strength. If the enemy was too weak, what was the point of fighting? Therefore, at this time, he directly displayed his body of God. However, he did not expect that after he displayed his body of God, Su Yan would display the infinite true demon. That was the power that he had always dreamed of cultivating, but he did not succeed. However, Su Yan was able to cultivate it. Although the power of the celestial body that he had cultivated was also extremely terrifying, and was not inferior to the infinite true demon body, he still had a grudge in his heart. Therefore, at this time, he was even more determined to defeat Su Yan directly. At this moment, his body flickered and directly appeared in front of Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan was also unprecedentedly dignified. He had already sensed the strong fighting spirit of this guy. The infinite true demon? This is the first time I've heard of it. It seems that I still know too little. However, this guy's divine body seems to be very powerful as well. I'm afraid there's a connection between the two. At this time, Su Yan naturally realized this point. At this time, he and Duanmu Longhu were in a strange confrontation again. Kill. At this time in the sky, the wind was fierce. All of a sudden, the word kill exploded. Two huge shadows, one golden and one dark, directly collided. At this time, a terrifying power immediately erupted, and aura directly spread out to the surroundings. That terrifying aura had already reached such a terrifying level. At this time, the violent power was constantly changing. At this time, the endless power had already condensed into a terrifying aura. At this moment, it seemed that only these two most terrifying forces were left in the world. In the sky, the intense beam of light had condensed to the extreme. At this moment, Su Yan took a step forward. He made a grabbing motion in the air, and a wisp of cloud energy flew into his hand. Then he swung his power, and the terrifying sword broke apart and fell to the ground. As for that Duanmu Longhu, he had practically used the same method. At this moment, the two of them started the most primitive battle. Every move was so primitive. That violent aura continued to move at this moment. At this time, the people in the Heaven and Earth organization could no longer see the scene in the sky. Only the Oriole saw everything with his eye of truth. At this moment, the Oriole's heart was filled with hot blood. This time, he had truly witnessed the terrifying strength of his master. Right now, Su Yan was like a heavenly god. Back then, he finally chose to truly follow Su Yan. It seemed that he had made the right choice. The blood-winged dragon had chosen to betray him. It was really stupid. Su Yan and Duanmu Longhu continued to fight. At this time, Duanmu Longhu suddenly stopped. At this time, he was already slightly out of breath. Painful, painful. He directly let out a long howl. At this time, his entire aura increased again. He seemed to have found his opportunity. This time, he had come for his celestial god's body. However, before coming here, he did not expect to encounter the infinite true demon body. The strength of the infinite true demon body was beyond his expectations. But for him, it was more interesting. Because of this, he would be able to better improve himself. At this time, his strength was constantly rising, and his violent aura had already reached its peak. Vaguely, he seemed to have come into contact with some crucial points. In his opinion, as long as he could grasp this point, he would definitely be able to break through. Unfortunately, he had no idea what that extremely vague dose system was. Therefore, at this time, he could no longer hide. This was how a battle with a person like Su Yan was. If one did not want to lose, then one would have to reveal all of one's hidden skills bit by bit. Fighting was really addictive. At this time, Su Yan was the same. He did not want to lose to Duanmu Longhu. Therefore, there was only one word, and that was to fight. An extremely strong light appeared in the hands of the infinite true demon body. The light finally condensed into a sword. It was the appearance of the Taiji sword. At this time, a saber appeared in the hands of the god's body. The god wielded a saber, and the demon wielded a sword. This was an extremely strange scene. The situation of the two had completely overturned everything in the past. At this time, the terrifying battle between the two of them began to erupt. The violent aura was so terrifying at this moment. Between heaven and earth, brightness and light changed. The power of yin and yang began to rotate continuously. At this time, the terrifying aura continued to expand. It was as if an extremely terrifying monster was breathing at this time. At this time, the lightning in the sky had become even more powerful. Because at this time, the two powers had destroyed the balance of heaven and earth. Therefore, at this time, the wrath of heaven descended. Those extremely powerful and terrifying existences had reached the level of Emperor Realm or even surpassed it. Why were they still in a deep sleep at this time? This was because they knew that if they were to jump out now, they would immediately be locked onto by the will of the heavens and be directly killed. At this time, heaven's will was still unattainable. It was definitely not something they could offend. At this time, Su Yan and Duanmu Longhu had actually touched the edge of heaven's will. The reason why they were still alive at this time was that they had taken advantage of a loophole. That was, their true realm was not that of a Tao master. Everything had cracks, even the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, how could there be a saying that 4 out of 5 great Taos could be derived from heaven? However, if they continued to fight like this, they would soon touch the forbidden zone. When their power reached a certain level, even if their realm had not reached that level, heavens will be destroyed. The heavenly might would also directly destroy you. That was the incomparably tyrannical heavens. Why would it care if your strength had already reached this limit? That powerful force was so terrifying that all the powers between heaven and earth were constantly changing at this time. It was already an extremely dangerous signal. However, neither Su Yan nor Duanmu Longhu showed any signs of stopping. This was what it meant to fight to the point of madness. At this time, the two of them had gradually entered a frenzied battle. At the very least, heaven's will was not enough to make them fear. At this time, the power in the sky rolled, and the terrifying aura continued to rise. At this time, the two huge shadows collided again. Terrifying power directly filled the air. Boom! At the moment when the terrifying lightning exploded, the power of the two people also directly collided. At this time, the power had become so violent. Su Yan's aura directly suppressed and descended at this time. Between heaven and earth, endless light condensed to the extreme at this time. The power of this heavenly thunder was really strong. Compared to this heavenly thunder, the thunder produced by Su Yan's thunder fist was simply weak. Su Yan and Duanmu Longhu retreated at the same time. At this time, the two of them were finally injured. However, the reason why they were injured was not because of each other, but because of the terrifying lightning. At this time, the true demon and the celestial god's body disappeared at the same time. They knew that the previous attack had crossed the lightning zone and exceeded the scope of the lightning's power. If the two of them did not withdraw their true demon and celestial god's bodies, it would be equivalent to giving the lightning a target. In other words, it was equivalent to putting a lightning rod on their heads. That was an act of seeking death. Although the two of them were in a state of frenzy, it did not mean that they had lost their minds. Su Yan, I was right. You are indeed powerful, and you are qualified to be my friend. Speaking of which, we had a good cooperation last time. So, do you want to continue working together? In fact, the cooperation last time was considered to have ended without a result. However, strictly speaking, both of them could still accept it. However, Su Yan did not believe Duanmu Longhu's words. He said directly, "It's dangerous to ask a tiger for its skin." His words were a direct rejection. Duanmu Longhu was not angry. He only said, Su Yan, what do you mean by asking a tiger for its skin? That was because he was too weak, so he had such concerns. But you're different. You're the same as me. You're a true expert. Our alliance will only bring us greater benefits. He continued, in fact, you already know that a huge change has begun to take place in this world. Those old things that have been eliminated now want to reappear in this world. Those wills just now are just the beginning. The real powerhouses have yet to awaken. Although you and I are not weak, we can't be compared to those old things. So, let's cooperate. Only by cooperating can we become strong enough to deal with those old things. In fact, Duanmu Longhu's words were right. They were still far from being strong enough. If those powerful existences appeared directly, the current Su Yan would not be able to deal with them. Not to mention the others, there was Yang Tai, who had ulterior motives. If he came out of the sealed land, with his strength as a venerable emperor, how could Su Yan resist him? Moreover, Yang was not at his strongest. Thinking about the terrifying existence in the cold land of the extreme north. At that time, if it wasn't for the fact that that terrifying existence was still in a sealed state, he would have already died. That was a terrifying existence that even Yang feared to the extreme. If such a person were to awaken, how terrifying would he be? Therefore, he really did not have much time now. However, if he cooperated with Duanmu Longhu, he would indeed be able to obtain benefits in the shortest time. However, Su Yan still rejected this proposal. It was still the same sentence. Asking a tiger for its skin would only lead to one's own death. Su Yan naturally had great confidence in himself. However, having confidence did not mean that he was blind. Duanmu Longhu's heart was too sinister. Every step he took, he was scheming against others. As the saying goes, there is no way to guard against thieves. Not to mention, Duanmu Longhu was such a powerful thief king. At this time, Su Yan said, Duanmu Longhu, do you still want to fight? If you want to fight, then I will accompany you. If you are here to talk nonsense, then there is no need. My time is precious. When Duanmu Longhu heard Su Yan's words, he shook his head and said, Su Yan, there are many things that cannot be decided by a momentary imagination. You must know that in this world, no matter how strong a person is, there is a limit. You and I are both people of destiny. Only by joining hands can we escape this damned fate and control everything in our own hands. At this time, he revealed a secret, and that was the child of destiny. It turned out that he, Duanmu Longhu, was also the child of destiny. Chapter 1136. Female Literature. To Su Yan, the title, Child of Destiny, was a heavy burden. There were too many things on his shoulders, and the most terrifying thing was that those powerful existences had set him up and left behind chess pieces. Although it seemed like Su Yan had benefited greatly, in fact, it was a greater crisis for Su Yan. If those powerful existences returned one day, they might bring huge trouble to Su Yan. However, Su Yan didn't have any other choice. He could only continue down this path. At this point, he didn't have the qualifications to turn back anymore. This was fate. Even if he was extremely powerful, there were many things that he couldn't refuse in front of fate. It was because of this that Su Yan crazily increased his strength. He knew very well that if he wanted to escape his fate, he could only become stronger. Merely, he did not expect that Duanmu Longhu would actually tell him that he was also a child of destiny. This caused him to be astonished. But, are you surprised? But that's the truth. I'm also a child of destiny like you, so I can feel what you feel. And what I've experienced is what you want to know, right? He said in the sky. At this moment, Su Yan was silent and looked straight at Duanmu Longhu. Duanmu Longhu looked at him in the same way. His gaze was so calm. Obviously, he was telling the truth this time. 3,000 years ago, I was also a child of destiny and carried the fate of many people. Therefore, when the battle broke out, I ultimately became a sacrifice, to the point where I couldn't even save my own life. However, back then, I knew that I was the child of destiny, but I wasn't willing to accept such an unfair fate. Therefore, from the very beginning, I wanted to defy the heavens and change my fate. In the end, I was able to revive today, 3,000 years later, and increase my strength. After experiencing what happened back then, I knew that everything in this world is fake. Only one's own strength is the true foundation. If you're not strong enough, then you can only be a chess piece. Duanmu Longhu seemed to have recalled the scene back then, and his eyes were filled with deep hatred. He was really hateful. Back then, he struggled bitterly for his life, but in the end, he still died. This was the unfairness of the damned heavens. That despicable heavens gave all its blessings to others, but he, a child of destiny, had to suffer such a fate. Fortunately, he was resurrected in the end. Back then, he was so miserable and couldn't escape the fate of death. But this time, he definitely wouldn't be like that. I understand now. So you're also a child of destiny, and you were set up by those powerful people. But it's a pity that on the surface, you still died in the end. Su Yan said. Duanmu Longhu said, that's right. That's why I'm angry at those people. But why should they be so high and mighty, and treat me as a chess piece? Back then, I died because of their struggle. Now that I've been resurrected, I'm going to lift the chessboard. Duanmu Longhu's tone was not small. But to be honest, Su Yan understood him very well this time. After all, he was going through the same experience as Duanmu Longhu. Therefore, there were some things that he could empathize with. Su Yan, I know that you're also a person who yearns for freedom. How can you be willing to be restrained by those people who have already been eliminated? So, let's work together. As long as we work together, I guarantee that you'll be able to break free from the shackles of fate and become your own master. This was the call from Duanmu Longhu's heart. And to be honest, this sentence was really quite tempting. But unfortunately, Su Yan shook his head in the end. No need. I don't need it. His words were calm and firm, and there was no hesitation in them. At this moment, Duanmu Longhu's gaze became a little cold. He was the kind of person who made all decisions by himself. In his opinion, no one in this world had the right to reject him, and no one had the right to control him. He wanted to become a high and mighty king. It was already an extremely rare thing for him to be so kind to Su Yan. But now, Su Yan actually rejected him. In his opinion, this was an unforgivable crime. Unfortunately, Su Yan didn't care about all of this. He only said flatly, okay, you already know my answer. If you still want to fight, then I'll accompany you. If you don't want to fight, then go back to where you came from. Duanmu Longhu stared at Su Yan and finally said, why? He wanted to know why Su Yan rejected him. Su Yan sighed and said, shouldn't fate be the path one walks? If that's the case, what's the point of saying anything else? It wasn't that Su Yan wasn't worried about his current situation. It wasn't that he didn't feel the danger at this moment. But just like he said, wasn't fate the path one had to walk? If he really chose to work together with Duanmu Longhu, then he would be giving up on himself and linking his fate with Duanmu Longhu's. Once experts like them gave up on themselves, how could they continue to live without their own beliefs? Therefore, at this point, Su Yan no longer wanted to do anything fearless. Putting aside the fact that he was asking a tiger for its skin, his own fate had to be changed by himself. His own path had to be walked by himself. In his opinion, even now, Duanmu Longhu didn't have a fate. Of course, this wasn't the case. Everyone's understanding of fate was different. There was no right or wrong. This was the so-called those with different paths cannot work together. Good, very good. Su Yan, I'm looking forward to our next fight. Duanmu Longhu looked up to the sky and laughed before gradually disappearing. This time, he directly found Su Yan and fought with Su Yan. In this battle, he gained a lot, especially when he saw Su Yan's true demon shadow. This was of great significance to him in perfecting his body of the god. Although Su Yan rejected him in the end, it didn't matter. After all, a person like him was an ambitious and ruthless person. He would never waste his energy on such a matter. He knew very well that if Su Yan directly agreed to his request, it would be unrealistic. Su Yan was indeed Su Yan, the son of fate. His choice was very similar to his own in the past. In his opinion, Su Yan didn't choose to work with him because Su Yan hadn't encountered any real danger yet. In other words, he hadn't encountered any real setbacks. If one day he encountered a real setback, then he would understand how insignificant his power was in front of the world. At that time, he would come to find him and work with him. Therefore, at this time, he wasn't in a hurry at all. Duanmu Longhu's figure disappeared into the horizon. At this time, Su Yan looked ahead, in the direction of 5 Dragon Mountain. Duanmu Longhu, did you really come here on a whim? How can I completely believe your nonsense? Su Yan's divine thought directly rushed towards 5 Dragon Mountain. At this time, Zhang Daqian was in an extremely difficult situation. Although he had killed the flying mantis monster at the very beginning, the remaining 3 monsters were still very powerful. It was extremely difficult for him to fight against a group of them alone. However, it was extremely difficult, but not impossible. In any case, Zhang Daqian wouldn't give up. Ever since his innate talent had awakened, his will to fight had become stronger and stronger. In such a situation, instead of forcing him to give up, it could stimulate his strength even more. At this time, he had pushed his aura to the extreme. The powerful force erupted directly, and the powerful dragon's power directly bounced back the demon tiger that was about to approach. Damn it, do you really think you can defeat me? Even if I, Zhang Daqian, die, I won't die in the hands of evil creatures like you. At this time, his lightning fist erupted again. On 5 Dragon Mountain, lightning fell one after another, and the terrifying pressure began to expand. He was going to go all out. For him, although this was an extremely difficult battle, it was also very beneficial. This was a real battle of life and death. The more difficult the battle, the more invincible fighting will in his heart could be stimulated. At this time, his aura began to rise suddenly. The dragon's power in his body was getting stronger and stronger. At this moment, the slowly moving lightning was constantly twisting and changing, almost turning into the appearance of a lightning dragon. At this time, such strength was simply terrifying. He was condensing the power of the thunder dragon. Originally, he shouldn't have taken this step so early. At the very least, he still needed to wait for a while to stabilize his cultivation before he could proceed to the next step. But now, he had no choice but to release the arrow from the bow. The world was always like this. If everything could develop according to plan, then life would be too perfect. At this time, if Zhang Daqian wanted to live from death and directly break through this situation, then he must welcome the breakthrough and directly condense the Thunder Dragon. Chapter 1137. Female Literature. The art of thunder was a very domineering cultivation method. There was no doubt about it. Even now, when Su Yan fought with others, he would use this cultivation method, and one could see the power of this cultivation method. In fact, there was a gap in the inheritance of the sound of thunder sect back then. Otherwise, the strength of the sound of thunder sect at this time would definitely be unimaginable. Now, it was clear in his heart that if he wanted to break through to a more powerful realm, then he must condense his own Thunder Dragon. Once the Thunder Dragon was successfully condensed, his strength would increase by 100 times. At that time, he would be able to do whatever he wanted. Even at this moment, his aura was actually strong enough. When he directly exerted his strength, the embryonic form of the Thunder Dragon had gradually taken shape, and that terrifying power began to distort and circulate little by little. At this moment, his strength had reached an unimaginable level. At this moment, the three great monster beasts couldn't get close to his body. Stop him! Although these three great monster beasts had their realms forcibly increased, they were extremely powerful monster beasts after all. They had a deep foundation. At this time, their power erupted, which was unimaginable. At the same time, their wisdom was also very high. Although they didn't know what Zhang Daqian was doing at this time, they knew. If Zhang Daqian completed it, it would definitely not be a good thing for them. Since this was the case, they had to do their best to stop Zhang Daqian. At this moment, their power was completely reversed, and that power even forcibly reversed the terrifying aura. They were unleashing their demonic chi with all their might. Since they already knew how powerful and terrifying this power was, how could they allow it to continue being unleashed? Therefore, at this time, their aura erupted with full strength, wanting to directly suppress all of this. But at this time, Zhang Daqian wanted to raise his aura to the peak. Therefore, this time, the battle began again. The confrontation of the terrifying power was directly launched, and the violent aura was even more unimaginable. A strong power erupted directly. At this time, the violent power had reached its peak. Do you think you can suppress my power with just a few beasts like you? What a fool's dream. I will let you know that your strength is nothing in front of me. Being suppressed by the three demonic beasts, not only was he not angry, but he also pushed his strength to the peak. The berserk aura continued to erupt at this moment, and the terrifying radiance continued to strike down. At this time, he had to constantly force himself in the midst of adversity so that his strength could reach a breakthrough. In the face of challenges, he did not shrink back. Instead, he continued to erupt with his own strength, allowing himself to reach the pinnacle. Such cultivation was true cultivation. From a certain perspective, he was somewhat similar to Su Yan. Perhaps this was the attitude that a true powerhouse should have. In the face of challenges, he never backed down. Instead, he pushed himself forward and raised his strength to the peak. This was the attitude of a true expert. Of course, there were two sides to every coin. If he could succeed, it would naturally be amazing. He would be able to continuously break through and become a super powerful existence. However, if he couldn't succeed, then he could only face death. The dangers of the path of cultivation were extremely great. Since ancient times, there were actually many geniuses. There were even some who were already in the spirit realm when they were born. However, those who could survive were the true heroes. As for those who died prematurely, they were nothing. No one would remember their existence. At this moment, whether Zhang Daqian was a true hero had already been decided. Now, he was constantly forcing and challenging himself. If he was a true hero, then he would be able to achieve a breakthrough at this moment. Under the suppression of the three demonic beasts, the embryonic form of the Thunder Dragon was close to dissipating. However, Zhang Daqian did not have any intention of giving up. Instead, he condensed his strength more and more. The terrifying aura continued to reverberate at this moment, like a hurricane in the sky that was constantly circling. Thunder Dragon ascends to the heavens, rise from the dead. At this moment, he suddenly roared. Suddenly, his strength dissipated in an instant. The three demonic beasts' power fell directly on his body without any resistance. At this moment, he was in extreme pain, as if he was about to die. At this time, the three demonic beasts were extremely excited. That human, the embryonic form of the Thunder Dragon, made them very afraid. However, this idiot actually dissipated his strength when he was being suppressed by them. This was giving them a chance, allowing them to directly succeed. Demonic beasts ate humans as food. Zhang Daqian's strength was very strong. They saw an extremely terrifying source power in Zhang Daqian's body. For them, this was an extremely huge temptation. If they could directly devour Zhang Daqian, then their lack of forcibly increasing their cultivation realm could be made up for. That was not all. Perhaps they could even advance further and directly become venerable realm demonic beasts. Therefore, at this time, the three demonic beasts became even more excited. The three heads of the three-headed monster bird directly burst out three terrifying rays, wanting to directly destroy Zhang Daqian's head. But at this moment, Zhang Daqian, who was full of pain, suddenly opened his eyes. There was an extremely terrifying light in his eyes. This light shot out, and then the thunder dragon that had already dissipated appeared again. Rise from the dead, what was that? It was a kind of nirvana. At this time, the thunder dragon that appeared directly opened its mouth and directly swallowed the three demonic beasts. Stupid three things, then use your strength to make me succeed. At this time, Zhang Daqian was really violent to the extreme. It was still difficult for him to form the thunder dragon, even without the suppression of the three demonic beasts. Because this time, he acted in a hurry. So just now, he simply dissipated the power directly. When the three demonic beasts arrived, he directly circulated his strength again. At this time, his strength directly condensed the three demonic beasts into his thunder dragon. It was an extremely dangerous thing for him to integrate the three demonic beasts into his body like this, because he was afraid that his whole body would be implicated. After being directly swallowed by the extremely powerful demonic beasts, his death would come directly. But at this time, he didn't care about all this. Not because he didn't know, but because he was fearless. This was the confidence of a person who had great confidence in himself. If he didn't even have this confidence, then how would he dare to perfect his thunder dragon, and how would he be able to break through the high and mighty venerable realm? In fact, at this time, Zhang Daqian already had a reason to become stronger. For this reason, no matter what, he would work hard to make himself stronger. The powerful demonic beasts directly entered his body, which made him feel extremely painful. After all, the torture of such a powerful and terrifying demonic beasts was enough to make his body explode. But at this time, he had an opportunity, and that was to channel his demonic beasts out, and then let his terrifying strength continue to break through, and finally reach the point he wanted. At this time, he was at the point of energy conversion, and he had to control this conversion. If he couldn't do it, then only death would await him. In such a state, his vitality was actually less than 1/10, but he was still willing to take the risk. Damn it, this kid is converting our demonic beasts. The three demonic beasts were not stupid. At this time, they naturally saw through it. That's a fool's dream, kill him. At this moment, the three demonic beasts were furious. Regardless of whether Zhang Daqian succeeded in the end, in their opinion, this was already a blatant offense and humiliation. Therefore, at this time, they had made up their minds to tear Zhang Daqian apart piece by piece, let him know how stupid they were, and let him feel their pain. However, at this time, Zhang Daqian didn't care about it. He calmed his mind. He knew that at this time, he had to go all out. At this time, the demon tiger suddenly rushed forward. The demon tiger's body was extremely huge. When its power erupted, its body skyrocketed. For Zhang Daqian, it was a real behemoth. Even if it was just a claw, it was still bigger than his body. At this time, its huge claw directly fell, and a terrifying aura directly pulled down. Such a violent power manifested at this time, it was truly terrifying. The terror of that powerful power was even more indescribable. Boom! A loud sound was heard, and in the next moment, dust flew everywhere. The power of that palm was so terrifying that it directly shook the mountains. Reckless human! The demonic tiger roared in anger. In fact, they were also extremely afraid of Zhang Daqian. At the beginning, they came together with the four demonic beasts, but Zhang Daqian had already killed their companions at the beginning. Although it was unexpected and because of Yi Xingxing's sword, his strength couldn't be underestimated. Therefore, in the subsequent battle, the three demonic beasts didn't dare to be careless at all, whether it was attacking or defending together. At this time, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 1138. Female Literature. In such a situation, this kid must have been killed. If he didn't die in such a situation, then he was simply a dog. At this moment, the other two monstrous beasts also revealed relaxed expressions. Just like the demon tiger, They also felt that Zhang Daqian was an extremely terrifying existence. But at this time, Zhang Daqian was already dead. They believed that Zhang Daqian must be dead. At this moment, his power was so violent. The carefree feeling released from their hearts made them extremely excited. But at this moment, the demon tiger suddenly let out a loud roar. It wasn't a roar of excitement, but an extremely painful howl. It turned out that at this moment, a bolt of lightning directly erupted and directly pierced through his tiger claw. After receiving such a blow, the demon tiger's entire body retreated continuously. At this moment, he was really shocked and angry to the extreme. And also at this time, a sneer was heard. "How stupid, do you think you can kill me so easily? Animals will always be animals. Although they have some wisdom, they still can't compete with humans." That was Zhang Daqian's voice. After being hit by the demon tiger's claw like this, he actually didn't die. And judging from his voice, it was obvious that he was in a very good state at this time. At this time, his aura rose to the extreme, and that terrifying aura was simply unimaginable. That powerful light was pressing in bit by bit, and the strong aura was really terrifying to the extreme. At this time, the demon tiger immediately wanted to retreat. At this time, a feeling of death had already shrouded his heart, which made him feel very uncomfortable. But at this time, it was already too late for him to think of escaping. "You only want to leave now? Too late." Zhang Daqian's voice sounded again, and an extremely violent power suddenly erupted at this time. Lightning fist. It was another lightning fist. But at this time, Zhang Daqian's fist blasted out, and when a bolt of lightning directly exploded, a faint dragon roar sounded. The power of that punch was several times stronger than before. The body of the demon tiger was also extremely powerful. At this moment, it was precisely the time when it was circulating its demonic energy, causing its defensive power to be even more abnormal. However, after taking this punch, his huge body was directly sent flying. The three-headed strange bird let out a strange cry and immediately dodged. Rumble! That huge sound seemed to shake the heavens and the earth. The terrifying movement was truly incomparably terrifying. The demon tiger had actually been beaten to such a state by a single punch from him. At this moment, the bolt of lightning had yet to dissipate and was still circling around him. At this moment, Zhang Daqian's eyes were fixed on the two beasts. A sinister smile appeared on his face. "Hee, are you ready? Are you ready to die?" At this time, his power erupted once again, and his body actually burst out with the dragon's might. At this moment, he finally succeeded in condensing the lightning dragon. At the moment when the demon tiger's claw fell, he actually directly condensed his lightning dragon. This also meant that at this moment, he had already cultivated the thunder incantation to perfection. At this moment, the powerful aura was constantly escaping, and on his fist, there were sharp barbs. If one looked closely, they looked like densely packed teeth. That was the talent he condensed the moment he condensed the lightning dragon's teeth. In the dragon realm, there was a certain chance of giving birth to one's own talent. Just like the Taihang sword faction's Wang Baichuan's cold appearance and Su Yan's dragon wings. At this time, Zhang Daqian also burst out, and that was the dragon's teeth. Lightning dragon's teeth. The power of the punch that the demon tiger received was already extremely strong. It was the terrifying power that burst out the moment Zhang Daqian condensed his strength, and the power of that punch was unimaginable. And this punch contained the power of the dragon's teeth. The function of the dragon's teeth was very simple, and that was extreme destructive power. When this punch was blasted out, the powerful destructive power immediately rose to the peak. Such a terrifying power was simply unparalleled. That valiant power displayed endless majesty at this moment. Until now, the demon tiger still did not stand up, because at this time, the demon tiger had already lost the strength to stand up. Its whole body was paralyzed by the lightning, and the powerful lightning power was constantly wreaking havoc in its body. At this time, it was really incomparable pain and unimaginable. And at this time, Zhang Daqian had already rushed towards the other two fellows. "You all can die now." The lightning fist appeared again, and as the fist blasted out, the powerful lightning dragon directly soared into the sky. Previously, Zhang Daqian's strength alone was enough to fight against the three great monsters. Although he was suppressed, he could still hold on. But now, he had successfully condensed the lightning dragon, and his aura had risen to the peak. At this time, his strength was really terrifying to the extreme. On the other hand, the previous attack on Zhang Daqian not only did not work, but also helped Zhang Daqian in a disguised way. At this time, the demon tiger had already lost its fighting strength. So at this time, the situation had been reversed in an instant. Now, no matter what, they were no match for Zhang Daqian. After these two monsters discovered the situation, they wanted to escape, but how could Zhang Daqian give them such a chance? You want to leave now? It's too late, you'd better stay here. His strength had reached the peak in an instant, and his violent aura directly suppressed them. Such power had truly reached the pinnacle at this very moment. The terrifying aura continued to surge at this time, and the terrifying power was unimaginable. At this moment, Zhang Daqian had already taken the absolute initiative, and his speed had also reached the peak at this time. In just a moment, he had already arrived in front of the three-headed monster bird. The three-headed monster bird wanted to fly away, but it was directly caught by Zhang Daqian and then directly fell from the sky. His body directly smashed into the last demonic beast. At this time, Zhang Daqian's strength erupted again, and the terrifying power directly impacted the two monsters, killing them directly. Huff huff. Zhang Daqian finally won. He directly killed these monsters, but in fact at this time, he was also extremely tired. This was also because the two monsters were scared out of their wits by Zhang Daqian's thunderous power. They didn't dare to confront him at all, but in fact, if they continued to persist, then it was possible to directly turn the situation around. Zhang Daqian had just broken through, and his momentum was indeed fierce, but there was always a limit. If they could continue to support him, then it wouldn't be like this. Zhang Daqian fell to the ground, swallowed the medicinal pill directly, and then began to recover his aura. Although he had already killed all the demonic beasts, he knew that his battle was far from over. At this time, the fog had become extremely thick and the earthquake had not stopped, which meant that the extremely powerful monster beast with the dragon bloodline was still alive and seemed to be in good condition. He knew that although Yi Xingkong's strength was strong, even stronger than his current strength, it was still very difficult for him to face the terrifying monster beast alone. Therefore, he had to recover his strength as soon as possible so that he could help Yi Xingkong. Yi Xingkong condensed all his strength into the Buddha sword, and finally exerted an extremely powerful force. The array began to ripple directly under the sword. It was like endless waves were constantly shaking, and in the end, the array was finally broken. The giant dragon lizard looked at Yi Xingkong, and its huge eyes revealed incomparable surprise. "Human, I really didn't expect you to be able to do this. This is greatly beyond my expectations," it said slowly and in a low voice. Indeed, it had never thought that Yi Xingkong could break this array. After all, the guy who set up the array was a powerful existence that even it was extremely afraid of. He had personally experienced the power of this array formation. However, at this time, the array was actually broken. Such terrifying strength was really unimaginable. At this time, the giant dragon lizard thought highly of Yi Xingkong. Yi Xingkong said directly, "Evil creature, is breaking this array already very surprising to you? What are you going to do when I chop your head off?" At this time, Yi Xingkong was simply aggressive, and he asked directly. The giant dragon lizard seemed to have heard the funniest joke. Its long snake tongue kept sticking out, and then it said, "Hi human, if you can do it, then come. If you can really defeat me, then I will die a worthy death. Unfortunately, you don't seem to have the strength." At this time, an extremely dense aura directly oppressed from the giant dragon lizard's body. Dragon's aura. This was the real dragon's aura, the majesty that was emitted by the giant dragon's blood. It was not like Zhang Daqian's dragon's aura, which was condensed from his own thunder dragon. The two majesties were very different. The moment the dragon's aura was released, a shallow layer of soil on the ground was directly shaved off, and Yi Xingkong took 3 steps back in a row. "Haha, Is this what you meant when you said you were going to kill me? But you can't even withstand my dragon's aura. You stupid humans should be delicious food, but you have to do such unnecessary things. It really disgusts me. The powerful giant dragon lizard flicked its tongue again. Yi Xingkong gritted his teeth. Chapter 1139. Female Literature. If he had not expended so much energy to break the formation, he would not have ended up in such a pathetic state. However, he had to admit that this giant lizard dragon was very powerful. The dragon's aura was so terrifying that it was even more terrifying than the aura of a venerable one. Was a true dragon really that powerful? At this moment, he gripped the sword in his hand tightly, and the pagoda sword chi was constantly pulsating. At this moment, his power was so strong and terrifying. That thick power was constantly changing at this moment. All the powers between heaven and earth were constantly changing at this moment. The auras were also constantly shaking at this moment, and they were all gathering around Yi Xingxing's body. It was the pagoda sect's recovery technique. According to legend, if one was able to cultivate this profound technique to the limit, then one would even be able to directly bring the dead back to life. Of course, Yi Xingxing had not cultivated this technique to this level. In fact, even great elder Fu Qing had not cultivated it. But now, it was perfect for him to use this technique to restore his cultivation. At this moment, the giant lizard dragon suddenly took a step forward. Its power was still seeping into the ground. The earthquake was still ongoing, and it slowly walked towards Yi Xingxing. I hate humans. In my opinion, you're all like bedbugs, so I'm still going to kill you. In fact, I'm a terrible lizard, but compared to laziness, I hate humans more. At this moment, its aura was pulsating, and its powerful power was simply terrifying to the extreme. At this time, his rich power was constantly rushing out, and his violent aura was even more powerful at this time. At this moment, its terrifying aura was directly suppressing Yi Xingxing. Are you recovering your power? Ha, although I hate you humans, I have to admit that you humans have really come up with a lot of interesting things. Of course, it was not interesting. The strength of humans was not without reason. The strength of demonic beasts lay in their powerful inheritance. As long as their bloodline was strong enough, they were born to be extremely terrifying. The legendary demonic beasts with top-notch bloodlines were comparable to humans in the dragon realm when they were young, or even stronger. How terrifying was this? With such a starting point, it was natural for them to be at the top. It was enough to look down on all living beings. However, the heavenly Tao was fair after all. Such existences were undoubtedly powerful. However, their birth was not easy. Just think about it. If there were many such existences in this world, how could the other living beings survive? They would probably all be killed by those terrifying existences. Therefore, although they were powerful, the heavenly Tao was still fair. Humans, on the other hand, were not very strong when they were born. Up until now, in the records of history, the most outstanding human had only reached the spirit-drawing realm at birth. That child had died after birth, as if he had been punished by the heavens. Not to mention the top demon beasts, even compared to those ordinary beasts, the starting point of the human race was lower. However, the human race was an intelligent race. They were originally so powerless, but they created cultivation. This caused their strength to increase greatly. In the end, human powerhouses emerged one after another. Even the most powerful demonic beasts had to make concessions. Even the most powerful dragon clan could only stay on Dragon Island at this time. The giant dragon lizard's words were true. However, it was precisely because of this that he especially hated humans. Yi Xingxing did not answer. At this time, he simply did not have the time to answer. At this time, he was constantly gathering his strength. In his current state, he was unable to fight against this extremely powerful and terrifying existence. The only way was to restore his strength. Only then would he have a chance. Looks like that sword strike just now really consumed too much of your physical strength. That's why I say that you guys are the real idiots. What's that saying again? That's right, you know you can't do it, but you still do it. At this time, the giant dragon lizard's tongue slowly stretched out at this time. That extremely powerful force also slowly rose at this time. An extremely strong fishy smell had already rushed towards Yi Xingxing. He was going to die. If he was touched by the snake's tongue, he would definitely die. In just an instant, he had already determined that the snake's tongue was extremely poisonous. If he was touched by the snake's tongue, he would definitely die. Therefore, at this time, he could no longer gather strength. His sword suddenly rose, and a beam of sword chi was waved again. That beam of sword light sped forward. The sword light was sharp, but it was not so for the giant dragon lizard. Weak, pitiful. This was his evaluation of the sword light. The snake's tongue flickered gently, and a red light flashed. At this time, the sword chi was directly torn apart. Yi Xingxing's face was solemn. In fact, when he attacked with his sword, he had already thought that his sword could not cause any harm to the opponent. However, he did not expect that the giant dragon lizard would be able to destroy his sword light so easily. Forget it, it's better for you to become food. The snake's tongue rushed towards Yi Xingxing at a terrifying speed. Its speed was faster than his sword light. At this moment, a bolt of lightning directly rushed out from the cave entrance. Thunder Dragon Fist. Then, Zhang Daqian directly appeared. He had the elixir given by Su Yan. After swallowing it, he directly recovered his strength. Although he did not recover to his peak state, it was extremely rare. As soon as he recovered, he did not dare to delay any further and directly rushed towards the cave entrance. That Thunder Dragon Fist directly bombarded the snake's forked tongue. The power of thunder was extremely overbearing. When the punch landed, even the giant lizard dragon was directly injured, and its tongue was rolled back into its mouth. At that very moment, a look of anger flashed in his eyes. You were actually able to come here alive. In that case, did you already kill those 4 pieces of trash? Those 4 monsters were also powerful monsters at the peak of the dragon realm. In terms of realm, they were the same as him, but in his eyes, they were just trash. At this time, his aura was so violent and terrifying. All of his strength was condensed at this time. Zhang Daqian came to Yi Xingxing's side and said, "Are you okay?" Yi Xingxing smiled bitterly, "I won't die." Zhang Daqian handed over a pill. This is Su Yan's energy-gathering pill. Eat it and it will restore your strength. Yi Xingxing did not hesitate and directly swallowed the pill. I'll hold it off for a while. Hurry up. Seeing this, Yi Xingxing swallowed the pill. Zhang Daqian directly rushed towards the giant dragon lizard. As soon as he arrived in front of this lizard, he already knew that this lizard was really not to be underestimated. It was stronger than the 4 monsters he had killed before. Just the dragon's might that drifted out was already extremely terrifying. If he had not condensed the Thunder Dragon, he was afraid that standing under this dragon power at this time would be extremely heavy. Thunder Fist, Thunder Roar. In the face of such a monster, he did not dare to give the other party a chance to attack first. He directly roared and immediately blasted out a punch. At this time, the powerful and terrifying fist directly burst out at this time. The powerful light constantly flashed, showing the extremely terrifying power. Such an attack was already extremely terrifying. It was a punch that condensed all of his will and strength. Looking at the roaring thunder power, even the giant dragon lizard showed a dignified look at this time. Go to hell. He swung his huge tail and slammed it into the ground. The entire cave immediately shook violently, and then an extremely powerful aura directly spread out at this time. On the ground, layers of rock walls suddenly appeared. His Thunder Dragon Fist had been completely sealed off. The emergence of this power was so sudden that it surprised Zhang Daqian a little. This was the terrifying talent of monsters. Generally speaking, if a person wanted to perform such a method, he or she must be proficient in the 5 elements law. However, at this moment, he did it so effortlessly. After the rock walls appeared, not only did they block the power of the Thunder Dragon Fist, but they also rose up one by one, trapping Zhang Daqian in it. Zhang Daqian's expression kept changing. He already knew that this was extremely unfavorable for him. He had to find a way to break through the blockade of this wall. However, it was not so easy to break through this blockade. Evil creature, you can't lock me up. After trying to find a loophole and failing to find one, he suddenly erupted his power and began to bombard it directly. A series of loud noises came, but the giant dragon lizard did not care. However, he soon became extremely unhappy because at this time, Yi Xingxing had recovered. This made him extremely unhappy. Elixir. This was also one of the reasons why humans were so strong. Beast, now we can have a good fight. At this time, his power erupted again, and an extremely powerful light directly bombarded the opponent. It was the sword light again. However, this time, the sword light was much stronger than before. Come on. At this time, Yi Xingxing directly recovered his physical strength. He had to admit that the effect of the energy-gathering pill was really good. Under this sword attack, the giant dragon lizard's long snake tongue fluttered again. The terrifying power directly bombarded and then dispersed the sword light. However, although he still managed to disperse the sword light this time, his expression was extremely ugly. Chapter 1140. Female Literature. The attack from before had been so understated. However, it was different this time around. At this time, Zhang Daqian was trapped by the rock wall, but what really trapped Zhang Daqian was not the rocks, but the power he attached to the rocks. At this time, Zhang Daqian was constantly attacking the rocks, which was also constantly consuming his power. Now, Yi Xingxing's sword chi rushed over again. That sword chi was not the sword chi he used to slash out when he was weak, so he had to spend energy to deal with it. The sword chi was dispersed by him, but Yi Xingxing was not unhappy at all. Instead, he laughed. "It seems that you are not that strong," Yi Xingxing said. At this time, the power that the giant dragon lizard injected into the earth had stopped. At this time, the 5-dragon mountain was no longer shaking, and the earthquake power had disappeared. This meant that the evil beast's power had a limit, and it was impossible for it to be endless. At this time, he had no time to divert more power to trigger the earthquake. Now, he and Zhang Daqian were actually still at a disadvantage, but it did not matter. Once the earthquake stopped, the threat to the disciples at the foot of the mountain would be reduced. He believed that Jing Xingming could take the disciples and leave the 5-dragon mountain at this time. In fact, this was indeed the case. After a bitter battle, Jing Xingming finally killed the powerful dragon monster. Now that the earthquake stopped, they were no longer so passive. The disciples of the Heaven and Earth Organization immediately began to cast the fog technique on him. With the combination of the Guiyuan pill and the fog technique, his state directly improved. "I am going to the mountain to help Zhang Daqian and Yi Xingxing. You guys return to the Heaven and Earth Organization." After recovering his power, he did not talk nonsense and directly went to the 5-dragon mountain. "So what? Do you think you have one?" At this time, the huge dragon's body began to expand. At the same time, he began to release his power directly. At this moment, outside the cave, a huge earth wall appeared, sealing the cave. "Human, if you think you have one, then you are wrong. The fun has just begun." At this time, his power was constantly surging, and a powerful force was directly released. Yi Xingxing's expression turned solemn. Although his words were extremely contemptuous, he knew that this guy was powerful and terrifying. At this time, the cave entrance had been sealed, so even if Jing Xingming wanted to come in, he couldn't do it. Zhang Daqian was still trapped in the seal. Although the power of the dragon lizard had been reduced a little, it was still very difficult for him to face this terrifying and powerful monster alone. Pagoda Sword Chi, Pagoda Life Sword. At this time, he no longer hesitated and directly attacked. The sword chi permeated the air once again. The dense sword chi rose up at this time. An extremely terrifying power was operating at this time. That powerful power was truly terrifying. The fall of the sword immediately demonstrated the strength of the Stupa sect. This set of sword skills was many times more powerful than the burial sword tomb. As the sword chi fell, there was actually a Buddha chi transforming. The dragon lizard used one move, which was to directly spit out its long snake tongue. The red snake tongue was simply the most terrifying weapon. Yi Xingxing's sword was naturally not a divine sword, but it was still a top-notch famed sword. It was extremely powerful, and when combined with the power of the sword chi, the lethality of the attack was needless to say. However, the snake tongue kept colliding with the sword, but there was no damage. Instead, Yi Xingxing's sword kept shaking, as if it couldn't withstand this power. Great Pagoda Palm. At this time, Yi Xingxing suddenly rose and directly suppressed the dragon lizard with a huge force. This was also the most powerful move of the Stupa sect. Its strength was unimaginable. When Fu Qing and Su Yan fought that day, they had already used this move. However, Su Yan directly responded with a powerful law and immediately neutralized this move. At this time, Yi Xingxing's move was also terrifying. The palm fell directly on the dragon lizard's back, directly pressing it into the ground. At this time, the dragon lizard let out an angry roar. Yi Xingxing's sword had actually pressed it deep into the ground, which made it extremely angry. It had the blood of the dragon clan in it, so naturally, it had the dignity of the dragon clan. In the eyes of the dragon, all other clans were inferior, and humans were even more so. Back then, the blood-winged dragon betrayed Su Yan, even at the risk of being bitten, and directly went against its oath, because of this reason. Now, it was actually being suppressed by a lowly human in such a way. This was intolerable. At this moment, an extremely powerful force was constantly surging. His aura had risen to the peak at this moment. Because it was angry, it went berserk. When a powerful demonic beast went berserk, it was naturally extremely terrifying. Its blood directly burned, and its power would be even more terrifying, and its demonic power would be even more intense. Not only that, but its tolerance for pain would also be greatly increased. This was the state of madness. Some humans with special talents would also be like this. At the most critical time, they would directly enter the most violent state, which was actually somewhat similar to the cold state. Of course, compared to the cold state, there was a fatal flaw. That was rationality. When Wang Baichuan displayed the cold state, he would not lose his rationality. On the contrary, he would become calmer, and his grasp of the battle would become even more terrifying. However, this was not the case for madness. However, under the current circumstances, a demonic beast that had begun to go berserk, and it was a dragon lizard that had the blood of the dragon clan, was unimaginable. After the dragon lizard went berserk, it directly let out an extremely ear-piercing cry, and its body directly charged towards Yi Xingxing. The dragon lizard was obviously so huge at this time, but its speed was simply unimaginable. Such a violent speed, even Yi Xingkong was shocked. How terrifying! It can actually increase its speed to this extent. The moment the dragon lizard began to go berserk, he already knew that things were going to be bad. However, he did not expect the dragon lizard to be even more terrifying after going berserk than he imagined. He did his best and directly avoided the impact. However, the strong wind that blew past him made him extremely uncomfortable. This place had been directly sealed by the dragon lizard. In such a narrow place, he did not know how many times he could avoid it. It was at this moment that the giant lizard charged at him again. After dodging several times in a row, Yi Xingxing already felt that it was extremely dangerous. Yi Xingxing, come to me. At this moment, Zhang Daqian's voice suddenly sounded. Yi Xingxing immediately understood what the other party meant. When the giant lizard dragon charged at him again, he immediately arrived in front of the stone prison that the giant lizard dragon had created. At the critical moment he dodged again, but the giant lizard dragon's power slammed into the stone prison. In an instant the stone prison was directly shattered, and Zhang Daqian directly came out of the stone prison. At this time, his expression was ugly. Although he came out of the stone prison, the impact just now almost killed him directly. What a terrifying beast! He exclaimed in his heart. Human, die! At this moment, a red light flashed in the dragon lizard's eyes, and the ground began to fluctuate again. It was clearly a hard rock ground, but at this time, it turned into quicksand. Seeing that the situation was not good, the two of them immediately rose into the air. At this moment, the dragon lizard's long tongue turned into a terrifying long whip and directly lashed towards the two of them. Fight! At this time, for the two of them, it was already impossible for them to dodge the attack. Moreover, it was in such a narrow place, which made it even more so. Therefore, at this moment, The best choice for the two of them was to fight with all their might. Thunder technique, thunder critical strike. Zhang Daqian directly condensed all his power, and a terrifying thunder light appeared. At this time, Yi Xingxing also did the same. Buddha's immeasurable, demon-slaying sword. The sword in his hand directly shattered, and after that, it turned into an incomparably pure sword qi. The sword qi and his Buddha's qi combined to form an extremely terrifying sword light. When this sword light appeared, it immediately displayed an incomparably terrifying majesty. The two most powerful forces directly fell, and the terrifying aura directly exploded at this time. At this time, the intense power was really terrifying. In an instant, this small cave was completely flooded by the terrifying power. Boom! A terrifying roar directly rushed out, and the power directly exploded. Then, the violent energy continued to surge. Under the impact of this power, Yi Xingxing and Zhang Daqian directly hit the stone wall, and unimaginable pain immediately spread to them. This attack was really terrifying, and the two of them had exhausted their most powerful strength. The impact of this attack was so terrifying that the entire cave almost collapsed. Fortunately, at this time, the cave was directly blasted open by this force. The cave is about to collapse, let's go. At this time, the two of them directly rushed out, ignoring the intense pain on their bodies. At this time, the dragon lizard's terrible hissing sound was still transmitted. Although it was painful, one could tell from its voice that it was still full of strength. Such an attack still couldn't do